Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Oh, my bad. Let's go. Good day, everyone. What is going on? Good day, May. What up, Too Strong? What it do? Good day. Kills, what's good with you? Ain't no BS today. What you talking about? What up, Ignorant? 13 hours difference. Hey, Miss J, good day to you, beautiful. Good day too. Can I get a little bit of chapstick? Man, I didn't even know all this was going on, Southern Charm. I had no idea all of this was going on in our neighborhood. What up, B Sneezy? You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought the manosphere didn't talk or watch or how did they know he said this? Like, god damn. But a couple of people sent me this story, and they were saying how this man by the name of Funky Deneva, I believe I'm saying his name correctly. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe do y'all know who this man is? Funky Deneva. Thank you. Miss J, I was confused too. I didn't know. Yeah, they talking about Funky Deneva. So clearly, all right. Angela says she know him. All right, he's a blogger. May say he's a blogger. Okay, so clearly he's not a part of my understanding of what's going on in the goddamn blogger world. I need to step my goddamn game up. Clearly. Well, a couple of days ago, I had no idea why I kept seeing all of the manosphere kept talking about straight black men are the cancer to the black culture. You know what? Let me do a poll. I want to do a poll. Let me see what y'all think about it. Let me do a poll. Make sure you're hitting that like button. We're going to end this poll. We're going to end this poll, and we're going to start a new one. Someone know your answer. Do you I can't spell. That's part of the problem, right? All right. I can't spell. That's part of the goddamn problem. That's number one. Oh, he's been on YouTube for 10 years. Goddamn. All right. What up, Davey? What's up, Beachy? And so he recently said he did an interview on whatever day this was, and he woke up that day and he chose violence. That's right. Funky Deneva, a content creator, he got online and he said straight black men are a cancer to society. What up, ADS? And I said, damn. We just hit 9 a.m. Can I finish my coffee before we start? Can I finish my coffee before we start World War III? Sheesh. Black men are the cancer to society, is what he said. Shit. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that. That's just crazy to me. Damn. We already got 1s in the chat. Damn. Ken East, another 1 in the chat. Davey, he said, no, we not. Clapback Jazz say he talking about himself. Interesting. But I don't believe he's a straight man, but okay. Miss J, look at Sean Holmes. Okay, Angela says, nah, I don't believe that. Not my black brothers. Not my strong brother. Love you. And how the song go, goddammit? B just said 2. I have 2 sons. Nah, they ain't no cancer. Oh, okay, I got you, clap back. So see, and I get it. I see the internet do conversation, right? The internet does explosions. They don't do conversation. One person says something wild, and suddenly everybody's acting like it's a State of the Union. People were in the comments like, cancel him. Others like, he's right. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, y'all know we talking about harmful behaviors. And we could talk about harmful behaviors without declaring whole demographics as a biohazard, like they sitting at the sea with this new, whatever that goddamn virus is that just claimed 2 goddamn people. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got a new virus coming out. That's what they say. But I think we could talk about these bad behaviors without declaring a whole demographic as a biohazard, right? Which I think. I think we can. It's possible. Oh, shit, Miss J. I'm scared of that. Because let's be real. Every community have bad behaviors that are, let's say, less than helpful. You don't need to call people a cancer. Just say, hey, some of y'all acting up. What up, Shiesty Bum? Some of y'all are acting up. That's it. So let's attempt to. First of all, let's attempt to hit the like and the share button, because we got to have our dope conversations. Y'all know y'all going to be here. Y'all going to rock with me. So let's not act like we strangers to the like button and the share button. We can get that going quick, fast, in a hurry. And Shicey's one said, did Funky lie? It's tough. Kim East. That was funny. So, like one of the things I think we have an issue with our bad behaviors in our community is hyper masculinity. See, now that is something real that we can have a conversation. That's that I don't cry, I don't feel, I don't talk, I just lift weights and argue on podcasts kind of energy. Some dudes, we know, they treat emotions like they're lactose intolerant. Feelings? Nah, bro, I can't digest that. We see it all the time. They try to act like they're something that they are not. And that is a real issue. We don't need a bunch of men walking around acting with this emotional stoicism. It doesn't help anybody. So this hyper masculinity is a very danger to our community. That's a good question, Next Level. That's a great question. And Next Level move forward, what I would say, they look at them as a friend in the dark when they need a shoulder to cry on.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Shadow Time out to $2. He says for the gas bill. What up? I ain't do no gas yet. God damn it. You know, so that's one. Good day, zero tolerance. So one is hyper masculine. That is a bad behavior that we need to get some regulation on. What's another one that we got to do? Lack of situational awareness. That's right. Lack of situational awareness. Some folks walk through life like they're the main character in the video, right? Like they're the main character in the video game. No awareness, no accountability, just vibes. You ever see somebody start an argument in public like they filming their reality? God damn it. Like a reality show. What's up with my words? Drink some goddamn water. Shit. Zero times. That is shocking. You know what I'm saying? They act like, you know, and like, sir, this is Walgreens. This is not a reality show. Relax your ass. They have lack of situational awareness. They don't see the things around them. I don't understand why or how men deal with their emotions is a problem. Or think their emotions are a problem? I'm not sure. Goddamn, Shiesty. And I think a lot of things is harming the community. And I think we could do it without, you know, blaming identities. Now let's talk about community harm. Not from a place of blame, but from maybe a place of truth. Violence. Shiesty Bum want to talk about violence. Yeah, that's a problem. It's a big problem. Maybe you could hit the link and tell me why. But violence is a problem, CBP. Maybe you get the link and you explain to me why. Violence is a strong issue, and a lot of our sisters have a big concern about violence in our community, especially violence for them. They have a problem. Like, think about it. I don't know when this word was created, but think about it, that it is a whole word by the name of femicide created. I believe that's a word that is new to the world. Is created because of what reason? Because of violence. And Black men, we gotta calm it down. because violence ain't genetic. I don't believe it is. I don't want to believe it's genetic. However, goddamn, violence, I want to believe. I really want to believe violence is about environment. I want to believe that violence is about trauma. I want to believe poverty is one of the reasons why we have violence in our communities. Lack of resources, one of the reasons I want to believe. However, it look like it's something else. They got plenty of places that's impoverished, that have lack of resources, that has trauma. And, you know, they don't do the same goddamn thing. Something got to change. What's up, Victorious One? Yeah, Miss J. Vicious. Another thing, man, my black brothers, we need some healing. We have a lack of healing. That's another reason why violence is out there, because we have a lack of healing. Single parent homes is another issue. It's not a personality trait. That's a system failing people. That's economics, incarceration, education, mental health. All the stuff nobody wanted to talk about because it doesn't fit in a goddamn tweet. I get it. But we need to start talking about these goddamn things, because the men cannot, for whatever reason, pull themselves out of all of these goddamn things. They keep redoing the vicious cycle over and over and over again. Like, when are you going to get out? And then when somebody gets out of it, and then they try to communicate to the brother, say, hey, listen, you don't have to be stuck in shit. You need to open up your goddamn nose. Thank you so much, Real Victorious One.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much. The Real Victorious became a new member. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Like, we have to get that in order. We got to take accountability. We cannot keep passing the buck. We got to start listening to our ladies. Our ladies is telling some things that we need to be taking a hold of. Like, we can't keep blaming it all just because a woman said it means that we're supposed to fight it back. If it's the truth, is it the truth? We got to start doing something. Listen, I'm from a place. I understand. But I got my black ass up out of there. I got my black ass out of that mentality. I realized this shit stink. Grandma told me, shit don't change until you get up and wipe your ass, knuckle. Boy. SD, we need to get up and wipe our ass so the shit can change. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. That's what she told me, man. That's it. Make sure y'all hit. Let me see where we at with the likes and the goddamn shares. Let's go. Let's get it together. And we can't, you know, I'm trying to listen to some of my brothers as well, right? And they keep asking me, They say, Sharon, the real problem is we keep trying to solve systematic issues with insults. This is what they keep on telling me. Sharon, you got to stop calling us rim bros, red pill, incel, manosphere, no good suckers. You got to stop telling us to walk 15 minutes this way, 15 minutes that way. Do at least 2 push-ups a day to keep the estrogen pill away. They get mad at me because I tell them, hey, listen, you got to figure out how to pick up your keys. Let me see what the poll is saying. I didn't even see the poll yet. What the poll saying? You feel me? Hey, look, man, you drop your keys. Hey, listen, I'm trying to get these men to stop picking up their keys without bending their knees. Bend your knees, fellas. God damn it, shit. They keep telling me the real problem is, it's what the brothers are telling me. The real problem is we keep trying to solve systematic issues with insults. They say you can't fix a community by calling people cancer. They want to say that's not activism, that's clickbait. We need therapy resources, accountability. We need healing, not a viral moment. God damn it. You know what's funny? Every time somebody says something extreme online, the whole community shows up like, hey, we need to talk. And I'm like, we've been needed to talk. This ain't new, but maybe that's the blessing in disguise. Sometimes it takes a wild comment to get people to finally sit down and have the conversation they've been avoiding. Shicey, don't you say. Yeah, I got you. Listen, make sure y'all hit the goddamn like button. That don't make no damn sense. How we under 30 likes? Get your ish together. How we under 30 likes? Get it together. So the invitation to the panel today. Hold on. Let me make sure I get it. Let me get it together. Hold on. Let me put it in the thing. So the invitation to the panel, right? So today we're not here to drag anybody. We're here to break down the behaviors, not the identities that hurt our communities, right? We're going to talk about hypermasculinity. We're going to talk about the emotional shutdown. We're going to talk about violence, abandonment, and the system that create all of it. If you're ready to talk like grown folks, not like goddamn, I don't know, come. Join the panel. Let's have a conversation for real. Get out your real goddamn thoughts. Let's get it out there. Today is your day, my brothers and sisters. Just get out your full thoughts. You can fight back how you want to fight back, talking to kinfolk. Don't ask me to do it. Shit. I see who the people be supporting. I see the channels that get the numbers. Yeah, we see it. I can talk all that stuff all y'all want to, but we see what y'all be doing. We see what people y'all rock with. Salute, shout out to PH Diva, the supreme vaginal vessel. What is your thoughts today, Diva? What do you think?
Well, first of all, I think I like Funky Dineva. He is
Mm,
from Miami, and so
mm.
he's very funny. Uh, and so yeah, and on this one, yes, I agree.
What you agree with?
Cancer, stage
Goddamn.
4, terminal,
Stage.
inoperable, all of it.
So the black community need to do some dialysis. So what is one of the first? So any of the things that I brought up, should we address those things, or you think it's deeper than the ones that I brought up, and we need to address some other ones?
Well, I think we need to address a lot of stuff, including those things. But again, it all starts with their self hate. And so I
Mm.
don't think it's just limited to the straight ones. I think all of them.
So the first one we got to deal with, you believe the top of the list for you would be self-hate. Black men got to figure out their self-hatred.
Yes. If your self concept is impaired, then your entire thought process is going to be impaired.
Mm. How do we learn what is this system that taught us how to hate ourselves? Because that's what I'm kind of interested in. How do we, and if it is a system, because it might not be, and if it is a system, how do we get majority of the black men to break free of the system?
Well, see, I am of the mind that it's not the system that caused it, right? Because we
Mm,
saw it prior to these systems even being erected. In fact,
mm,
the self hate was such that it promoted, the other people being able to create these systems.
mm,
Right. And so no, we like to blame a lot of things on that the white man. But
mhm.
yeah, nah. No.
So, all right. So we've been doing this. So when has it become, at least when has it been documented that we've been moving in this degenerate self-hatred behavior for you, off of the world, off of America?
Well, see, it started even prior to America. I'm talking about when they first started being in contact with people who didn't look like them.
Shit.
Right.
You got to build on that one, Diva. Build on that one for me. That's now I'm lost with that one.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead, build
So
on it.
I think I've talked about Alfonso the First of Congo, Congo with a K before, but
Okay.
he was the ruler of much of the interior of Africa, and so all the trade had to come through him. So he was very rich. His empire was very wealthy, etc. So when they started trading with the Portuguese,
Mm,
at some point, Alfonso became enamored with everything that they were. And so he started adopting their religion, adopting their
mhm,
education system, sending his children to be educated in Portugal, right? And so we know
mm,
that education is indoctrination. Um, they adopted their style of dress and just a lot of their cultural components. Now, if we know what culture is and the purpose of culture, the purpose that it's supposed to serve, we know it's supposed to be your adaptation or your response to your environment, and so it's supposed to be adaptive, right? It's helpful to
mhm,
you. But so their societal immune system, as it were, was dismantled because he started adopting somebody else's culture, which made it easier for them to then come in and
mm.
say, hey, y'all already speak our language. You think like us. And so, what we need you, Negro middleman, for, we can just move you on out the way, right? And so, that's pretty much how it happened.
Damn. So, so our self-hatred went all the way back to Africa.
The self hatred and what I have got to just,
Come
the lack
on.
of intelligence. Look, it is what it is. We got too much evidence now, too for too long of a period. But and so that's my opinion, based on the history that I know.
Lack of intelligence as well. Can we? So all right. So lack of
Lack.
intelligence. Can we build intelligence, or that's only Like, how are we going to build the intelligence in Black men? How's that?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's beyond my capabilities to answer.
And so do you believe is a genetic situation going on with Black men specifically?
No, because you got Black women there who, are genetically similar. The only thing is our Y chromosome, our X chromosome is 3 times larger than y'all's degraded Y chromosome. That's real. So maybe it is. Now that I say that, maybe it is genetic. Who knows?
God damn. Chi says through education. It seems like education is not working out too good for the Black brothers in the whole, for whatever reason. Even our educated Black men, they have an issue with some of the things that we are talking about, like, hypermasculinity, lack of situational awareness, emotional regulations. They did solve I don't even know. All the ones that are educated, Diva, did they solve the intelligence problem?
What do you mean?
Like, because they was able to finish through higher education, are they part of the movement to move Black men into higher intelligence through genetic code, I guess?
So I think there certainly have been Black men who were doing that, especially in the past, right? We got some great scholars. One of the issues, though, is, and so this to me is also reflective of education,
Okay.
or intelligence, rather. Hold on. So one of the issues is that if I got all this brilliance, but I'm using it for to advance the interests of people that, in all actuality, are my enemies, then how smart am I, right? Because I'm actually helping them, right? And so I think the thing should be, okay, it's great to be intelligent, but Dr. Amos Wilson told us the purpose of education is to help you solve your own problems. And so we should always be doing something, in my opinion, to improve our community.
And so, like, this is crazy that we talking about intelligence. Ignorant TV. Sharon, are you a Black man? Yes. And for some reason, and this is the problem that, we just had this issue recently, right? When a man, he heard a woman say, she said, I love Black men. And he thought she was talking about him specifically. And so, therefore, I do not have an issue with calling out a spade a spade. And I really believe it, and Diva tried to, like, hey, Sharon, I know those your brothers. And I come from a very rough place of ignorant people. And I believe that I got myself out of an ignorant mentality. I believe I got myself out of an ignorant system. I changed the way how I communicate. I changed the way how I move, think, eat, everything. I changed everything about I rewired myself, literally, from scratch. I laid down Diva, and I was like, you ever seen the Marvel movie Diva?
Which one? Unless it's Black Panther, no.
I was in there like this, like I was Dr. Strange. I was like,
what? You so damn.
I was rewiring and everything, Diva. I was like, nah, something ain't right. Something has to change. Speaking of, we don't know what we're going to get right now, dear. We don't know if we're going to get ignorant or we're going to get intelligence. But we're going to test it out. Welcome to the show. Chaotic Truth Live. Good day, sir.
Peppercorn Bandit.
Salute, buddy.
Peppercorn Bandit, yes.
Salute, buddy. Happy Thursday to you guys. I have to start my own show in a minute, but I want to read something to you. Positivity's coming your way, but I want to read something to you, okay?
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
In the United States, HIV disproportionately affects Black men,
Damn.
especially gay and bisexual Black men. According to the CDC, gay and bisexual men accounted for roughly 70% of new HIV diagnoses in 2022. And Black African American men who have sex with men represented the single largest racial subgroup affected. Earlier CDC projections estimated that as many as 1 in 2 Black, gay, and bisexual men could receive an HIV diagnosis during their lifetime if trends continued. Though newer data suggests that risk has declined closer to about 1 in 3 due to improvements in prevention and treatment. HIV-related death rates have fallen dramatically since the 1990s because of antiretroviral therapy, but disparities still remain. Black men with HIV are more likely to face delayed treatment, reduced healthcare access, and lower rates of viral suppression, which contributes to higher mortality rates compared to many other groups. I say all this to say, Sharon, being a Black male booty bandit is the worst thing in the Black community. That is the actual cancer, not straight Black men. And on that note, salute to you, Sharon. Salute to you,
Wait a
PhD.
minute.
Go. Oh, I was going to leave, but yeah, go ahead.
So, what about the studies, though, that show a lot of that influx comes from like Black immigrants, right? And so back in the 80s, 90s, it was a lot of Haitians bringing it. Up in Chicago right now, they're seeing that a lot of the Hispanic immigrants or migrants or whatever are bringing it. And so a lot of times these are from immigrant populations. As a matter of fact, what country is that over in Africa right now where they gonna not have access to the HIV meds because of whatever's going on with Trump? It's one of them countries. And so they're talking about how much of a problem that's going to be for them. And so, yes, everything you said is true, but there's some additional context that was not presented there.
Could be. I don't disagree. I mean, it's very plausible. In fact, it's highly plausible to assume that a lot of HIV came from the immigrant population, particularly the Black immigrant population. There's no disagreement there. But in terms of our straight men a cancer, no, not at all. No, not at all. No.
What about the intelligence factor and the violence factor, hypermasculinity factor, lack of self-awareness factor? How do you factor those things in? Because I think those lean in towards more of straight men than the gay population.
Well, obviously, there's more straight men in any given population. But the thing is that, let's be honest, Sharon, you and I both know, the media manufactures this Black violent man. Most Black men are 9-to-5ers, family men. Most Black men, if not a large majority, take care of their families, their children. So, you know, I look at Black men the same way I look at white men or Arab men. You know, I don't believe that instances of crime or violence is the defining paradigm for men, for Black men. So no, they're not a cancer. No, not at all. No. Okay. More than likely, bro, you can live in any Black community and nothing will ever happen to you, to be honest with you.
Where's chaotic truth? Bring back
well, I mean, I'm gonna be truthful. Listen, when I want to kick in the backs of Blacks, I'll do it. But I'll be truthful, I'll be truthful. Most Black men are very, working, man. Most Black men are working, bro. And no, man. What is a cancer is the media. that has created this false narrative that the black man is just out of control and violent. You know, the same Popeyes and Waffle House fights would never convince me that blacks are just everywhere fighting and out of control. Are they fighting at the Jack and Jill meetups? Are they fighting at the Alpha Phi Alpha conventions? Are they? I mean, where you know, obviously after a club, you go to Waffle House, you're drunk,
right?
The customer service is nasty. Mother effer bump into you. Hey man, you bumped into. You know, obviously in those situations, most people would fight. Or like me, I would avoid it all together. You couldn't catch me at a Waffle House after 5 p.m. But a lot of this is created by the media, man. I think the true cancer of society is the media and these endless wars, buddy. Salute to you, buddy. Salute to you, PhD. Have a good one, guys.
You too, CT.
Nah, CT. I'm a little surprised, but
everybody's switching the rhetoric up now. What's going on?
Hey, I think we have an effect on the world, Diva. We have an effect on the world, Diva. We got people changing up. We got people changing up. I got a brother in the back. Get a peace sign, my brother, please. Okay, he gave me a peace sign. Let me make sure. This is my first time seeing the brother. Hold on 1 second. Why is it not? Okay. Good day, Sabal. How you doing?
Good day, Mr. Bracey. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I'd like to say no straight black men are not a cancer to the black community, not at all. Who even comes up with this stuff?
Hey, it's on the internet, my brother, and sometimes it's good to break out the conversation just so we can have it, because we do have a lot of issues. I think the real conversation should be about the cancerous things that we are doing in our own community. I think that is more of a fair assessment. A young man, he's a content creator. He came up with this situation. He said black men are cancer. So you disagree. Why do you disagree that straight black men are the cancer to our community?
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what I want to say and how I want to say it. Because listen, everybody likes to talk about how men are the leaders. It's the men that's the leaders. The men are supposed to step up. That being said, it's going to take straight black men to get us out of this crux that we're in as a community. And also, if it wasn't for straight black men, there would be no black community.
So what are some things that black men need to improve on to get the community and our people to start moving in the proper direction? What's one of the things that you would like to attack first?
Fatherhood. Stop having sex with these women and abandoning them. Now, I gotta come from a somewhat street point of view, because I do have a parent that raised me how to think like a street hustler. But then this is what I'm gonna say. Now, I do advise for paternity tests. You know, make sure the kid in this day and age, it's unfortunate, but that's how we got to get down. Make sure that this child is yours. But if you done did the paternity test and the child is yours, you got to be there for that child.
Boy, when you say be there for that child, that's mean in the household or as a co-parent outside of the household. What do you mean by he needs to be there for that child?
Okay. The absolute best case scenario is to be in the household. That's the absolute best case. But if the man and the woman have issues that they can't resolve for whatever reason, then co-parenting definitely has to take place. Co-parenting.
before you move on to the co-parent, let's just make it the utopia. So do you believe that black men should actually marry the black women they created children with?
Yes. That
Okay.
yes, that would be the best. If you want to go the whole utopia route, that would add to it if the man and the woman are married. If for no other reason, then there's no fighting over whose surname the child is going to get.
Do you have any children, sir?
I do not.
Okay. That was a interesting do not. You're not sure?
No. I don't. No, I don't have any
Okay.
children.
Okay. And so with that being said, what are some things women can look for in a man that is going to ensure that this man is a safe candidate for marriage? Meaning that he ain't gonna whoop her ass and he ain't gonna leave her and he's not gonna be a broke ass and depend on her to get them out of poverty class.
Okay. She should definitely ask about his home life and his relationship with his own parents. And if she can, ask about what he does for a living. Is it legal or illegal? Because actually, it's preferred to be legal money because a lot of these women will be with men that are doing illegal things to make money because the money is fast and plentiful. But once the repercussions come, then she's like, "Eh, I should have known he was a drug dealer. Oh my goodness." But yeah,
So you're saying that women should definitely not date anybody that's having illegal actions to create money.
because you could get caught up in those repercussions.
Perfect. So number one, you need to find a man that has a strong family system. So now a strong family system, can that be a strong single mother?
No,
No. So a woman should never date a black man that comes from a single parent household.
I won't say that, but what I will say is she's better off with a man that was raised by both of his parents.
And that's not a large portion of our black brothers out here.
Yeah, I am painfully aware of that.
By the way, are you one of the black men that have been raised by both of his parents?
I will say yes, but not at the same time.
So you have both of them in. So you would excuse it if it was a co-parenting system.
It would be co-parenting is better. Co-parenting is better than not having either parent at all.
Right, so what I'm saying is so I want us to build up this idea of how we could build a community, right? And one of the things that we could start, you says, with family, right? And so another thing that women got to be able to do is be on the lookout for these dope men, right? And so we got to start giving these men some characteristics. One of the characteristics you said, they need to be raised by both parents. That's one of them, correct?
Right. Either both parents in the household at the same time or a very good, stable co-parenting situation.
Okay, perfect. So now, and the next step is that you got to make sure that this black man does not create money illegally.
Right.
Okay, so now we got two of those things. And these are also things that's going to help black women to ensure that they're not going to get their ass whooped. They're not going to get financially in the stranglehold. And this man is most likely not going to leave after he put a child in you. Correct? That's what we're talking towards. So we can build up our community. Okay. All right. So what's the third? So we got two of these things. So what would be the third one? And I'm gonna let
Sharon.
Okay.
No. So the man makes money legally. Do you think, sir, that there should also be like a stipulation on how much the man earns?
And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there should be a stipulation on how much, but I mean, at that point, listen, and with
Okay,
all
so
these,
you don't believe that the upper part. What about the lower part? Is it a number that it should not be underneath?
a lower threshold, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think so, because you got women running around here talking about how, oh, we going to school, we getting degrees, and we getting the
Right.
high paying jobs.
No.
So why not the two of y'all work together?
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Right. So if she has done whatever it is she need to do, go to school, get a degree to put herself in a certain position, why then would she go out and get a man who is not doesn't have a similar mindset, right? He don't want the same thing she wants because he hasn't put himself in the same position that she has.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Okay.
why would she do that? Like, wouldn't that be in detriment to her? That wouldn't work out in her benefit.
Like I said, how about the two of them work together? Or,
Right, but see, this
I'll
is
say,
the thing.
how
The
would you
working
how would you
it
feel about
starts before they hold on, please let me explain this. The
okay.
working starts when that woman makes a decision that she want to put herself in a better position, and so she goes to school. What was he doing while she was doing all that? Right? And so he wasn't doing anything. And for us to work together, we need to come and be similarly situated. You need to have as many bricks as she got to help build, right? If she coming with all the bricks in the mortar and you just coming with your penis in your hand, then how is that building together or working together? That seems like that's going to put an undue burden on that woman, especially considering that she would still be responsible for carrying and birthing any children that those two people had.
All right, let's Dr. PhD Diva. How about this, Doctor? Suppose she has a degree and he does a trade. Would that be an acceptable scenario? Because tradespeople do make very good money.
We're not talking about jobs though. When he asked you if there's a number that a woman should, if a man's income is below that, a woman shouldn't even uh be willing to deal with him,
Entertain.
you said no. And you said that that man should be able to attach himself to a woman who done something to put herself in some type of situation, and they should work together. That's what you said. Right? You didn't say that he was out working and putting in learning a time learning a trade and what. That's not what you said. It was just, oh well, yeah, they don't. It shouldn't be no floor to it, and any man should be able to attach themselves. And so again, what we're trying to get is standards for Black men. And so, what in terms of vocation and income should be the standard for Black men?
Okay.
Hmm.
I want to say something like maybe 50 G's annually.
Okay, so that's the bottom. That's the lowest he can make.
Why are you laying in the bed? I'm sorry. I'm just looking at why are you laying down?
I work nights.
And
He tired.
okay. Sorry. Hi y'all.
Hey, Venus.
Hey, Beatus. He just a little tired. That's all. He just got home. So you saying 50,000 is the minimum a woman should even think about even having a conversation with a man about being a legitimate mate. So at least 50,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, at least 50,000. So at least 50. You need to come from a 2-parent household. What was the second one? 2-parent household. 50,000.
No illegal money.
And no illegal money. Okay, and at this moment, do you meet those 3 criteria at the moment, by any chance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, you meet those requirements at the moment. Interesting. All right. Anybody else got any more things as we keep the conversation going? Go ahead, Venus.
I didn't hear your question. I came in the middle. What are you asking?
So what we've been breaking down is that Chaotic Truth and Sabal do not believe that straight black men are the cancer to society or to the black culture. What he said is that black
They
women.
are.
Who said what?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, they are. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
It
they
was
are the
an
cancer. Yes,
I
they
like
are.
It is
that.
an
I like that.
it's an interesting blurt. So go ahead and give us. I got you, Sabal. Give me your reason for saying that black men are the cancer to our culture or society.
Their mentality, the way they treat people, the lack of principles, values, morals, just pure decency for other people, lack of respect, don't respect people's boundaries, don't care about other people's issues, all of the lying, the misogyny, the using women, the taking advantage of people, getting people pregnant, then acting like it's all their fault that they're pregnant, or like never taking responsibility for anything. I mean, I got like a million things. They're trash.
Ooh.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
that's a good place to start. Those are a lot. So now, I agree.
Hey,
Those are all things that I believe that black men need to work on 100%. Now, my question to you, Venus, is that a bad behavioral problem, or is it just a strictly black man genetic problem?
So I don't think it's genetic, but I do think it's passed down via culture, right? So what men make acceptable is what other men are going to uh
Mm,
consider normal, and then they'll start like perpetuating what they see other men doing. So I don't know if it's genetic, but it's definitely passed down. And it's yeah, it's like a learned
through a
behavior that
culture.
they teach each other, right?
okay.
Like
Through a culture.
the men will tell you when they were young, it was other men asking them, did they have sex yet? Do you have a
Mm,
girl? Why are you shaming people for being virgins if they're like, I guess, quote unquote, too old, right? Men would shame them for not being promiscuous when they're young men,
mm,
right?
mhm.
It was
Okay.
men teaching them that you needed to be promiscuous, men teaching men to not value women, not respect women, right? Just
Mm.
use them as sexual objects. That was other men teaching them that. So the men create the culture, and then they teach the younger people to be just as trash as they are.
Okay. Sabal, before we bring it into everybody hates moms, do you disagree with that culture of teaching that kept on moving throughout the decades of men teaching other young men how to be degenerate sexually?
Okay. Let me see. I have to do some analytics, but this is what I'm gonna say. That has happened. I've witnessed it and experienced
Oh,
it. I
okay.
didn't uh, I didn't lose my virginity till I was 20, but all through high school there was a lot of pressure on myself and other young black men to engage in promiscuity.
Mm,
Now,
See,
get as you get older, you get wiser. Such is not the case, but it starts with the men. It starts with the leadership.
mm,
What we got to get these OGs to do is teach these young dudes basically do the reverse of what Venus was saying. We got to get these OGs to teach these young dudes that that's not the way to go. But the one point in which I have to sharply disagree with Venus is that no, that does not make straight black men a cancer to the community.
it does. Because
okay.
everyone's always talking about the single mother rates, right? And how the single moms are raising the horrible kids. How do these women get pregnant unless they come from a culture that encourages promiscuity, right? You just said it. They did it to you.
Mm,
So what do you think was happening with girls as well? So a culture of men who promote being sexually irresponsible, then complaining about the results of being sexually irresponsible is crazy as hell. Because yeah, you're gonna get a bunch of unwanted children when you promote being sexually irresponsible and a bunch of diseases. So yeah, no, the men are the problem. I'm sorry, they are.
okay. All right. So I think I kind of like in a slight agreement, to be honest. I don't think he actually really have a disagreement with that. Let me welcome into the show everybody hates smart. What is your thoughts on the conversation so far?
I think it's interesting, and I hate to come and be a balanced person. Um, but I definitely do think I hear what Venus is saying, and to a degree, it's something there. Even though I don't fully agree, but I definitely hear what the women are saying when it comes to this. It's a lot of things we can improve on,
I'm gonna
especially
back.
for any man that considers himself a leader. Or if we're going to en masse consider ourselves to be the leaders, we got to take the responsibility. It's just how it works. But if they don't want to be the leaders, then cool. You don't want to be alpha. Woman submit to me. Then you don't got to take no responsibility if you don't want to. But I don't think most men would agree with that. I think most of them would consider themselves leaders who want submissive women. So we got to eat that thing.
So, do you believe that straight black men are a cancer to society or our black community?
Um, yeah, I think there's some behavioral issues and some cultural issues that definitely are cancerous. So I can see that perspective. I wouldn't say that because I think that that's a radical statement. I think that is something that can be corrected with culture and parenting. However, I do understand where they're coming from.
Hmm.
Yeah, I had a conversation the other day, right? On a panel, and the guys was talking about like the gay man who was pretty much saying, well, he started the cancer talk, right? I think it was the gay man, whatever. And I'm just
Mhm.
listening to all of the perspectives from the guys, all the slurs they saying, and it seemed like a lot of them were angry at him. And I asked him, I said, well, do we think that gay men have a right to be angry at us? Do you think that
Mm.
um that they have a reason to be upset? And they pretty much wouldn't really concede to that. And I was like, well, I completely disagree. I completely understand why they would hate us. Because I grew up not liking gay people because I thought that was, that's how my dad was. He used to, throw slurs around and all that type of stuff. So I think
See,
Mhm.
the
to
older men
first,
always
yeah, I
teaching
think,
the younger men the wrong shit all the time. It is the men,
yeah, I mean, the women perpetuated too. I don't know who came first, the chicken or the egg, right?
the men.
But I know the women, and I know some women who are gay and had kids who was gay and boys who was gay, and it was like, yo, fuck out of here, right? Like some
Mhm.
lesbian woman who was like, you ain't about to do that shit in my house. So it's, but whatever. We gonna talk about the men right
That's kind of
now.
contradictory. Okay,
What you say?
that's, that's kind of contradictory, but okay.
Some people
Black
believe
people are
boys gay and girl gay is a little
contradictory.
bit different, but I completely understand what you're saying though.
Black people are
Some people think
contradictory.
one is
I
worse than the
believe it.
other. But
Hmm.
and from this perspective, I think that even with us not being willing to see why they would be upset at us, or is an issue. Not being able to listen for one. So
So before I add next level into it as well, what? So the reason why gay black men should be upset at straight black men is because of slurs.
oh no, it's way deeper than that. Like gay people for the longest aren't even able to be who they are, right? Because of
Mm.
the way that we'll treat them, the way that we'll talk about them, the way that we. Um, so it's deeper than only the slurs. Like, I mean, I think in the past you get beat up for that. Like, or like
Mhm.
Yeah,
even
but
today, if a gay man say something like, if he tries to call you handsome or say like, hey, are you single or something like that. Um, for me, let's say I took that. Let's say that flattered me, and I'm like, oh no, thank you, but I'm no, I'm not gay, right?
Mhm.
Men would be like, no, nigga, you supposed to be like, yo, I'll whoop your ass. You say that shit again, right? It's a
Mm.
lot of niggas who think I'm supposed to, be upset at
That's
him.
$2. That's about like $4, by the way, with your
My
N
bad,
words.
I got it. Um, they think I'm supposed to be upset at him. So I think that's a part of the culture.
Okay. Okay. Venus, you wanna? So we got Venus. I'm not sure if you wanna.
Just to that last part. I
Okay.
kind of understand the men on that part, honestly. With the when so I do agree with the men on this when they feel like they won't have a good reaction to a man flirting with them. The
Mm.
reason I agree with them is because they're men and they understand how men respond to things, right? So just like
Mm.
as a woman, If you entertain a man who you're not interested in, it can send the wrong signal, right? So I understand why men would be like, nah, I have to be very make sure you understand that I'm not even trying to open that door with you. Even though you're trying to be polite, just as a woman, I know how some men don't differentiate that politeness and sometimes take it for something that is not. So I actually agree with I understand why the men feel like that.
Okay.
That doesn't mean to disrespect them or degrade them, but I do understand that harsh line when it comes to like, no, don't even play with me like that. I do get it.
Okay. It seems like Sabal, before I pass it to next move forward, you want to talk about this part of the conversation as well? Go ahead.
Okay, I see you got something like a digital swear jar, as I see
Yes.
going across the bottom of your page.
Correct.
And my thing about gay men is like, but I'm 46 years old,
How
and
old?
46,
Okay.
and that was how I came up. If if you're heterosexual and a gay man approached you, it was kind of like, yeah, it's you got blamed, and you got thought of as being weak if you didn't respond violently.
Mm. Mm. Okay.
If you ever that was
By
the
whom
eight
though?
By
by
men. Mhm.
no be okay. Well, here's why you
No,
got
no, she want to know not on why, but by who is the person that's going to ridicule you is the question. Who are these people that's going to ridicule you? I didn't hear you.
it. It would be men, but what I'm trying to say
Mm.
is it is not all heterosexual men that have this mentality. That's what I'm trying to say. It
Mm-hmm.
is not everybody. It might be a lot of them. I'm not gonna lie
Right.
and say it's
Not
not.
Okay, so
everybody.
It's
Sabal, so
not everybody.
since you don't want to say, we understand you don't want to say all. Would you say the majority, 51% or greater?
That yeah, we gotta go. You want to do it by the numbers, then yeah, we would have to go with that.
Okay, so you'll say the majority of the straight black men will ridicule you if you don't respond in a more violent way.
Right. And
Okay.
also, a lot of it comes out of a lot of dudes will go to prison and come
Mm.
home
Oh
and bring
shit.
the mentality with them because
Uh,
that's where that whole responding violently comes from, because it's a real common thing in prison to where if you're approached by a man on that level and you don't respond violently, then the person approaching you is going to think that it's okay to take it further.
okay.
You
All
sure?
right. You have something to add to it? Good.
Listen, I never been in jail, but
Mm.
prison, but from what the men say, there's a lot of that going on. A lot of people are not responding violently. I'm just gonna leave it there.
All right. Let me welcome into the show. Next level, moving forward. Good day, sir. I guess we can start you off with answering the question: do you believe straight black men are a cancer to society or the black culture?
Big salute, Sharon. Shout out to the
Mm.
panel. Shout out to the chat. That's a good question. I would say yes, but it's more to that. I would say it is all black men cancerous to the black community.
Mm.
You can throw in, the gay men, the trans men, like all men, the criminal men, the corporate men, all of them.
Mm.
Because as a collective, are we all moving as a community? So can you just put it on one type of group of men? Can you say all men? If we ourselves as men to call ourselves leaders of the community, leaders of our women, leaders of our kids, where are we leading them to? Just saying, you know. But to this topic, far as the gay black man versus the straight black man, I asked the question, like, if this is how the gay black men see the straight black man, How do the straight black man see the gay black man? Or better yet, how do the black community see gay in general? How do the community see it? Because it's shunned by all. Well, at a point of time, it was shunned by all, even in the church, in everything. Even the women did it. Now the women will accept gay black men, but they will shun a straight black man and call him gay, like as a negative. You know, I mean, people call people gay as a slur. Like, so that's what like some gay people have to deal with. You know, that's why being closeted in the black community is so big. It's more people in the DL community than in the gay community, in the black community.
Damn.
Like, no, for real talk. It's more black men on
I'm
the
just happy a
DL.
man finally said it, because they swear that the gay population is small. It is not. A lot of these men like
Okay,
men.
it's the openly gay population is probably small, but it's
No,
a
they
lot,
said
because
the
at the
DL
end of the day,
community is small, and it is not small at all. It's not.
it was seen as a negative. It was talked about even as a little boy. Stop being a punk. Stop being a sissy. All that is negatives, you know. And like that's just like there are some people, because you know, looking at both sides. Look at the funky person. The funky person was saying, like, growing up, they're saying sissy, they're saying punk and all this stuff, but he was the sissy. So I'm just saying, so how can straight men feel any type of way for someone saying they're cancerous when the other people was looked at as cancerous their whole life?
Okay.
Did you hear all of his reasons? Sorry. Did you hear all of his reasons that he said it next level? Because I noticed a lot of black men kept deflecting to his sexuality instead of responding to why he said what he said. He was the conversation started because he was referring to the young boy who had slammed that girl on her head, right? And I know most people don't know that from the clip, so I get it.
Heard
But
about
I
that.
watched the show, so I know. So he started it because he was saying, like, the young boy slamming a girl on the head. It speaks to like this. He notices there's this real fragile thing that the black straight men have going on. That's how it became about straight, right? It was like in response to how men react when they get rejected. So that's why he focused on straight, because he was looking at like they think it's okay to attack women or disrespect women because their egos are so fragile now that when they're met with rejection by a woman, they get violent. So that's what that's why the conversation even started. So he was talking about why aren't we raising the boys better? That's what that's what he was coming from. So it wasn't just about people called me the F word when I was a child. I'm sure that's part of it, but that wasn't the premise. He was speaking to how the boys are being raised by the men and how they're a problem.
Yes, most definitely. I'm familiar with him, but he's been saying this for years. So I mean, this is something that a lot of people, not even just him, talks about. It's a lot of women even talk about how they love gay black men more than they even love straight black men. They hate. Some women even say they hate straight black. I'm just saying this is the type of things that I come across. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, but you know, I mean, it kind of shows. I mean, just look at some of the interactions. Not saying a lot of black women literally hate black men, but it's I guess it's more pleasant interactions with gay black men than with straight. You know, I guess that's what I be seeing.
I can tell you why.
I got you in a second, Afro Nerd.
Sorry, this is my last.
Why is that, Venus? Like, why do you feel more comfortable? Like, not like even in an intimate way, just even conversational.
I would love to know this.
I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, next level, and all the men up here, except for Sabah, you probably don't know. Have you guys heard men imply that unless they want to sleep with a woman, they don't see no reason or even be nice to her? Have you all heard that? Or something like that?
I've heard it. I heard it.
Right. So if you're dealing, think about that. There's a group of men who, unless they want to have sex, they don't see a reason to be nice to people, right? This group of men. So meaning they're not even kind to women unless they want to have sex with them.
Yeah.
So then the women who are dealing with the population of men who are not kind unless they want to smash. And a lot of them have said this, like, I ain't my woman, I don't give a fuck. So you're dealing with men who treat you like shit unless they want to have sex with you. That's why the women don't like them. So then when you go to the gay man who also doesn't want to have sex with you, but still can see you as a person, still respects you, is still nice to you, even though he doesn't want sex from you, yes, he comes off as a better person to be around than the straight man, because the gay man don't want the vagina either, but he still knows how to see the woman as a human.
Ooh,
That's
that's
why.
deep. That's real deep. Let me welcome into the show. That was real deep, Venus. Gotta let that breathe just a little bit. Welcome into the show, and I know Sabal, please hold your thoughts. I know you wanted to join in on that part of the conversation. I just want to bring in Afro Nerd so everybody get a chance. I think Shadow's still moving around and shaking, so he's not ready to talk yet. Afro Nerd, I'll first introduce you into the show by asking you the question: do you think straight black men are cancer to society or the black community? Go ahead.
I don't think so. I don't think that's the metric you should use. I think you could talk about criminal black men. I think there's a certain adjective you need to use for Funky. What's his name? Funky Geneva or whatever. I mean, look, man, we could twist this up in so many different ways. We could critique his community of gay black men for making it problematic with the diseases that we see in Atlanta and in Houston. That if we're going to go there with that, if we're going to talk about, I mean, I would not say that, but someone could make the argument that gay black men, someone like Magic Johnson's son, didn't he say that he prefers straight black men? Like, how do you equivocate that? How does that work exactly? So there's all kinds of things.
Afro Nerd, so what would be? I understand you saying that there's a bunch of different arguments, but what would be your thought or your argument, so we could flush out that.
Well, look, I'm uncomfortable with speaking about certain things without the facts. It seems like we're going by feelings and not by facts, right? So I have an issue when he says straight black men, and we don't know the sexual preferences of that particular perpetrator. Right? He's just like, it should not have been straight black men. Like, he put an umbrella term when he should have said, look, we have a criminal element or a behavioral element that look, there are gay men in prison. I think there's you have those who are undercover or who adopt gayness to survive, and then you have those that have an actual gay unit in these prisons. So I don't think let me land this. I don't think the sexuality, like, he needed to bring that up front for some reason. Like, it's the straight black men. Like, why did he just say, look, there's lower tier criminal black men that are problematic for everyone. Like, that's how you really supposed to position that. And this idea,
no,
and one more thing,
though, because what about what's his name, Justin, who just murdered his wife and himself in his house, right? And so it's not just the degenerate, lowly black man. A lot of times it's the educated, professional ones too.
He was the lieutenant Fairfax, Justin Fairfax. He was the lieutenant governor of Virginia at one point in time.
I'm familiar with the case. I think we have to be careful, because this is what the intention is that when you look at media, we automatically, for some reason, when it comes to black people, we see incidental situations, and then we paint that for a broad spectrum. And when you go through the metrics, most people are not murdering. Right? Most people, when you go into who's actually in prison and committing crimes, it's in a 1 or 2 percentile range out of millions of people. But we look at these things, and it's a trick bag, because we would never say, when you see white men committing mass killings, that's not per capita all of a sudden. When it's a black face, and now we're getting into a straight black male face, we have always been the problem when the stats are showing that these criminal acts are actually lessening as time goes on. So you look at something that becomes high profile.
Black men, instead of grouping everybody together as just black men or straight black men, should we classify low poverty or uneducated,
lower tier,
whatever?
I've already done it. Lower tier black men. lower tier criminal black men. Let's get the adjectives right.
That's not what everybody's saying. Everybody,
hold on. Let's flesh out this idea. Let's flesh out this idea of lower tier. What would be considered these type of men for women to stay away from? Can you give us some, maybe 5, so this way we don't have it too long?
Look, first of all, your interaction should be on an individual basis. Like you can't just look at someone. But I'm saying if you're gonna run the numbers, you're gonna talk about where they're from, the level of education, if they had criminal history.
This is what I'm asking you. I want you to give, like, maybe list the tiers, give us some things that women can look out for that are a part of the lower tier situation. So this way women can start avoiding these type of lower tier black men. Can you give me some of these attributes?
Yeah, I can do that, but why not make it simple and say lower tier people? If I see a woman or a man of a certain,
let me answer it.
All right,
because we need to flush it out, so this way we can have maybe possibly a list for women to look out for, instead of just saying lower tier and leave it vague.
I don't think it's vague. I don't think it's vague. I think we're being very specific of a certain level that we bring gender in these issues. When you're seeing misbehavior from both genders, whether it's violence, whether it's criminal acts, when you go into CVS stores, I see men and women committing crimes. But we have a specific place for men. Why not make it? Why not? Listen, the culture is telling us. The culture. Hold on, Sharon. The culture is telling us that this gender thing is like flat anyway. So why can't we apply that? Why can't we apply that then?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because we're having a very strong conversation. It's been going well. We've been staying on topic. We don't have to broaden.
Is that off topic, really?
Hold on. We don't have to broaden the topic just because we want to save some feelings. So
I don't think that's what that is.
Because we have, and the reason why is because we have Ray Rice. He did something violent. We had the lieutenant governor. He did something violent. We could go down a long list of men that are not seen as violent and they still did something, right? So what are some attributes you could say for women to just look out for and possibly protect themselves a little bit better than they have been? Can you name some of those things, please?
Yeah, well, look, dealing with someone who has a criminal past, I would think differently about that. A criminal past, maybe unfortunately his economic situation, where he lives, his appearance. Man, you know what? Even let's take that off the table. More of his appearance. If his appearance is not to your comfort level, you may want to check that.
Hold on. Let's go with the economic situation. You saying that it should be at least the lowest number. So what would be the lowest number that should be like after anything below that? It's a red flag.
Let me correct that because that's a little too simple, right? If you're going to really get into it, the criminal thing and the character thing, like when you start seeing people and if they are not very honest, if they do certain things that are against public display, like this certain behavior, it's got to be behavior. Because I noticed that sometimes people give a pass on behavior. They have excuses for it. It's like, he doesn't pay back his debts. I don't look kindly on people who don't pay back their debts. I've seen that from ministers to lower end people. They don't pay back their debts. That's a character flaw. Let's get into character. Character is everything. Because you have people who are poor. Let me finish this. You have people who are poor who have great character. So you have to be specific about that.
Hold on. So it's going to be a long time before a woman find out that this man owes people money. So that's what I'm trying to have it where we can have the criminality. All right, we got criminality. Now we have a entry of income. What would be the lowest?
No. Wait a minute. I'm not. I want to retract that because I don't know if that's the greatest thing just to go by what somebody makes. If we're going to talk about staying away from people, right? Criminality, that's major. Your job won't hire you because of the criminal thing. Your character, your job, if your job finds out you do something twisted up, they're going to let you go, right? So we can't just be dismissive of character. right? So I think that's important. And this whole thing about finding out if the man doesn't tip, if he's not polite, if he's quick to violence, if he's quick to everything has to be settled through fisticuffs, that may not be the dude for you. I mean, it's not that complicated, but going into how much he makes, that's not a character thing.
Yeah, but you also brought up where he's living, so that is a part of it, right?
That might be it. That might be it. I mean, you could look at that, but you got to go deeper into it.
What I'm saying is that let's
Sharon, I want to be very careful not to be so surface level.
That you're being
right. I don't want to be so surface level.
Hold on. That's why I'm asking you, what are your thoughts? Not just blanket. You got to give me your vision of how you see it, so you can be as careful as you want to be and say these very strong things. Like if it was your niece, if it was your sister was outside, you say, hey, baby girl, if he is doing, first of all, we got the criminality. Okay, fine. Now, character takes a little bit time to discern from, right? We could both agree on that, correct?
Not that much time. People didn't Maya Angelou say that?
Okay, hold on.
Man, why can't I complete the thought, man? Go
because does it take time? I'm trying to.
Not always. Can I answer that? Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why? Not always.
So let's stay away from the things that is just nuance throughout everything. Because if this is not nuance,
it's not nuance. It's not nuance.
If you cannot put a pin on it, then it's nuanced.
Can I tell you why it's not nuanced?
I understand why it's not nuanced, but you are not describing it as a finite.
If I may, I can do it. I can do it.
Hold on. You are describing it as a nuanced thing. So I'm trying to get you to
okay. Well, let me not do it as nuanced. Can I do it as not nuanced, Sharon?
I need you to understand what I'm trying to get out of you. I'm trying to get you to have a straight, I got this 5 things that's on the list that I believe is a strong candidate to push you into a position where you can find a suitable mate is all I'm trying to ask you for. Not a nuanced conversation. So we can start leaning people towards the right direction, not leaning people towards, I don't know. People are already confused.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, right? If you'd allow me. This whole thing about there's got to be time to figure out someone's character. Believe it or not, there's a short take for that. There's a hack for that. The hack is what Maya Angelou said, that when someone tells you who they are, believe them. So many times I have come across folks that in a few minutes within a conversation, oh, this is a street dude. Oh, this sister right here, she's on something, right? She starts taking out some weed. Give me a minute. I'm going to smoke this spliff. I'm going to do such and such. Like, everybody has their own metrics of what they think is okay. Like, that's another thing too. Everybody has their own things of what is allowable and what they think is a non-starter. So when you say that you have to find out a length of time, not always, oftentimes it's within a few minutes of a conversation, you kind of know where this person is coming from. Now, if you proceed into that, so that's not really time.
So
am I wrong now, Sharon, or what?
Yes, you're wrong because you're using.
Okay, we're not being honest. You're bad faith, dude. I kicked it very straight to you. I said I'm not going to dispute one of our sisters, one of our greatest black women. That adage has been very. Wow, man, you just don't want it. I'm every time on here, it's always wrong.
You finish your statement. Now allow me to rebuttal what you
said. All right.
Why
does that have to be rebutted? But go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go ahead, man.
Because we are talking about mates. We're not talking about just a casual dude talking to another dude and he feels comfortable with you as a man to say, I'm about to spark a spliff. Most men are not approaching a woman and say, hey, I'm about to spark a spliff. I'm talking to it in a very specific manner. A woman trying to make a better decision on a mate. So you bringing in all these other, just the problem I was having, stop bringing in all these nuances that have nothing to do with the actual conversation that I am attempting to have in the moment. Stay on topic. That's all.
Sharon, I appreciate your troll mechanism. Do what you got to do, bro.
Okay, I don't know why y'all have. I don't know when I give y'all the floor to be honest. So this is. So do you think this is a bad character? This has got to be a bad character flaw then.
I was about to
That
say
you're talking
something.
about.
This is actually part goes into what I was saying earlier about the mentality and the culture and the behavior. Even this right here, like he thinks this is appropriate. Like he intentionally every time he comes into a conversation behaves like he's willfully obtuse about what's being said on purpose. He deflects, he constantly interrupts. I'm saying even things as simple as that is why I call them a cancer. Perfect to this conversation. It has been cool and calm and on task until he has now came and become the cancer. Literally, right? Come to destroy shit. Make it about whatever you want to make it about and just act like a child who wants attention.
Mm.
This is consistent with him.
Or I just disagree. Or I just disagree.
What?
I can't disagree. If I don't comply with you, I'm a problem, right?
It's nothing for you to. It's nothing to disagree about yet.
Look,
All I'm
I
asking
just
you is
all
give
I
us a
said.
five-
You
Hold on,
interrupt
hold
when I
on,
give you my
hold on.
answer. It's not the.
Hold on. Only thing I asked you for is to give 5 points for women to take home with, and so they can have discernment on choosing these better black men that you say are out there and they exist. That's all I asked. So it's nothing for us to disagree with. The problem is you are not leading the conversation into the question that I asked with those 5 points. You only named one, that is criminality. If that's the only one you got, or the only one you like to stand on, then say that.
No, you can you allow me to actually give you the 5, and then you can discredit it, because you're going to interrupt me mid speech and then say go left. So, in my opinion, which I'm entitled to have, I said criminal past. You need to look for that. Character, which is not necessarily nuanced, because someone can tell you about themselves in a couple of minutes. Their behavior, maybe their appearance. I wouldn't be, if a person is not up to your standard appearance wise, I'm not talking about necessarily attractiveness, but cleanliness. If he's not, just a little off.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it try.
Damn.
Sorry, I felt like being a doctor.
You there, Diva? Shout out to Time Was, load one. Shout out to Brownsville, New York with the $4.99. Are y'all advocating for more gay black men and less straight black men? Question. I'm confused with the point of this topic, but peace and love to the queens. You want to try that one, Venus? No, so
question.
we are having.
Are you advocating for more? I can't see it. Can you put it back?
Yeah.
For more gay black men and less straight black men. I don't remember advocating for anybody, so no. What I was answering to, somebody said, I think Next Level said, it seems like we connect better with the gay men. I was explaining why. Because they treat women like people. That's why.
Which is crazy when you really think about that statement. Shadow, I seem like you are able to talk now. What is your thoughts on this conversation, or on, since you're the one who kicked them off the show, on Afro Nerd not wanting to just answer the question at the top?
I don't know. Kim called him cancer, so I decided to be a doctor. I was actually, I listened to the show yesterday that had this conversation as well. There was another show, I don't remember the name of it right now, but they had this very same conversation, and I agreed with them too. I don't believe straight black men as a whole are cancer. I don't believe any specific group are a cancer specifically. I think there are bad actors who are cancerous, but I don't believe that group of people as a whole is represented, or they represent the whole group that they're part of.
So what can straight black men do differently that you think is top concern?
I mean, first things first, learn how to be told no. Learn how to get your feelings hurt and move on. Venus has said a lot of things I don't agree with, but today she's on point. So I'm gonna give her her flowers. A lot of men don't know how to be, don't know how to take an L, and all these participation trophies are causing a lot of men to be like, well, I don't know how to just take hey, I'm gonna go buy a stranger a random drink, and not understand why she's looking at you like you're crazy. I'm cautious about getting into this conversation because there's a lot of, I don't understand a lot of points that people are making. I understand what mine came from. He can see both sides, but that's mine. Hell, next level, I kind of understood him too. I guess I don't know, bro. They're not all cancerous. I just can't swallow that thing. I don't believe that's accurate. I think most black men are good black men.
Can I say something to maybe give some clarity? Okay, so just my interpretation is not every black straight man a Cancer. Absolutely not. I think the statement is like hyperbolic, right? At least the way I took it was, that's why I keep on mentioning mentality and culture. So there's a mentality and culture that is normalized within the straight black male community. I believe he's speaking more to that than the fact that every single black man is a Cancer. We know every straight black man is not a Cancer to the community.
Right.
But the shared mentality of the majority, like that shared mentality, that culture of dehumanizing women, dehumanizing gay people, just being disrespectful just because you feel like it at all times, just because you can, celebrating people cheating, right? Even what we just saw with Megan Clay. The culture and mentality of these men, is that a good thing? Sharon, where is it normal that a man cheats on any woman and you get hundreds of thousands of men celebrating a man cheating? So when he says things like the straight men are cancerous and we could look at their mentality and the things that they find okay, I agree.
I can, you know what? Hold on.
You good? Good.
Okay. Oh, you can unmute now. Cool. All right, look, Kim, not Kim, Venus, I understand where you're coming from, right? So, yes, I actually agree with you. There are some aspects of the culture that are awful. Ironically, you brought up the Megan Clay, and both of them have been poisonous for their culture. Like, both of them are flagships for it. So I think that might have been a bad example, but I think that's also just as poisonous. Maybe not cancerous, because cancer is usually terminal. I believe you can live through poison if y'all learn how to clean it out, kill the dead skin, get the culture back on track. But once something is embedded in there, the cheating culture that needs to end. The overly, I don't like using the phrase the hood culture, because there are some aspects of even the hood culture that are actually good. There's a lot of community in the hood culture that a lot of people don't see if they're not actually in it to see it. So I think there's good aspects of that, but there's a lot of it that promotes bad actions. So, but I don't think it's just men carrying that load. I believe now women. Oh yeah, go for it.
I want to tell you something else. I mentioned this on my show, but I don't think you was there. So when they cut off the food stamps, right, the SNAP EBT benefits, meaning there were women who may not have been able to feed their black children, we saw a bunch of black men making content celebrating at the idea that women might not be able to feed their kids, right? When it came out that 300,000 black women lost their jobs, we saw black men celebrating at the fact that these women may not be able to support themselves, right? Whenever there's a Jasmine Crockett or any kind of black woman of substance, we don't see white racist people on them. We see black men being the first ones to tear this woman down. So, like I said, the mentality, the shared culture amongst the majority, it is cancer. 1000% cancer. They're horrible people.
Now, I'm gonna agree with everything you said, but the exact opposite happens on both sides of that field. That's what I'm saying. You're right. If you want to call that cancer,
No, it
I'll
didn't.
swallow that pill.
Listen, the black men lost
Hold
their
on,
jobs
well,
too. Hold on. Pull me up all of the content creator women who celebrated when it happens to the men. Please show me.
I would give
Because I don't
pushback
like
on
when
that
you
one.
guys do that, when you try to make it equal. No, the women are not like you niggas. They're not.
I would give pushback on that, on a few
Okay, so
examples.
where are all the videos?
So where I would give pushback is, I think that a lot of these things have just more nuance and context that would play a part. So when you say I do believe like the cheating culture in general, that like when guys talk about, oh, high value men got options they can exercise and don't get with a man with money if you don't expect him to cheat. I think that's problematic, right? But as far as the Megan Thee Stallion particular situation, I think it's nuanced because, for for example, I think men saw that as a woman living a lifestyle that is not something that should be promoted, as her like kind of being rewarded, right? No, I don't think nobody should be cheated on at all, right? I think that's nobody should be cheated on. But I think that that's a little bit different when you see somebody who is doing something that you don't want your daughters to see. Um, and this woman who's the personification of that is getting the dream lifestyle. I think it makes sense for you to want that to not end well. But as far as you wanting her to get cheated on, that's a little bit different. But it's just a little bit more context to that particular example.
What? Wait. You mean to tell me the group of men I just described, you honestly think their concern is what their daughters are seeing with the way they conduct themselves?
Yeah, and the
Absolutely
reason I
not.
say,
No, I'm not
and
accepting that. They don't. That
but
that
yeah,
hatred toward Megan has nothing to do with their daughters at all. They don't
yeah.
care about their daughters, half of them anyway.
But let me tell you the reason I say that, right? Do you think that if a woman who, exemplified all the things that they championed and they got married to an extremely rich, wealthy man, do you think that they would not like that woman being married to that individual also?
I don't understand the question.
So Megan Thee Stallion is somebody that men don't like because they think she's a hoe,
No, they
right?
absolutely love her. They wish they
Well,
could smell her fucking
okay.
perfume.
Yeah. So
They,
I'll
they
take
love
that
her.
back. I'll take that back, right? There's somebody who men like, but also they don't think that she should step outside of her lane, right? Which means that they think she's a hoe, so they want to have sex with her, but they don't want her to get married to a good man. Would you accept that?
Sure. Mhm.
Okay. So when they see her getting married to a good man, they look at that as this is damaging the fabric of society when you reward that with that. Now if that man got married to a woman who, let's say, exemplifies the things that men champion, would be like, let's say, not being sexually promiscuous and stuff like that, she's virtuous and all that type of stuff, do you think those men would be happy about that, or do you think they would feel the same about they feel with Megan Thee Stallion if she got cheated on?
I've seen these men tear down all types of women, and they weren't Meg the Stallion. So I'm not. I don't believe that. It's not about her being a quote unquote promiscuous woman. She wouldn't be the first. Okay, Taylor Swift is publicly linked to just as many men. Publicly linked to just as many men. Nobody in her community is doing her that way. So back to the thing about the black straight male being cancer, right? The shit they do to people, the way they treat people, the things they find okay to do to people. For example, spending half your life participating in sleeping with hoes, right? So you're helping perpetuate hoe culture, and
Hmm.
then getting up on a high horse on YouTube acting like some righteous man who gets to judge hoes.
Hmm.
No, it don't go like that. So no, I
Yeah.
don't believe this is what I'm telling you.
Hmm.
I know you're trying to see like a good intention behind it, but there is no reasonable explanation for that disgusting shit that these men just did to this girl. There's literally no reasonable explanation. There is
So
none.
we talking about Megan Thee Stallion, right?
Venus, I just
Absolutely.
hopped on. I'm sorry, I just hopped on and I actually did a search, super quick search. Pink pill women using men, and 12,000 videos popped up. And it's women talking exactly what the thing you're saying men are doing to women, it's women doing the very same thing to men and saying, make sure you do it first.
Wait, I can't say it one more time. What did you see?
So there were 12,000 hits of
About
women doing the very same thing that you just said you dislike that men do to women.
wait, say the things because I named very
Hold on.
I
Let me
said
go.
they celebrated when
Wait.
women couldn't wait. Let me make this clear because I don't the conflation shit y'all do. No,
No,
I said
I'm
they celebrated the fact that women would potentially not be able to feed them their own children, right? That's what I said. And the other thing was when they lost their jobs, they celebrated the fact that they may not be able to support themselves. Can you show me
So
all the videos of the
let's.
women doing that?
Okay, so actually, I need to correct something you said in that statement. Because I've seen a lot of said videos, a lot of those videos you're talking about. So I'm paying attention. A lot of them weren't. Some of them were actual reaction videos to women saying, and I quote, "They're stopping me from getting my sweets. They're stopping me from getting some snack cakes." They weren't talking about the fact that you can't feed your kids. Because I watched a lot of those videos.
Oh my
So
God,
yes,
Shadow. First
yes,
of all,
ma'am.
all of those, every video a woman made was not about some damn I can't get my snacks. That's some bullshit, first of all.
I didn't say everyone.
Second of
I
all,
didn't say
most of
everyone.
them, I'm saying most of them weren't. So you saying that is irrelevant is my point. Second of all, if you cut off a person's only source of being able to buy groceries, what do you think you're celebrating, Shadow? Them not being able to feed their kids, right? Like you would have to put two and two together. You understand that, right? If this is the source where the groceries for that house comes from, and then you cut it off, you are celebrating somebody potentially not being able to feed their kids. There's no way around that. Okay, so you were gonna tell me about the equivalent videos that the women made about men when they lost their jobs, and it was a bunch of hundreds of videos of celebrating, or you was gonna show me some equivalent? Because if you can't, then you can't.
No. I probably can't even pull it because I don't think men
Shadow.
and women. Yeah.
Real quick. How do you think men? Because men, this is a individual woman that men bring up a lot, right? How do you think they feel about what's the overall sentiment of Savannah James?
I'm not. Who's that
They don't
supposed to
say
be?
anything. I don't know. I don't really want to say much about her.
Sharon, how about you? Do you ever hear anything about Savannah James and how men feel about her?
No.
Okay. They typically use her as an example because they love her, right? So I defend what's her name? What's the light skin Aisha Curry all the time, right? Because I think that she gets a bad rap from like certain things, and I think guys are lumping her into, categories with women that she shouldn't be. So I defend her all the time, and a lot of times they bring up Savannah James as like this perfect angel, right?
Oh, LeBron James' wife.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They bring her up as a perfect angel, like she does everything right, right? She doesn't have this type of past, she doesn't have this history, she never said this, she never said that. But I think she's an example of what the men would say she's the personification of what a woman who should be getting that athlete, right? So I just wanted to kind of throw her out there. I don't have a problem with Aisha Curry at all. I do think that maybe she's a little bit more emotional and more open than other people, but everything that she goes through, I think is normal, and the feelings that she has, I think is normal.
Wait.
But
To be
I
fair,
just
not to derail and to stay on that, but
yeah.
I think the heat Aisha Curry is getting was direct reaction to what she had done on live camera.
Yeah, but
Like,
what
just to be fair, sorry.
No, for sure. No, I think it's all due to what she's done, and my argument has always been like what she's done has not been as bad as what you think it is, right? Like, so for example, right, I'm a man, and I know that my woman, if she goes out and she gets compliments from other men, that's going to make her feel extremely good, right? And if she doesn't get any compliments ever from any other men, she might think like, "Whoa, am I ugly? Like, what is my like?" I'm not going to act like I'm the only opinion that ever is going to matter to her, because it's just not realistic. She's a woman, so when she goes outside, her entire life she's attractive. She's going to have men say things to her. So when they're not saying things to her, she's going to be like, oh shit, like, am I ugly? Right? It's just common sense. So when Aisha Curry said that, everybody's like, yo, she wants attention from other men. It's not like that, right? She's not trying to leave her husband. She's just like, yo, am I ugly? Do I stink? Do I got a boogie on my nose?
Bro, hold on. I look, bro. First and foremost, I think Sharon would disagree with that first statement. Second statement, no. When she was literally on a live TV show and male strippers came in and she tried taking off her ring in order so she could have a good time. No, because that looked embarrassing to a married man.
Yeah.
That looked embarrassing yeah. So her saying, "Oh, I don't mind getting complimented," that's one thing. But to do things to actively act against your marriage in a public setting, that's an entirely different monster.
Okay, so where's the smoke from these men when these publicly married men do things that act against their own marriage?
Hold on, Venus, before we move too far off of
all of the thousands and hundreds of videos then, right?
Venus,
like we don't see a bunch of videos about Future not taking care of his kid with Ciara. We see videos about the man who is taking care of his kid. So I'm going to keep on bringing it back to the mentality.
But hold on, Venus. Even men do talk about Future.
No, stop! Don't cut me off. Like I said, you're going to see a bunch of videos of them bashing Russell, the person who's like being a black man at this point is like living every day is upside down day for like 80% of them. So the black man who abandoned his child, Future, gets no smoke. The black man who steps in to take care of not only his child, but all of your children is the one you guys sit around and talk shit about. Mentally, y'all are fucked up. Cancer. I 1000% support that statement. I'm gonna stand on it.
That is ridiculous, Venus. Most men look at this. Most men look at Future like, why women still choosing him? Like, what are you talking about? People are making live whole streams about the fact that women need to stop fucking with this dude. Obviously, he's got after 11 kids, you still don't know to leave him alone.
Look how you just missed the point. Look how you just missed the point.
No, I didn't miss the point because people are saying leave that nigga alone.
I didn't ask about dating him. I didn't say shit about dating him, did I? So you're not fucking listening. I'm gonna say it again. The man who's not taking care of his own child is not getting smoke from the black men. But the man who is taking care of that child and his children is the one they're shitting on. Make that make sense. There's something wrong with
in your statement. Yeah, that's something is wrong with that, and I agree with that statement.
There's something I could give you 1,000 examples. So yes, I stand with Funky Doniva. Cancer, period. It's cancer all over the place. Yes, it is.
Hey, Shadow. Do you think they actually support productive straight black men in these spaces?
Yes, college football.
For sure. You mean?
Do you see straight? Do you see straight black men get supported in these spaces that are productive?
Not to the same level. Not at all. Like it's very disproportionate.
Okay, so that is more what Venus is trying to get you to understand, right? That's why she brought up the Future situation, not to bring up the fact that it is some men that say, hey, leave that Pookie alone. The fact that they are attacking Russell, the person that stepped the game up and did the right thing and is continuously doing the right thing. And the majority of the men that do the right thing, they are calling them all types of names.
Yeah, I wanted to have that conversation. That's weird to me.
We've been live for 2 hours, Shadow. Do you think I got 100 likes, even though we got over 200 people here? You think I got 100 likes?
Total? I don't know, maybe. I would assume you got 200 people? Yeah, I believe so.
Let's see. We got 60. We got 60 likes. We got 60 likes, and I wanna point out that today, right, for the people that are here watching, it's really been a really good conversation. and we minding this conversation out. We taking our time with it. It's haven't been too much of any extremeness, to be honest with you. Venus is making valid points. Mind is making valid points. Shadow making valid points. Venus is just cooking y'all up right now.
Maybe that's why they're not liking the stream. Because they don't like the statement. They don't like the statement, Sharon. But one thing, every single man I've been able to speak to about this cannot debunk me. And I agree with the statement. None of them could debunk me.
It's valid.
So they don't like people telling them the truth because that's all he did.
No, Venus, I think you're just being hyperbolic. I think you take men to the extreme, and it's not realistic.
Okay, so
even though I can understand where you're coming from.
Attack. So what Venus is trying to get you to understand is, all right, so let's attack the argument one by one. Which part of the argument you would like to attack?
The biggest thing I would argue is the fact that the way it sounds when Venus is framing this is that straight black men are the problem because they don't know how to handle rejection. But again, I think that's such a small figure that it wouldn't even relate to most straight black men.
Right. That's fine. Hold on. Hold on. So is this off of a fact, or this is just off of your feelings?
No, this is like actual statistics. This numbers support what I'm saying.
What numbers support?
I'm not just talking about convictions. I'm not talking about. I'm saying.
It's okay.
You just asked me a question.
Yeah, yes. But you're not answering. All right. So what stats is backing what you are saying?
The stats of actual successful long-term marriages, stats going into actual effective relationships. The fact that most relationships don't actually end based on infidelity. And if they do, it's not just a one-sided infidelity. Usually it's both partners who are bad. Both partners become bad actors. Like you can look into the statistics of all these things and you can say, hey.
Hold on. I'm not understanding your argument. I'm not understanding your argument. Venus is saying black men are cancers because of a mentality that black men have as a collective. Do you disagree?
Venus is blaming black men for a culture that literally is perpetuated. Again, she used Megan Thee Stallion as if she was supposed to redeem something. Not to mention that Megan actually added to the black female issue. Like the very issue we're talking, the things she can't stand about black men, Megan Thee Stallion caused that in black women. Bro, that's the irony in that is insane.
What is she
causing? Oh my God, this is crazy to me. Okay, I'm gonna ask again.
Look, no, y'all are right. Hey, I can see you.
Hold on. I don't know what you concede into. What you concede into?
Look, if I can't, the statement that Megan Thee Stallion, I coined the hot girl summer, the cheap first campaign. Look, Megan Thee Stallion literally went on live interviews talking about how it's okay to throw it because it's your body. We say if a black man says the same thing, that's poisonous. How the fuck? Sharon, if next time I'm told, hold on, I'm gonna just leave. Because bro, you're asking me to explain something.
What do that have to do with black men having the same ideals collectively?
Here's how. Because Venus just talked about the black man and the cheating culture, right? That's one example of this issue that she has a problem with, that she expressly named, correct? Here's the exact same culture that is being perpetuated by black women and actually engaged in by black women regularly.
Okay, so if I'm talking about apples, you start talking about oranges.
Cultural issue. Cultural issue.
All right, so, and right now, right, we are talking about the culture issue with black men having a single collective mindset. And that's what we having a conversation about.
But they clearly don't. My thing is, I'm saying that statement is hyperbolic. Most black men don't even, most normal black men don't even think like that. That's hyperbolic as shit.
So when Venus brought up the fact that when men are young, the black men was pushing them to be in the sex situation at an early age. Do you find that to be a true statement or not?
I don't find that. No, I think kids being kids. Actually, we shouldn't even have that conversation. But no, I don't believe it was the adults pushing young black men into doing that. No, I'm
Okay,
not.
so
We're not even gonna have that.
maybe that's where
Let's leave
your
it at that.
disconnect, because other black men would say, yes, this happened in our community. That black men was pushing younger black men to be and go ahead and get him some at an early age.
So
So maybe
what you're
that is
telling me
something
is
that you are
culturally,
missing.
adult black men are telling 12 minor children to go engage in sexual, bro. Like, to me, that just sounds crazy. But again,
Okay, so all right, it
I'm
sounds
not
crazy
owning it
to
right,
you.
so I could
Hold
be
on,
out of
hold on. It sounds crazy to you. You got two other black men here. Mont, have you heard of this scenario that I just brought up? You're on mute, by the way, Mont. I don't know, because Mont was having a conversation, so he might not be there yet. Keon, have you heard black men telling younger black men to go ahead and get their pencil wet? Yes or no?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay. So Shadow, so this is what Venus is talking towards. I'm sorry, Untrackable. I don't think this is the conversation for you today. I appreciate you for stopping by. Thank you. You could come back to a different show, but I'm not sure this is the show for you today. So Shadow, so that's what Venus is talking towards. The fact that it is a cultural situation that's been going on that's been passed down to black men of degenerate behavior, and that's one example of it.
I think we're using the examples of a few to kind of peg on most, and I don't think. Again, but you know what? I may not even be part of this conversation appropriately because I wasn't raised in the young black community where they did that. So to me, listening to that doesn't even make any sense because I'm like, yeah, I don't. Because in one ear, I'm hearing, oh, well, black parents and black fathers aren't even in the or even in the home. But then in the next breath, but they're the ones telling young boys to go out and be hoes. Like to me, those two things can't coexist at the same time.
Yeah, because that doesn't mean it's your father telling you to do it. It's just a man telling you to do it. The men in the street, the men that's in your neighborhood, your uncles, your cousins, the bodega, the bus. Like, we didn't say fathers is telling young men to do this. We said men. So just because
so are the young men being hoes with each other?
Because he's a deadbeat. So like, I'm not understanding what you are not picking up. This is what Venus is saying, that the men that she's having a conversation with, y'all not actually addressing what she is saying. And you have plenty of opportunity to address what she's saying without switching the topic to somebody else.
Again, I'm trying to address what she's saying, but what she's saying is that black, and I quote, because she actually did use these words, straight black men are the cancer because they don't know how to accept rejection. Again, not her only reason, but one she brought up. Not only did I agree with that, but I don't.
Address that one then. Start with that one, address that.
It's a minority of men who act out whenever they're rejected. That's how I'm gonna address that. Prove me wrong.
Can I try one more time, Sharon? Because Shadow, when you say it like that, you kind of oversimplify like my reason for why I agree. So it's not because people, one of the reasons is why the rejection, but again, I'm addressing mentality in an accepted culture amongst the majority of the black straight male community, right? So that's what we're trying to get you to understand. It's not about one thing. We talked about celebrating cheating, right? And then we're talking about celebrating men who abandon their kids while shitting on the men who step in and take care of their own kids and the abandoned kid, right? Then we got a bunch of black men who will punish the man who did the right thing and then celebrate the man who did the wrong thing. There's a culture of a lot of the wrong things being promoted and celebrated by most of these men. That's why I agree with him. Again, it doesn't mean every single black man is a cancer. Obviously, I don't believe that. I have men I love in my family or who I deal with. Like, I don't think it's every black man. Do I think it's a shared mentality amongst the majority? Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Venus. I don't think I've ever. I know a lot of black men in my life, but again, now this is anecdotal, and I've interacted with a lot of blacks throughout post college in my college life. I don't see where there's a lot of praise, and again, this is one of those three for black men leaving their kids. I understand there are instances of it, but I don't even see those men getting praised as it's being presented. I think most men aren't shaming them like they need to be, but I don't see them getting praised. And again, maybe that's just not something I am in my social circle being interacting with. So you might be right. It's something that I'm not seeing. So I could just be in a conversation that I shouldn't actually be part of. Because I don't see the things that y'all are saying. So it's harder for me to be like, yeah, you know what? Because if I saw it, Venus, I wouldn't mind agreeing with you. But the problem is because I don't see it, it sounds like it's hyperbolic. And that's why it sounds hyperbolic to me. Lo and behold, I will concede that you could be right. You might have more experience in that environment than I do. And if that's the case, then I apologize for my outburst.
You don't need to apologize. I just think you just don't from what I understand, you were raised in a different community, and that's okay. But I think that's part of why you're just not privy to certain things.
It's possible.
Mm.
And I think also you probably feel like there's an attack on you somehow. And this is something else that happens to a lot of brothers as well. They hear
no, I'm not personalizing it. Like, I get it.
I know y'all say that, but you know, the dude had googly eyes and he stalked the chick after 280 messages because she said I love black men. And he probably would say the same thing. I ain't personalize it. Hey, it is what it is. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day. How you doing, cousin?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I come into your room. Peace and love to the queens on the panel, man. Supreme Goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the Queen Venus, and then peace and love to all the queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin MDB, Shiesty Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Verbal Assassin, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, Dawn, Renee, Keisha, G, Kim West, Kim East, The Real Prism, Maya Reed, M Mills, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Listen, cuzzo, real quick, man, then I gotta go. I was a little confused with the topic of your show. And so I listened for a little bit and I got some clarification. I think the issue that the confusion that's taking place is because the straight men are standing too close to the gay men, and it's muddying the waters to make it seem like the straight men are actually the ones who are being toxic, right? But in all actuality, it's the gay men. And briefly, let me explain that, right? Because a straight black man is not going to compete with a black woman. A straight black man isn't going to compare himself to black women. A straight black man isn't going to be putting black women down. He's going to be lifting black women up. A straight black man isn't going to be jumping on panels, overly criticizing black women, trying to paint them as these degenerate women, these over promiscuous women, and all of these different kind of things, right? The men who are doing that, they are gay men cosplaying straight men, right? So let me be clear. I'm not talking about the openly gay black men. They're not the problem, right? What I'm referring to is the closeted gay black men who are cosplaying straight black men. And then there's straight black men who are engaging with these closeted gay black men and aligning themselves with these closeted gay black men. So it's creating a whole bunch of confusion and toxicity within the black culture, because the black woman is looking at these brothers like, hey, what's going on? Why all of a sudden y'all hate black women, right? Because it goes against the natural inclination of a straight black man, right? You see, that's why when I came up with the term rim brother, right, I meant for it to be a double entendre. I was talking about the red pill, the incel, the manosphere, the RIM brothers, right, the no good suckers, who have created this toxic culture online to where they're going to be overly critical, the demonization of black women, trying to put them down and trying to castigate them as these nefarious creatures, right? But behind that is brothers behind them in a nefarious way, right? You see, those brothers are undercover brothers, right? The red pill, the manosphere, they're lovers of men, cuzzo. And we understand that they're lovers of men just based upon the way they communicate, just based upon the things that they talk about and the things that they contribute to conversations when it comes to relationships, right? Because a straight black man is always going to align himself with characteristics and ideology that will promote straight black men getting into positive relationships with straight black women. But that's not what you are seeing online, right? You're seeing men creating platforms and different type of situations to where they want to congregate with other men, right? That's why you have those conclaves and those manclaves and those secret Discord rooms, right? Where these men are going and they're, talking and engaging with other men. And I don't even know what's going on with that. It's real weird. But my question to them is, why don't y'all just come out the closet, right? Stop being so nefarious and hiding the fact that you are really attracted to men, so that the women aren't being confused with who has all this ridicule for them, right? Because it goes up against the natural order of the way God has created the universe, right? Because you ever went and walked past the backyard and seen a male dog overly aggressive trying to fight a female dog?
I don't think I have seen that.
You watch National Geographic, right? And you see the lions and the Lion Kingdom. You don't see a male lion being overly aggressive, trying to kill a female lion over territory. You don't see those things, right? You see male lions fighting against other male lions in order to take his territory and take his female lions, right? You see male species competing with other male species in order to put a situation in order for their benefit, right? But they're protecting the woman. They're protecting the females. They're lifting the females up. They're trying to mate with the females, et cetera, right? These brothers aren't doing that. These brothers aren't talking about doing that, right? These brothers are all about uplifting men, because in all actuality, they are lovers of men. And we got to make it clear, right? And I need the straight black brothers. If you don't fall into that description, then maybe you're just a brother who's standing too close to the closeted brother, right? I need y'all brothers to stop being interested in going to these Diddy parties. Diddy's not a straight black man. Diddy's a gay black man cosplaying a straight black man, right? So why do so many straight black men want to be in company with a brother like that? That's the question these brothers got to ask themselves, right? Why are these brothers not willing to call this type of nefarious behavior out? A straight black man isn't interested in beating down a woman, being overly aggressive, overly physical with a woman, being overly argumentative with a woman, because he knows he doesn't get anything out of that. So we just got to call out the truth and speak truth to power and stop letting our black women be so confused with who the real adversaries are. It's not the straight black men, cuzzo. It's the gay black men who are cosplaying straight black men. And then there's straight black men who standing too close to those cosplayers. And that's creating muddy waters. Peace and love, man.
Ooh. Shout out to the cuz. I like that one. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. That was really good. Keon, welcome to the show. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for camming up. What is your thoughts? Good day.
Yeah, just to respond to what Brownsville was just saying, I feel like Brownsville is a closet misogynist, honestly, because he feels like a woman is too frail, too dumb, doesn't have enough oomph within herself for her to be able to protect herself. So instead of him actually giving her the opportunity to better herself, what he does is feel like that he needs to put his man parts all in the way to protect her from all the BS that all other men does for him. I don't feel that way. I feel like women can protect themselves. I feel like women can talk for themselves. As soon as they get physical, then yeah, that's a little bit different. But on the internet, like you feel like you have to protect all women on the internet, where we are sitting here talking, that's crazy.
So, but what do you feel about what he actually said?
Yeah, but what he said though about men being gay, it takes one to know one. I wouldn't. How would you even know that personally? I think that was a crazy statement. Maybe they just don't like the girl. You know, maybe that's just what it is. But as in you just saying that they might be gay, possibly. I mean, they probably is. But at the end of the day, if there's a problem between another, go ahead.
But hold on, Cuzzo. Let me respond to that briefly, right? Because you just heard what the brother said. Maybe they just don't like the girl. That's the problem, right? Because normal straight men like women, right? So
I didn't mean sexually,
you are
but
brother,
okay.
If you're a brother who is just interested in being overly combative with a woman, right? That just shows that you yourself are a closeted gay man. It is what it is, right? Because there's certain intricacies, there's certain mannerisms, there's certain rhetoric that's spewed by these closeted men, right? And obviously, he want to say, well, maybe Brownsville's a misogynist. No, maybe Brownsville's just a normal straight black man who feel the need to protect black women, who feel the need to uplift black women, who feel the need to draw a clear line in the sand of who's who and what's what, right? And if you got a problem with anything I said in regards to exposing the closeted gay man, then maybe the reason why you got a problem is because I'm gay. I'm gay.
I'm gay. Brownsville. I love to you, brother. I hate that you're a homophobe and you don't want to talk to a gay man. So you don't want to talk to me no more because I'm gay? Is that what it is?
No, but so hold on. I don't want it to turn into a trolling show. I just want you to address what's being said. Do you agree that
it seems like it's been a troll?
A man that is overly in arguments and he's overly pursuing a woman in the argument, you don't see that as a red flag as a man?
Overly pursuing a woman in the argument. How is she overly pursuing anybody if it's an argument? If it's an argument, they both talking to each other, are they not? Or am I?
No, so I don't get into, me personally, right? You don't see me get into arguments with women.
Yeah, because you're biased and you have a thing to run here. So yeah, I can see why you don't. But go ahead.
Right. So, but other men, right? They are, whether it's on their show, they run the show how they run it, are they somewhere else? As men that do not even have shows, they find a way to argue with a woman. Do you not see that as a red flag for a man to continuously to do that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what Brownsville is.
So you're talking about
focused on.
specifics.
Man,
we're not talking about in general. We're talking about
that is
specific situations.
very specific. A man that wants to argue and fight with a woman, he constantly wants to compare himself to a woman. When we are talking about man shit, he want to bring up a woman. Those are very specific things.
Or maybe I just have something to reply with.
If I'm talking about riding a motorcycle, and every time I talk about riding a motorcycle, you want to say, well, what about cars? That is a problem.
Okay. I mean, sure. Like, sure. But I feel like y'all are trying to specify this whole argument just to make it to the point where I cannot disagree with you. But
hold on. So you want to disagree with me for no reason? Like,
I want to disagree with the statement that you had in your thumbnail. Yeah, and that's because that's goofy for you to sit up here and say that all straight men are the cancer to whatever the hell you said in the thumbnail.
It was actually a question. So the question is, are straight black men cancer to black culture? Brownsville answered. He said no. Straight men are not the cancer to black culture. If you
he just said the gay men are. Yeah, for sure. That's an even better answer, I guess. It's just the gay people. It's the gay people problem. Let's round up all the gay people and throw them out, with the
That's
water.
not what he said. So, but what I'm saying, just address you could address the title. Are straight black men cancer to the black culture? You could address that.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're a cancer. Again, again, all we need is a big old white industrial van. We'll round up all the straight men. We'll get a big old fire and dump all the men in there. Yeah, that's what I think we should do.
Leon, you're missing what I'm asking you.
Okay.
It's a question. It's not a statement. It's a question.
I think I answered.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question, just like the title of the show is asking a question. So we can have a thorough conversation about something another content creator said, and that a bunch of other content creators had a conversation about. I didn't even see this because I don't watch this content creator that started this whole conversation in the first place.
What was the question?
The question is, are straight black men cancer to the black culture?
No.
Okay, now you can give your answer why. You can expound on that, please.
Because honestly, okay, let me stop. Okay, yeah, no, straight black man is not a cancer to the culture because everybody sucks. All you people are cancers to this culture. All you people are cancers to this world because there's a lot of different people that grew up a little bit differently. For instance, Josh is one of those people that sit up here and said that he doesn't even know about a man telling him to go have sex at a young age. That's the difference between all men. So to sit up here and say that straight man is a coach or is a cancer to the culture, yada, 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 is downright ridiculous. Go ahead.
Okay.
See, and that's the thing, right? The Queen Venus was up here and she was, giving examples of this toxic culture that has been created by these cosplayers, right? She says, well, hey, how come all of these seemingly straight black men are overly critical over Megan Thee Stallion's failed relationship with Klay Thompson, right? Why do they have so much of a vested interest in her relationship failing and criticizing her, laughing at her and doing all these things? Cuzzo, be honest and be real, man. Is that straight black men behavior?
I don't think so. I was actually very surprised how many black male content creators covered Meg Thee Stallion for how long they covered it. One time,
these brothers, they consider it barbershop talk, right? I never been to a barbershop in America where there's a whole bunch of brothers in there and they criticizing and ridiculing and laughing at a beautiful black woman, right? Or wishing a beautiful black woman to fail, right? Those kind of things aren't normal straight black men behavior, right? So then we see that there's certain things that's being exposed in terms of the turmoil of the community, right? we seen that there was a lot of brothers who were cosplaying as straight black men, but when they was getting in those parties, they was doing nefarious things with other men. And then we realized, okay, it makes sense. It makes sense why you seemingly have such a disdain towards a black woman. It makes sense why you have numerous allegations of going upside a black woman's head. It makes sense why you've moved a certain way that you've moved, because your thing is you're a lover of men, but you're just too afraid to just come out and admit it, right? Take the mask off. And that's all I'm advocating for, cuzzo. For these brothers to just take your mask off and come out as gay, right? And for the straight black men, and I don't know if that brother who was speaking, if he's straight or gay, right?
No, I'm definitely
Either
gay.
way.
Definitely gay.
Okay, so that is probably the reason why he has an issue, right?
Definitely.
Because usually people don't like being exposed when certain things are being made plain, right? That's why a lot of these brothers got a problem and issue with me, because I just call it how I see it, and I'm just real, right? And I don't care, you know, the what, you know, they call me a panderer, they call me a simp, and all these different kind of crazy things. It doesn't bother me, right? Because when I see these brothers conducting themselves this way, it's really sad. And it needs to stop. And we need more straight black men who are willing to just confront it and call it out and say, yo, you got a weird problem. You need to, you know, get help with whatever you need to get help with, but leave the black woman alone. Peace and love.
Welcome to the show, Kills. Good day, Kills. What is your thoughts?
Good day, my brother. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Salute to the platform, man. Salute to the young King Keon and the back and forth that he had with the older brother, the older lion, you know, Brownsville. I think that was a good back and forth with each other, yo. You know what I'm saying? And we need more of that. We needed to hear a young man perspective, what's going on in these spaces. You know, I don't mind that. Love the young bros. My thing is, Sharon, if I come up here day in and day out, talk about how I don't like the black woman, right? I will be considered red, that would be considered red pill raising, right? Like I just hate all women, right? That would be considered red pill raising. I think a new term should be, if you hear black women in these spaces, every time they come on a platform talking about all men or the cancer of the community, I think they should be called, you know, hyena raging. There's a lot of hyenas come on these platforms day in and day out and talk about how they hate all men. If
So
you hate
Kills,
all
let me ask
men,
you a question, my
why
brother.
are you, hold on real quick, yo, let me land my plane. Then why you around us every day? Why you on the panels with us every day? Everywhere we go to, you around us. Leave us alone and build your own plane or your own space. And I digress.
Yeah, so I want to ask you a question, my brother.
Here he comes. Got to protect the woman. Here he
You
comes. Put
said,
your cape on. He just can't leave it alone, boy.
You said
you okay, Keon? Let them have it back and forth real quick. Nah, go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, so Kills, you said red pill raging is what? How did you describe red pill raging? Is
There's
Kills
a
there?
term in these spaces. Yeah, right here, brother. There's a term that we have in these spaces. Like if a guy come on these spaces, right? Any guy, and he complain about women for a whole year, say a whole year straight, he always complaining about women and he not trying to make a change of it. There's a term that we use. I don't know who came up with it in these spaces, but somebody coined the phrase that's called red pill raging.
Right. So what I'm saying is that normal straight man behavior, right? For to
Yeah, I'm
not to have a
gonna say no,
disdain
brother.
with women.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you, brother.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. And if you agree, then why do you choose to stand so close to these red pill rages, right? Why do you choose to stand so close to these gay black men who are cosplaying as straight black men?
brother, brother, let's keep it real. Brother, you told me what panels I go to, and you know that like I am not always standing close to these brothers in these spaces. I be in a whole different space doing my own thing. But I understand what you do see in these spaces. I do see, you know what I'm saying? A lot of brothers in these spaces close to whoever you claim to be, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's 50-50. And then I see
And I
some
just
brothers in
want to
these
say,
spaces who not close to a lot of brothers in these
and I
spaces.
also want to just
They have their
interrupt
own
real
train
quick.
of thought.
Can we please? We got over 200 people in the building or in the chat. Can y'all please hit the like button? I don't know why that's such a big deal. We can have an extra
Word.
200 if we hit the share button. Let's get it together. If you can send 99 cents. I appreciate that as well. Let me also welcome into the show Eda Man and then 651 Mint. Go ahead, Eda Man. You can start off with answering the question and build from there.
I heard only kills. What was the question?
Are straight black men cancer to black culture or society?
Are straight black men a cancer to black society?
Black culture or society?
No, I think the straight man is the savior of the black culture and the society. If we ask them honestly, and I was just listening to what Keels is saying. I don't think if a God is complaining about women and that's the topic that we call that God red pill raging. It's typically if we could be talking about something totally different and then they'll bring the conversation back to the woman as we said that he's raging, right? I just don't think that we criticize anybody when they're literally having the conversation that was the topic. But some guys in this space, what we have learned is that it consumed their thinking so much that it don't matter what we talking about, they bring it back to women, the black woman at that. So I think that what we really got to understand is they identify most of them as red pill, that they're part of that crew. Women are not identifying as they hyenas. So that's why it's more of an insult. So we really just got to come down and realize that it's not the same, even though some things might correlate and look the same. And I landed there.
Okay, Keon, you got a disagreement with that as well?
Yeah, because he kind of missed the point. I think it was the consistency of it that Keels was talking about. You're always coming online talking about men, or even on the opposite end, if you're always coming online talking about women, then yeah, you need a name, either red pill raging or hyena raging. I like hyena raging. I think that's a good name. You know what I mean? But that is just the consistency of what you doing or how much you're talking about it is what I'm thinking. Go ahead.
So just to make sure I understand you correctly, you said since some things are similar, that means that they are the same?
Are you asking me? What did that have to do with anything I just said?
You didn't try to say that the consistency was the same?
So okay, let me repeat it. What I'm saying is that if you're
ahead.
constantly talking shit about either the opposite gender or the same gender, whatever the case may be, then yes, you need a name for yourself. If you're gonna call men that always crying about women red pill raging, then you need to call women that always talk about men something. I like hyena raging. That sounds
I
good.
just said, so why did we have to insult the women? We couldn't say blue pill ragers or like something that identified more with them. Like, why did it have to be an insult? Because most men don't look at red pill rage as an insult.
Sure.
But if you always in the community, if you've been around for a long period of time, red pill raging is like very offensive to a person who always consistently come in online for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, talking about women every day. While we having whatever topic that's going on, he will get criticized, bro. He used to get mocked for that. Only if you've been around, only if you knew. You know what I'm saying?
So let me ask Keon a question real quick. If Angry Man for the past 5 days had a conversation about black women, and I came on his show and I said, hey, why don't we talk about black men? Who is the wrong person there?
I think both of y'all. Because why the hell we gotta talk about anything that has to do with black men, black women, or anything? I think both of y'all wrong. Shit, I'm tired of this damn gender.
If he has his own show and he have his topic, and I come up there and try to change the topic, who would be in the wrong?
Oh, you would be, because it's his show.
Okay. All right. So that's the issue that we are having, right? So we just need people to stay on the topic. And it is okay just to stay on the topic at hand. The topic is just a question. We can answer the question. We can dive deeper because people are saying this thing about straight black men. Brownsville came up and defended straight black men. Either man came up and defended straight black men. You have came up and defended straight black men. I even said, hey, I think it's a behavioral situation that we need to correct. So I don't want to call it a cancer. I think it's wrong just to call a group of people a cancer. So we was here diving into the conversation. So, but sometimes I think people want to just have a conversation about whatever they want to talk about instead of looking at the topic, look at the topic at hand and just converse on that. And then we'll be fine and everybody be able to get their thoughts out. And we can keep moving, whether we agree or disagree. It doesn't matter at the time.
Do you feel like I'm throwing the conversation off or something? Why are you, what's...
Because you are trying to move the conversation to something else other than the topic.
Okay, well, let's get back on topic. Is straight man a cancer to the society?
You answered it because I had got you back on it, and I think we good now. So
okay, all right,
gotcha. Because you just asked me why I'm asking you, so that's why I was just letting you know.
Gotcha.
651 Matt, welcome into the show. Good day to you. What is your thoughts? Answer the question and tell me why.
The straight man is a cancer to the community. I would say no. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I would say no. I don't think we're a cancer. Yeah, cancer sounds kind of harsh. But I would say this. We supposed to be the leaders. If we say we're men, we supposed to be the leaders. So, but I don't think we're the cancers. So,
okay. Do anybody know why this this question came about on the internet in the first place?
No, I don't.
Okay, so maybe that's the issue, right? So Venus, she pointed out the reason why it came up because of the young man in New York that body slammed a young lady for rejecting him by trying to go to school. He picked her up, body slammed, and then kicked her in the head just because she said, no, I'm okay, I'm just going to school. And so he took that rejection as a rejection. He picked her up, literally, that's what happened, and then kicked her in the head. And so now this man by the name of Funky Deneva, he said straight black men are the cancer to the culture and to our society.
Yeah, I think that's horrible. The reason I think that's a horrible take is because I can point out in any community the degenerates. Like we see them all the time. And then to try to be able to say that man's action, as in the most of the straight men are moving in that way, is crazy to me. So I would say that man, we can all agree that he is a cancer, but trying to project that that's how most men think, I think that's absurd.
So now, do you think that a lot of black men have that mentality to address rejection in a aggressive way?
No, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
No.
No, I don't think most black men that get rejected are being violent and throwing people. Might be a New York thing. I ain't from New York. You're from New York, and you might see it all the time. I don't know. But definitely growing up in Georgia, we didn't see black men just being violent like this outside. Like, not to women in that form. But like I said, you in a very unique environment, New York. It sounds like most people, the men and women, are violent for the most part. So your culture might be different. But from what I see in the world, absolutely. Men are not just out there being violent, putting hands on women because they said they didn't want to talk to them. Absolutely not.
I'm gonna have to agree with Sharon when he says, like, when he break it down to the 51% of men are violent. I'm gonna have to agree with that, because when you look at the stats, it's only like what 200,000 something prisoners are in New York. Most prisoners, most of the population of prisoners are in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Florida, Alabama. When you look at it as a broader scale, you know what I'm saying? And I think most men are violent. Why not just own it? Like how the world was built was violent. Like, let's keep it a buck. If you violent, it's violent. Let's keep
Well,
it a
but you,
buck, bro.
so I just want to make sure you said that when most men get rejected by women, they're violent, based on your take, because that's the question on
Yeah,
here.
that was the question.
Yeah, it could be like grabbing her arm, because we had a whole culture like back in the 90s, the 80s or whatever. Even now, when a woman don't get the opposite sex a phone number, he may call her out of her name, call her a slur. He may grab her arm. He may slap her on the butt.
But hey,
There's
Cap,
a
hey,
lot of
Cap,
things
you,
it don't have to, hold
you,
on, brother, hold on, pause. It don't have to be a screen measures as what happened in that video that Sharon is talking about. Levels of violence can be high or low, brother. That's all I'm saying.
no, I get,
That's
and
all
you're
I'm
from,
saying.
I think you're from New York too, if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm wrong, please forgive me. But I hear this from men from New York all the time. But me being able to travel around the United States, I'm telling you, that's not a reality outside of really the New York area. That men in mass, like 51%, are moving this way.
Bro, it is very violent in Georgia. Okay, even St. Louis. St. Louis have more crime written than even Chicago, bro. St. Louis is #1 right now.
So
But
what?
no, but it's still, it's a false equivalent though. You keep saying like I can be violent to Sharon, doesn't mean that when I get rejected by a woman, I'm gonna be violent towards the woman. Like that. That's
But we're
the
not.
crazy part about it.
But we're not talking about. Okay, what's your? We're not talking
Okay,
about
so
extreme
so we
measures.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, man.
Uh-oh.
Did he get kicked off? See, yo, you always like to go to extreme measures, either, man. We're not talking about extreme measures. We could talking about he could call her out her name like a B or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo,
So
why
what?
No,
this B ain't give me that number?
So what
no,
you're
no,
saying?
so,
Most
no.
men.
I'm comparing. Hold on, I just want to make sure. I am comparing it to the example. The example that we had is a man got rejected. He picked the woman up and dropped her on her neck. If we literally just go based off that
Right.
example, most
That's
men
a
are
scheme
not
of
doing
violence.
that. I'm just telling you, most men are not doing it.
I'm
Most,
not.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, most men are not slamming chicks on their necks when they get rejected. Okay, I get that though, but most men are like can be violent though in some
Yeah,
form or fashion.
absolutely.
There
yeah,
you go.
absolutely. I
There
agree
you
with
go.
that.
There
Yeah,
you go. Because
can.
That's
you
all I'm
was using
saying,
the word
brother.
R. You was using the
Yeah,
word
you see,
R
yeah,
violent
yeah.
earlier, but
Oh, okay,
can be
okay,
violent
okay.
Men,
No,
is
my
yeah,
bad,
different.
most
my
men,
bad, my bad, my
yeah,
bad.
most
Yeah,
men can be violent. I
that's
agree
a
with
fact.
that. Yes,
That's a fact.
but
I think all men
every
can be
man,
violent. Shit.
what you're saying, the majority of men that get rejected are violent. So, can they be
We
violent?
can't hear you, Mitt. Oh, there goes Sharon.
Y'all can hear me
thank you.
now?
Yeah.
Thank you for holding me down. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, God, I believe 651. God.
Yeah. So, yeah, can most men can yes, most men can be violent towards women if they get rejection. Yes, I agree with you 100%. But are no, I don't think most men are violent toward women when they get rejected. Or no, I don't think that. That's not the
And
majority.
so what about the fact that even in our own space, we had a young brother damn near stalk a young lady in our own space?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Man, he's the act normal. That's what I'm telling you. Like we keep acting like he's the normal. If I took the 100 guys in this space and said one was the stalker, we can't make it seem like the majority are being the stalker. That's my biggest disagreement, that we're trying to project the very minority onto the majority.
Okay, so so you don't think that our own small sector that we find a goddamn stalker that is a huge red flag?
So I'm saying
And
this thing.
you think that he's and do you believe that he's the only one?
I'm not saying that he's the only one. I believe it's a huge red flag. I want to make sure I acknowledge everything you said. But I would be crazy if I said out of the 500 men I done seen come through this show that one or two is the majority. That's the point that I'm trying. Like we trying to project. Remember, the question was not what some men. It was were men. We're talking 51% or most, or the majority men are counsel to society. And I don't think most men are walking around dropping women on their neck. It's some guys that just like that, and they're a very small group of men.
And I think this is the main problem that men are having is this comment right here. Aaron Toulouse with the father eyes. Walking through a large city like New York City, you walk past 3,000 to 10,000 people on a daily basis. Assuming half are men, that's 1.5 to 5K men a day. Keep in mind. So I think that if you just use that one woman, like, yeah, so 5,000 men are not going to just try to approach her. But those 5,000 men, majority of them hollered at somebody walking down the street. Well, at least one person.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Sharon, the guy that you're talking about in this space, he also has a mental issue too. So that kind of defeats your purpose a little bit too. You know.
Okay, that's fair. And so now, the thing that I was bringing up that we have to work on in our community, I think hypermasculinity. Do you think that's a problem that is strong in the Black community for Black men?
Yeah,
define what you mean by hypermasculinity.
Oh, here you go.
No, because
you know what he means.
We don't.
You know what he means. Like, let's not.
No, we don't. So let me ask you, Keon, am I hypermasculine?
No, not at all.
Okay, so I have no idea what he means. I literally have no idea what he means.
Well, I'm not a white man, but I still know what a white man is. What kind of argument is that? That's ridiculous.
Like for example, hypermasculinity is projected in a way in our community. Don't cry, don't feel, don't talk, just lift weights, argue on podcasts, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think a large group of Black men are that way, and I don't think that that's a negative thing.
You don't think hypermasculinity is a negative thing? That's
based off the definition you gave me. Said, hey, don't cry.
Hold on,
because I don't know any other definition other than what you just said.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that.
Go ahead.
So, we understand what masculinity is, and then we understand what hyper is, right? So, just so it could be a little bit more of a broader understanding of what it is. Hypermasculinity is the one that's always want to fight. He want to pull guns. He want to stab, shoot, fight, and all these other things. Those are also things of hypermasculinity. Very aggressive. All those type of things.
Yeah, PhD if she was a woman or if she was a man, basically. PhD.
Oh, snap, yo, you about to get her off mute. Yo, that's wild.
So, but what I'm saying is that do we see that issue in other communities as well that we could point out as well, or is it a problem in our community, most, and that's something that we need to address? And that's all I'm really trying to have the conversation about, because I believe we have to point out our bad behaviors and start correcting our bad behaviors so we can move forward within our community. Let me also, before you answer, man, Aaron Toulouse with the pod. Sharon, you're wrong. So men shouldn't approach women on the street. Also, most men are too scared to actually approach a woman.
I agree with that.
Yeah, shoot, that's me. I don't approach women at all.
Yeah, most men don't even approach women anymore.
No,
that is true.
So I want to go back to the hyper masculinity, right? So the first half of telling men to be tough, to not cry, to do all those things, I agree with. But I don't believe that the majority of men are pulling out knives and guns. Like I said, that's like a side of this, I guess, extreme on that side, right? So in the extreme, if a guy's running around pulling out guns, pulling out knives, and being this quote unquote degenerate, that is a problem in our community. But I don't think most men is about that life. It's gonna pull out guns, shoot, and do all that stuff. I think there's a small group of Black people that's willing to do that.
So Black women, So black women are more likely to get unalived by their partner 3 times more than any other race.
Facts.
What you say to
I
that?
looked that up a couple
So
of
hold
days
on.
ago.
So you saying that black women are being unalived more than white women by their own people?
3 times more.
Yes. Yes.
All right, I have to accept it.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
to accept that.
it's
Yeah.
3 times
Yeah.
more.
You
So, you
got to
know, I
accept
think,
it.
and I think that's a real concern for our women, and we got to really attempt to address that one very honestly. And I get it when we just when we go one by one, I get it why so many men will push back. Hey, not all men are just picking up women and slamming them and then kicking them in the head. We understand that's a very extreme, right? But then when we keep breaking down all of the things that they're doing, and we have some issues that we really need to iron out for real, for real.
Yeah, because it don't even have to be that extreme. Like, shoot, just interrupting a man on a like, to me, that's an example of toxic. Like, if he's just constantly up here on the panels and he hear people talking, but he feel like he's just the main character and wants to interrupt everybody, that's toxic masculinity to me. It don't have to be too extreme, you know. It's just even subtle things that we just do on a daily basis could be toxic. I feel.
That's
Well,
a
I don't
good
think
one
he
too.
used the word toxic. He used the word hyper, right?
Yeah.
So
Toxic.
But
I
that's what
think
that's what he was talking to us. He just misspoke by using the word toxic because that was a word that was a buzzword like 2 years ago. So that's the reason why he used it. But he was
well,
still keeping it within the main conversation. So just to replace toxic for hyper, you don't have to
yeah. No,
focus
so
on.
but what I was trying to help you understand is what we learning is the scale. Because based off what he just defined, I would be considered hyper masculine. But he earlier said that I wasn't. Because I know I interrupt people all the time, right? So the point that I'm
You
saying
definitely
is that
interrupt me.
The first road to recovery is realizing the problem, brother. I'm glad that
yeah,
you can
so
realize
Right.
the problem.
just like you just interrupted me, that means that you're hyper masculine
I'm
too.
working on
So hold on,
myself.
see, so that's what I'm saying is that's why I was trying to get a definition because if we're just saying interrupting panels makes you hyper masculine. Yes, majority of men is. If we talking about men pulling out guns and shooting them, majority of men are not. So where on this scale do we want to
What?
actually rate it to be able to say if most people that way?
So the problem is that
Bam.
so so the problem is that too many men want to try to dismiss the FUB word and just go straight to the extreme part of physically picking her up and slamming her or slapping her. Like
That's what I said.
the FNB, you ain't even that good looking anyway. It's still a
That's
part of
what I
the
said.
whole picking
Yeah.
them up and slamming them too, right? It's very far in between, right? We understand the extremeness of it. One is extremely physical harming somebody, right? We understand that, but they are both in that same category, and they could go that one that's saying FUB, you don't look good anyway. He can escalate that clearly into the pick
So
up and
you
body
agree
slam.
what I had said before you got dropped down,
Yeah.
Sharon. So when you
Yeah,
got
yeah,
dropped down, okay.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
trying
so
to
what
tell
I'm
the
saying
brothers
that
that it
I
don't have
think
to
too
be the
many
extreme
times,
measures. Right, brother.
right. Too many times I think men dismiss the lower level of the violent part, the verbal
Right.
violence.
Okay.
They don't really
Okay.
look at that as dangerous or any of those things, right? When
Yeah.
when a woman is walking down the street and he's looking at her with flip-flops on and he like, "Ooh, your toes is pretty," but she have on a full pair of socks and he can't see her toes is all. You know, majority of men don't think that man, they don't think that man is dangerous. But let that man be walking down the street and a gay man was to say, "Hey, you got some nice toes," he'd be ready to fight that man because he look at it
You
as a
already know
danger.
that.
So I think men try to dismiss the lower level of situations for women, and they would say, "Hey, so now you don't want men to holler at women anymore?" That's not what we're saying. There's a proper way to holler. You can holler.
So
You
the
can
brothers
holler.
did
And
being
if she says no in any way she sees fit, it ain't up to you to match her energy by saying "FUB."
So Sharon, on that note, right, real quick, fellas, real quick, right? Because the brother on the panel, I don't know who it was, he was saying since it's the low level of violence that could happen, Sharon, they saying now that they shouldn't even holler now they're saying that they not even approaching women no more,
They're not.
or like, or even on the
They're
low
not.
scale, they
Yeah.
not don't even want to hold the door for the women no more, Sharon. Even on that low
I don't know
scale, don't
about
even want
that.
to hold the door no more. No, I
I
see a
don't
lot
know
of
about
dudes that
that.
don't even hold doors, like when they go into a convenience store or a gas station, like they don't even hold
And
the door
and
like that.
so Kel, so what you're saying is what Beams was talking about earlier. Another reason why she was trying to point out, attempting to point out the cancer part of straight black men is that straight
Hmm.
black men, they can't even be around a woman without objectifying her and looking at her sexually. If she's not giving up anything, any kind of motion, he don't want to be
The
around it.
box.
So, right,
Well,
it's all
but
about the black. And the other men, the gay man, the openly gay man, he's willing to hang out with her just because he likes her as a human being, not as a sexual situation.
True, and that's absolutely right. That's true. That's why they got gay friends. Go get you a gay friend. I'm not your friend. I'm
no,
not
so,
gonna.
but I think it's important to note that I think chivalry had to die with the movement that came, the feminist
What?
movement. Yes,
Yeah.
like
What?
because when we look
That's
at shit,
extreme.
okay, I'm just telling y'all. Like when we tell young
Yeah,
men
go ahead,
today,
brother.
when we tell young men to be quote unquote chivalrous, it's all depending on how that woman partake him. For
What?
example, one man can do one thing that she like and it is okay. Another man that she do not like can do that same thing and she can say that that was assault. So I get that a lot
What?
of people don't
Okay,
want to
hold
agree
on,
with
hold
it.
on. Okay, hold on. Before you move forward, like what?
For example, like I would say holding the door.
Okay, so one person, so you saying that it is a possibility that a woman can get the door held and she'll say that this man assaulted me?
That
I,
part.
That's a reach.
I
Hold
was
That's
on,
I
a
was gonna ask that.
hold on, y'all. Let him just finish out his thought. So we can understand where the correlation is at.
so the point that I was making is, for example, hollering at a woman, because that was the example that I was talking about, right? So, for example, a man being able, men are saying, we're not going to approach you anymore, right? That's part of chivalry, the actual approach. And I'm
No, no,
saying,
no. Hold on,
No, I don't. I don't
no.
think
Approach
that.
to the woman is not a part of chivalry.
No, yeah, that's not chivalry. That's just showing you interesting. And I think most men are not approaching women. I think it's more so they
Hold
9
on,
out
but
of
this
10
is
they know they.
important. No, before we move it, I don't want to move too fast because
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
maybe more men believe that hollering at a woman is chivalrous. The men on the
It's not
panel right
chivalry.
now, either man, we do not believe that hollering at a girl has anything to do with chivalry.
okay, well, let me show you how I'm tying the two together so you understand what I'm saying, right? So, for example, a man holding a door for a woman can be perceived as he's hollering at the woman. Do we agree with that? Or at least trying to get the woman attention?
No,
No.
I
No.
don't.
All righty. Never mind then.
Never,
It's all
never.
righty.
You just showing good faith, brother.
And when we
You
allow
just showing good
each
faith,
other to
brother.
hold on, and when we allow each other
Yeah.
to talk, we can really like mine out these concepts because somebody else might have that same idea and looking at these things wrong. This is why it's important. Like, even though I understand that we saying that person was sick and everything like that, but these little things, right? These little things is very important. Somebody just smiling at the wrong type of person, if that person has some issues, he would take that smile and run with it. So, like, Edelman is
Right.
not far off with the holding the door situation. It can be a tricky situation for some women. So it is important that we just mine out these
Wow.
conversations. So no, I do not believe
But
holding
that's not
doors
and,
is
It's a part of
and that's what
chivalry.
I'm saying. It's
is a,
like I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think I have a delay. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, we. What
Yeah,
you
and
said
so
That's
again?
right.
so holding the door, I don't believe is a part of hollering at a chick, and I don't think men should look at holding the door as a way to holler at a chick.
So I'm saying from my experience, I have been holding a woman, holding the door for a woman and smiling at her. And she said, I don't know why you trying to do this. I don't even like you like that. She literally, that was her response. So I get that y'all saying, hey,
Okay,
that
but pause
wasn't
there.
me,
Pause
quote
there.
unquote.
Pause there. Pause there. the problem with that statement, okay, that happened to you, but that does not happen to nowhere near the majority of men. Not even
I'm not
close.
talking about.
That's crazy.
That's a very hold on. That's a one-off thing, right? And one of the problems is that you didn't want to have a conversation to say that men are a certain way because they're not picking women up and kicking them on the floor. We understand that, and we all know within this conversation, majority of women is not gonna look at a man holding a door and say, "I don't know why you holding a door for me. You ain't getting my number." That's not gonna happen to majority of men that's holding doors.
Yeah, shit, hope not. He really don't like your ass.
But that's
what I'm saying, Siobhan. They normally say thank you, or they don't say nothing at all. They normally say thank you, or they don't say nothing. They don't say all of that. What either man talking about? Like, come on, bro. That's crazy. That's asinine.
So the point that I'm saying is, I get y'all saying that y'all feel like it don't happen enough, and I don't think it does. This a dude trying to holler at
Like
a
the
woman,
body
dropping
slam,
on the
either
head
man.
don't happen enough. We talking
Yeah, that
about
don't
one
happen
off,
enough.
right?
Exactly. That don't
No,
happen
but
enough.
I don't agree. I don't agree with you that doesn't happen. It happens more often than people think. If you go
Somebody
and you
getting
hang out,
dropped on their head.
if you are a sober person and you hang around a bar lit area, you see a bunch of men overexerting themselves from a woman that is clearly saying no.
Okay, I agree with that.
But this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring a woman into it so she can give her thoughts on this, because we are not men and we do not date men and we do not get hollered at men most of the time. I hope so. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's a new world. I get it. But welcome into the show, Raina.
Hey, afternoon, Sharon, and afternoon, Kings and Queen on the panel. Well, first, I actually came up here because you were asking about the hypermasculinity. So sorry, I got to go back a few conversations. But with the hypermasculinity, I honestly think it is higher in the Latin communities than it is in Black community, me personally. I actually do not date, and I'm Latina, raised, parents Latin and everything, first generation American. So, but for me personally, I don't date Hispanic men. And that is one of the main reasons why I don't date them. They are very abusive, very aggressive, very hyper masculine. They, it's bad. Me personally, I prefer Black men. So, I know it's like, it is something that happens, but I don't.
Hello, mamacita.
So I know it's something that happens, but I don't experience it as much as I have in Latin community. So yeah, that's that. And then you guys were just talking about hold on, we're dating. Oh yeah, the chivalry. So
the chivalry, yeah.
I'm had to play devil's advocate on this one. I am actually with the guy who, because I can't see like who was talking, but I'm actually with the guy who was saying that the girl got nasty when he held open the door. My partner told me he does not hold open the door for females because that has happened to him numerous times. I'm with that guy because that's a lot of things that I hear from a lot of men when it comes down to being chivalrous to women. Now, I do consider that to be chivalrous, and a lot of women don't like it. They're not raised with dads. They don't know what it's like to experience it. They're used to men who are thugs and drug dealers, and a lot of them are not very chivalrous. That's just not the kind of life they lead. So therefore, they're not used to this, and they take every single nice or kind thing that a man does to them as being, he wants me, he's flirting with me. So a lot of women do give that reaction of nastiness, or don't be trying to holler at me, or her fake boyfriend appears. Honestly, I feel like when it comes down to dating, Black men cannot win for losing.
Hello. So, Sharon, you said let the woman talk. Can I get an apology? Can you apologize to me? No, Apologize, sir.
Hell no, because she wrong too.
No. He said we can't speak for women. He said, hold on, before she started talking, he said we can't speak for
be
women.
right. Two things can be right.
So
So
let
it's
Sharon
not that
talk.
either one is
Everybody
right
be
or
quiet
wrong.
because he never lied. So let Sharon talk.
Hold on. Listen, she never witnessed that man get cursed out the whole door. He said it. That's fine that man said that. But listen, I ain't never in my life got cursed out for holding a random door because I just hold the door and that's it. I'll even hold the door for someone. If I see Keon, he trying to run to the train, I'm gonna hold the door for his ass too. And he might not even say anything because he might be running to the train. I don't even register somebody to even be looking at them to get a response from them from holding a door. It's just something that I do. I'm gonna hold the door for a lady, and I'm not expecting her to say anything to me at all.
She said
I
yes
don't know,
or
but
no.
Hold on, Sharon.
She said,
You try to say it was one off.
Maybe it's my demeanor that I don't actually look for a response from the woman in the first place. Maybe that's why I never actually got this this negative effect of me helping a stranger by being courteous by holding the door because I see them coming in behind me.
Hello, but I don't know this woman, and you try to make it seem like mine was a one-off situation. And she said, "A man, it's not a one-off. If it's a lot of men that done had this experience."
Okay, perfect. You know what?
But it depends
Lorena,
on the situation,
hold on. I'm glad that you said that. Lorena, have you ever told a man, no, thank you, and he cursed you out? And said, you dumb B, you ugly B, you ain't all that anyway type of conversation. Has that ever happened to you, Lorena?
No.
No. Yeah, tell the truth. You can tell Sharon he wrong. Tell him he wrong.
Okay, you're asking. I want to make sure. Yeah, he did ask a question. I want to make sure I am completely understanding the question. So you're wanting to know if a man has ever like approached me and I told him like I wasn't interested. And all right, so I am the type of female that I give anyone play because I have been told it is hard to approach me.
Anyone.
Yes. So if you are bold enough to approach me,
you just gonna throw it.
No. But I will talk to you. I'm not a judge. I'm not the type of person. You're bold enough to approach me. I'm not easy to approach. I'm not typical or average in any way. So for you to have that confidence, it takes confidence to just approach me. So I get it. I'm open to it because you are already showing a character trait that I like. You're confident. Why would I not give you the chance? I don't care about how you look. I do not care about your physical attributes. I care about your mind.
That's perfect. Hold on. Wait, Sharon again. I'm gonna hold you accountable on the
You ain't
streets.
say nothing about that. You ain't say nothing about that either, man. You ain't say nothing about that.
No, it's not about that. Sharon know what I'm talking about. He all the way out there in China, so we got hold him accountable across the seas.
Here we go.
Now I'm just asking Sharon. I just want to see if he's straight down the line. Can you say that from your perspective, I was not that off?
No, you was way off. Absolutely.
So I'm
Yeah.
just read the super
Out
chats.
of black men. Hold on. She's saying she not easy. So you saying from a farther away, you not looking at that man like how he walking, his posture.
It's okay that she didn't experience that, and that's
okay,
fine.
Okay, cool.
You don't have to keep on asking the same question over and over. She answered it thoroughly, actually, right?
Yeah.
She said, "No, if a man approaches us, she appreciates that because most men do not approach her." Like she answered it thoroughly. We don't have to
fly. She fly. Spanish fly. You know.
I need to figure out where she is.
Salute to that.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
She said she got a man. She said she got a man.
Yes.
Oh, she got a man.
He don't play. So yeah. But I appreciate it.
Super chat.
Nah, no doubt,
I like to see a situation.
Where PA's leaving to read the super chats?
Shout out to Aaron Toluga. Shout out to everybody that is supporting the show. I appreciate every last one of you. I think we finally hit at least 100 likes. That is pretty good. So thank y'all for the people that is willing to support the show, whether it's with $1, a like, or a share. I appreciate you because support is very hard if you don't have the certain kind of clout. If you got clout and you curse women out, or whatever the clout is supposed to be, hey, it is a funny thing. In fact, Aaron Toulouse with the $5. In fact, my job had to create a no holding door policy due to women interpreting holding doors for them as a sexual advance. That is wild.
Oh, we got another one.
When you get rolled up.
Hello, stop, Sharon. If a company, all right, let's say not in the world, but when you say that company is saying that this can be considered as being able to shoot your shot based on that policy at that company.
What I got to say is that I don't know what kind of door holding y'all niggas is doing.
Yeah, aggressive ass door holders.
I don't even say the N-word, but I ain't never held the door where somebody's like, damn, he trying to holler at me. I ain't never held the door like that. Keon,
go ahead.
Hold on. I want to ask Keon a question. Keon, have you ever held the door where it was insinuating that you was hollering?
Nah, man, because I done held doors for men, for women, for dogs, cats, fishes. What are we talking about? Like, nah, man, they ain't never been.
I promise you, it's your demeanor. Like, when you said that, I was like, yes, because it's, there's a difference. As a woman, we read things, we read energies, we read vibes, we read it. And a lot of women, highly intelligent women, we trust our instinct, we trust our gut. So 90% of the time, I'm gonna go with that, according to my brother, 90% of the time, when that woman is snapping at that man, he probably is giving some type of, maybe unintentional, suggestive behavior.
Oh, hey, Keon, this is getting interesting now because Keon, you remember, right, what Eda Man said earlier? Now the script done got flipped. So Eda Man, when you were smiling, you had maybe you had your belly too popped out a little bit. She had to squeeze past your belly. And she's like, hey, you better close your goddamn mouth. What you smiling at me like that for? You ain't getting none of this goddamn cookie with your big belly ass. Keon, that's how quickly it flipped.
Hey, somebody in the comments, they was like, it was just probably you. that's what they, that's what they were saying in the comments. So, it's just
look, all I know, Keon, look, that is one hell of a door hold. I don't know, maybe it's the position that you put your hand. I don't know. I ain't never held the door where a woman was confused that I was trying to holler.
Yeah, aggressive door holding needs to be stopped in 2026. We definitely need to stop that.
Nah, you can tell when somebody is like they're trying to. We can tell. We can tell. It's not.
Hey, Kid, look. You open the door like,
Dog.
Oh shit. Yo,
men that aren't used to getting attention, a lot of times they're overly nice when they do chivalrous things. It's like the little puppy in the window. So because of that, that's why I said, like, it's your demeanor. Men that aren't used to getting that attention, they're gonna be a little over, even if they don't mean to. So of course, it's gonna come across like, oh, you trying to holler, and it's like, nah, he doing something nice, and he hoping like the little puppy that. I hope she just sees me and be like, give me that eye contact, that look back one more time.
Yeah, man.
651 bit. Oh,
yes,
hey, how you opening up doors, man? You caressing that door handle? Like, what's going on?
I just open the doors without a second thought. That's it. Most of the time they say thank you, and that's it.
Oh man, yeah, I ain't gonna front. I did not think that door holding can be this serious.
Yeah, it looked like it can end lives out here. That's crazy. I didn't.
You can lose your job,
man.
Yeah.
The man said he get wrote up
Sharon.
if he opens the door for a woman. I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Yo, fellas, it get deeper. It get deeper than that.
Hey, Kelso, this is the craziest part. Imagine you in the manager office, the manager, he's, hey, listen here, Kels. The way how you out here opening these doors, man, you got these ladies out here, right? They complaining about how you holding doors.
Yes, that could be a Me Too. That could be a Me Too. That could be a Me Too move on you. Yes, you could get terminated. Depending on what type of job you got. I believe that. And then, Sharon, I have a problem with always saying like, yes, ma'am, no, sir, things of that nature, right? So, right, I was at a gas station or whatever, right? And being this older woman, we was talking or whatever. And I was like, yes, ma'am.
Be careful how you pump that gas, saying, ma'am. Like,
yeah, she was like, ma'am, oh, I'm not no old woman. You better start calling me, man.
Yeah, it's that premium. It's that premium, baby. You know?
Pump that gas.
Yeah, this that premium right here. This that premium. You know what I'm saying? Trying to help her out.
Y'all say
what I mean, pump it like gasolina, right? That's what it says, right?
So
right.
I'm just trying to understand. We don't think that it's an attack on doing basic things, as in saying yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. That's how I was like. I shouldn't be getting it. It shouldn't be an attack if somebody come up here and say yes, ma'am, or no, sir.
Shouldn't be, but it very commonly is because once again, people are not used to respect. They're not in older generation like to view everything as disrespect in some way, shape, or fashion. So it's being respectful. It's just a lot of things that just be you. So if you like to say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, do. And I get yelled at all the time about it. People always, oh my God, stop doing that.
But all of this ties into the chivalry conversation. That's what I'm telling you. Is like if you really understand what's going on and how people are so offended in the world nowadays, it kills that idea of being chivalry.
I agree. That's why I said I had to play devil's advocate on this one because I'm constantly dealing with it as a woman who was raised with a father who showed me those things. He opened up the car door for my mother. He opened up the doors for my mother. My mother didn't touch nothing. Like my mom's never worked. Like there's just certain things that I'm used to. And then I'm Latin. Like my parents I'm Latina. So it's like growing up in a Latin cultured based household with my father, I'm having to teach men that I'm dating what chivalry looks like. It's crazy.
Wow.
Like in a lot of ways, and men that think themselves high value, a lot of them aren't chivalrous because they don't realize the importance of actually. It's crazy. It's really crazy the things that I see both sides on. So that's why I got to play devil's advocate on this one. A lot of people are not used to that. And I get it that it should be normalized. Yeah, we can scream it all day, but too many don't practice it. Too many women don't demand it, and too many men don't practice it.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. And another thing is, I think back in the day, let me ask you a question. Back in the day, the men had to. Do you believe that if the men don't be chivalrous today, that they still get access to women, ma'am?
Yes, all the time. That's why I said I'm teaching. I was teaching men that I was dating how to be chivalrous. Walking on the outside. Like it's simple things that my boys have been knowing since they were like 5 years old. My son's been opening up car doors for me since he was at least 9. It's like little things that I feel, my son can get any woman that he wants with or without a job. And it's because of his chivalry.
So what would you do? What would you do if you see your son get cussed out? Oh, go ahead.
Welcome to the show, Love Wisdom. This is my first time seeing you, I believe. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How's everyone doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Great. How are you?
Good. So when it comes to chivalry, I don't think it's dead. I've had men and women hold doors for me, and I always smile and say thank you. I don't think just because a man holds a door for you that he's trying to talk to you. I think it's just common
Thank you.
courtesy. That's like
Thank you.
a elderly woman holding the door for me, and it's like, oh, this elderly woman is trying to talk to me. No, she's just being courteous. And
Thank you.
I think sometimes folks try to be deep in shallow waters. It's common
Yeah.
courtesy. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good
Right.
day. If a man wants to talk to you, he might take it a little further and say, oh, pretty lady, I want to have your number. And you can say yay or nay.
Yes.
You do have some men who are a little more aggressive with it, but that's when discernment comes in. If you feel like he a little creep and you feel like the energy is off, you gotta have your boundaries. Because
Yes.
I have my mace and my switchblade with me just in case.
Talk
But
that talk. Talk that
but
talk.
98% of the time, the men are just like, good morning, how you doing? Thank you so much, and
Right.
I go about my business. Now,
Thank
Lorena,
Look,
because I understand that you're a Latina and you don't date Hispanic men. Now, I've dated Hispanic men before, and I never had that issue as far as them being like aggressive and abusive. They've been real chivalrous with me. Now, I guess it's because, again, it's how you approach things and it's how you stand 10 toes down. So, for me as a woman, I'm gonna let you know from the rip how I am. Now, if you choose to be disrespectful, we're gonna have a problem. But if you're respectful to me, we good. Like I've never had like these bad experiences with men. And that's not to say that women don't have it because some women do have bad experiences. I don't have that bad experience with the men. If you come at me being disrespectful, you want to get this work and I'm gonna go about my business. But I'm not gonna paint a broad brush on every dude because you got a handful that's like full of ish.
Well, we know you got that
That's
blade. We ain't gonna go crazy. We know you got that blade. We can see it in you. So we ain't gonna talk to you crazy. That's what I'm saying. That some people don't
Yeah, I
understand that.
might.
Some women don't look like they gonna get aggressive, so men will get more aggressive with them. But they'll see you. That's like, nah, she ain't playing the radio, man. She willing to cut me up if I get to acting crazy. So I can kind of see the difference between when a woman say, hey, he get aggressive with me because he don't see her as a threat, but he might see you more as a person that's willing to take it there. Can you kind of see that, love, wisdom?
Even
I see it. I see it, but it depends. It depends on the situation. Like you have some men who will probably use it as a way to talk to a woman, but most men, to me, they just being courteous.
thank you.
I just
Yeah,
say
I'm
they're
trying
just
to see.
being
I'm
courteous.
trying to see what you look like. That's why
Just
I
to
open
get
up the
some
doors usually.
It
details,
I'm
doesn't.
I'm
trying
It
only
doesn't
to
five.
see
matter.
what you look like.
It
It
does.
doesn't
It does
matter.
matter because I'm going to get some details. I'm only 5 feet tall. Okay,
Oh,
and I weigh like about 170. So I'm not a very like no, I'm not the type to be. I like a little puppy dog. I'm not the type to be threatening nobody or nah. My pictures look this year. I'm not that tall.
Mm.
I am very small. I am petite. So yeah, I can completely agree with you that most men aren't gonna probably approach you. I mean, you said you got to use discernment, and if you have to do that, then I kind of feel like you're agreeing with what I said. Because most females were not going to be automatically assume that a man is trying to holler at us, but we do see energy and vibe. And I also said that I'm not typical looking. So I do get more men that when they're opening up that door, they're hoping they have a chance to holler at me. I've had literally Instacart deliveries that the guy, after he leaves my house and he's did a couple more orders, he finds a way to text me this long paragraph about having a wonderful day. It's
that's weird. That's weird.
exactly. This is
But
my
that's not
life on a
normal.
regular basis. This is my life. So when you're saying
What's weird about that?
it happened
That's
very
weird.
often,
That's weird, bro.
for
That is
me,
weird.
it's
You don't-
not because this is my
It's
normal.
weird, bro. You don't. That's like a UPS driver dropping off your package and coming back later and say, "Hey, I just want to say you look nice today," and trying to holler at you. That's like
wrong with that?
that's weird. That's weird behavior.
It is.
Because
It's supposed to be weird behavior, but this is my normal life.
Hold on. How did the
I think there's
milkman?
nothing
How
wrong
did
with
the
that.
milkman? How did the milkman or the pool boy used to have interactions with women in certain communities? My whole thing is back then they used to do that with the milkman. He used to holler like, how do you supposed to know when or when not to freaking talk to a woman? You don't know nothing about you're in a relationship. He don't know nothing about you. He trying to holler.
Hold on. For like example, when two women are talking, let the two women talk. That's one.
Man, I had to jump in that though, because that mess. All right,
Let
go
those
ahead,
two
man.
ladies
You
have
got
their
it.
conversation. Really love with someone to have a conversation with the beautiful.
Man, I was irritated. I was irritated at that. Salute to
And then y'all could interrupt. Let them finish their convo, and then we could have the conversation about Keon not thinking that it is weird for the milkman to ask for the number. We could get there, but let them finish their conversation first.
No, that's not weird.
So okay, so my thing is,
yes.
if you okay, because earlier you said that you don't get approached, but then you said like you got the DoorDash man sending you like a 4-page letter. Isn't that being approached though? Even though it's not face to face, he's still finding a way to approach you. So
But
you
it's
do
not
get approached
face
by
to
men.
face.
Yeah, but
It's not face to face. There's a difference.
that's a weird.
Hold
that's a
on, let
weird
them
way
have
to-
the conversation. What is going on? Why y'all keep interrupting these two ladies talking?
You're right.
Because every time y'all do, it kind of throws my line of thinking.
All right, let me go on mute.
Oh God, now I forgot. I did forget what I was gonna say. But oh goodness. Hold on. What was your question again,
You was
ma'am?
talking about Instacart. You was talking about Instacart.
No. Oh, I do get approached. Yes, I said. Are you referring to when I was talking about men not approaching me out in like public? And I said, if a man approach me, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, just in general, because it feels like
So
whether it's like face to face or not, you're still being
there's
approached.
a difference, though. There is a difference in the mental between approaching a person face to face versus that rejection is going to sting a lot less if you can't see that person's facial expressions, if you can't experience that person's energy in that rejection. So I understand you said you don't like people going deep in shallow waters, but I'm a very deep person because I don't ever see anything on the surface. So for me personally, I have an understanding that mentally there is a difference between a person who has the courage to approach me to my face and risk that energy, that rejection in any way, than to approach me via a text when you're just taking a risk that's not truly a risk. It doesn't take a whole lot of courage to send a text. I can ignore it. I can not respond to it. And it's not going to really bother you. Had he really been about that life, he would have said something to my face when he was standing in front of my house and delivering my food. So yes, there is definitely a difference.
So how does it
Somebody
make you
playing
feel?
something in the back.
Somebody playing something in the background. Honestly, I don't think there is a difference because approach is approach. And whether he is stepping up to you through text or stepping up to you in person, he's still taking a risk.
Y'all can
So
hear me?
I can hear you.
The value of a risk is different. And I know my value. I am worth that risk. Like I am worth the risk of you doing it to my face. Because it's a less risk.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds kind of like an old woman argument. Like, oh, he did it over the text message and not in front of my face. Like, it's still approaching. Like, rather if it's text message or in your face, it's still approaching you. I mean, he still had to have the courage to do it.
I don't
regardless.
feel like it's
But
the approach.
I don't think it's weird. That's what I want to talk about because
Yeah, I don't think it's weird.
I think he shot his shot. If she says she's not interested and he leave her alone, that's not weird. He saw a woman that he was interested in. He said, "Hey, he might have to build up the confidence as a man. Say, man, I really want to talk to her." And he thought about it and he sent the text message. And based on her text message, don't text me, don't do all that kind of stuff. I'm like, cool, but him shooting his shot, we gotta not make that weird. That's at that point, we almost tell people not to shoot their shot.
Yeah, that's not weird.
Hold on,
I'm
I'm
gonna tell
gonna
you
make
what's
it
weird.
worse. He even risked his job.
I do
He
not
could lose
think
his
it's
job doing
weird,
that.
by the way.
Hold on, he could lose his job by doing that. So he decided to shoot his shot, despite the fact that he knew it was against company policy, because he really thought it was gonna work. He just wasn't brave enough to do it to your face.
Yeah, but that's even weirder.
Is it a
because
chance that he
he
just
did
tried
not
to get a
quite-
tip? Hello, is
He did
it
not-
just a chance? Hello, he seen that she didn't tip yet. He said, "Let me tell her to have a nice day to remind her to tip me." Is that possible?
No, probably the amount of the tip is why he might feel that courage to reach out to me.
Oh, that's even better. You sent him a big tip, and he said, "You have a great day after sending me $20. I really appreciate it." Like if you really kind of start diving into this, the tip is what made him do it. Based on what you just said.
No. So I
Nah,
used to do
you love
Instacart
running narratives.
because I used to do Instacart. I know what it takes after you drop off a person's order to be able to get that person back via the text. I do know what he had to do. So because of that, no, it wasn't that. That wasn't it. That wasn't the case.
Wait, so he went through a process.
I'm gonna tell y'all why. I'm gonna
Wait.
tell y'all why it's weird. I'm gonna tell y'all why it's
He
weird.
went through a process to make sure you got it done. He didn't just kind of do it. He went through a process. He was like, you know what? I want her to know how hard I'm working because I'm too shy to talk to her face. But maybe I can shoot my shot. If she
That's
says no,
weird.
then he ain't got to be rejected.
Because she did not give him the number. She did not give him the number. He used a fucking job to get her number. That's why.
No, I agree. That's weird. Yeah, that is
that's
weird.
what I'm saying. Hold on.
Not weird.
He should have what he should have when he dropped the Instacart off and he seen her. He should have said something like, "Hey, you're pretty," you know what I'm saying, and shot his shot that way, face to face. Not.
That's weird. Now that's weird.
On. No, that's not weird.
No,
that's very
weird. That's very weird. You're in the middle of your shift and you decided to do all this in the middle of your shift. Sounds weird.
The way he did it, he got her number from a damn job, and then he ought to just text her out the blue. First of all, sir, how you got my number?
No, he texted me on the Instacart app.
Yeah, he was on the app. That's why 651. Yeah, 651, you stretch. He literally messaged her. She sent him a tip. He messaged her to see if there's anything there.
Oh my God.
What did he say, 651? He said, "Have a good day."
No, she said he flirted with her.
No,
he
didn't.
tried to
She
holler
said
at her.
he went out of his way to tell her to have a good day. That's what he said.
Wait, hold on.
Hold
We need to get clarification.
on.
Yeah, we gotta get
I don't know
clarification.
why y'all fighting so hard to talk over the person's story that is here. She's
true.
here. Did he flirt with you?
Yes, he did flirt. In the message. Yes, I do not. I just want to let y'all know I do not think it's weird in any way. I love compliments. I'm not.
What did he say? We need to know.
Ooh, specifically.
No, just give us an idea. It don't have to be exact.
It was a
And the
paragraph.
fact that he know where she stay at. That's even making weirder.
Hold on, no, wait, 651. What did he say?
Hold on, please. This is not the hotline for everybody to just talk over each other.
Yeah, this is getting spicy.
This sounds crazy. Let one person talk at a time, please. Go ahead, Lorena. It's okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He sent a little paragraph and it was wishing me a good day. And
paragraph?
I think he did he did give a compliment. He did give a compliment. Yeah, he sent a paragraph. Yes, he sent a paragraph. It's just because I did Instacart, I had a complete understanding of what he had to do to get that message to me. And it was like, that's a bit. You could have just, if it was really that serious, you could have just said something while you were standing in front of my house.
Hold on,
It
hold on.
wasn't-
So, hold on. I just want to make sure we got the information right. So basically, what he did, he told you to have a good day and gave you a compliment. He didn't
No.
holler at you.
No.
That's not holler.
No,
If
hold
I,
on.
because I didn't respond.
Hold on. We are not going to listen to what the person said and then remix it literally. She said a paragraph, and he flirted.
Okay, and the context. Okay, was it a long paragraph? Was it a short paragraph?
It was a long
it still
paragraph.
pseudo professional?
And 4 or more sentences.
Hold on.
What kind of question?
Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Keon,
Hold on,
what's
please,
up?
y'all.
What you want to do today?
I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't
What
understand.
what's the debate? What are we debating? I'm really
I
curious.
think really my problem with what you said, Lorena, or what the other people were saying is the fact that we're using the word weird. That's just the only thing, because it's not weird. I feel like sometimes what we do is that we use the word weird for things that we don't like, and that's where I just is like, just because you don't like it, don't make it weird. Like that's I don't know. That was my only problem with it.
Okay, so all right, so let's go around because I guess that's what's going on. All right, so Shada, do you think it was weird that this man wrote a paragraph flirting with the girl from Instacart?
I mean, I think it was weird because it's against policy, yeah. But again, because I'm listening to her story.
That's a yes.
Yeah, fuck
to be
it.
clear.
You're right, Sean.
To be clear, to be clear, that's a yes, right? To be clear, I don't know, like, I don't know why it's so much. Why y'all so stressed?
He didn't shoot you, dude. He said he shoot you. He said, "Go ahead."
Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to get y'all to be clear on what y'all saying. Y'all swear y'all be clear. Y'all not. I'm asking you just something specific. Is it a yes that is weird, or is it no that is weird?
What kind of forever?
Okay, fine. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it'd be so hard for people to answer questions sometimes. I don't know what y'all think I'll be trying to do, but we know Keon. Keon don't think it's weird. Either man, do you think it's weird?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, why you don't think it's weird?
The reason I think it, like when I have all of the contacts, she gave him a nice size tip, which she said that he told her to have a good day and he complimented her, but it was no way for her to get back in contact with him. Means that I don't think that he was trying to holler, but that might be mine. He might have been flirtatious. I'm gonna give you that he might have been flirtatious, but I don't know if he was actually trying to go past that. I can see as a delivery.
You don't think writing a paragraph to a stranger is?
I think it depends on how big the tip is.
No. So I can respond to his message. I responded, thank you, to his message. So I could have given him my number. I chose not to.
Okay, and he let it go. That's what I'm saying. If a man I don't think it's weird if a man shoot a shot and then the woman don't respond and he move on. Like, I think that's part of being a man. Now, could he did it a better way? I agree that he could have said it in person while he was at work. Like, we could always play Monday night quarterback and say Monday morning quarterback and say what could have happened better on Sunday night. But I don't. In this culture, I don't look at that different than him just sending a message of his appreciation.
So let me understand. So if your wife had told you, "Hey, the Instacart dude flirted with me on the Instacart text or whatever," you won't think that as weird. You're like, "Oh, he just shot a shot."
I think he just shot a shot.
And then I'm gonna report him.
Yeah,
okay, Shadow said he would report him, even though. So
well, he didn't tell us whether he thought it was weird or not. He was.
Yeah, so like, is it Shadow? Is it weird? Yes or no?
If he flirts with my wife, I'm going to report him, bro.
But how do you know that's your wife?
I don't care what he knows.
That's crazy.
Look, I said what I said, and I said it clearly because I thought I was. Is it strange that he did that? Yes. Is it weird in this day and age? Not really. People talk through text. That's how a lot of people try to shoot their shot.
through Instacart.
But
yes, exactly.
Instacart, Uber, Lyft. Yeah, I mean, people. I've seen Lyft drivers shoot their shot at people who are passengers. Again,
Right,
not appropriate.
That's different. That's
Again,
different.
Y'all are crazy.
There's absolutely no difference.
All right, so let me ask.
I'm trying to understand what the difference is.
Oh, it's a big difference.
Big difference.
Love wisdom. What's your thoughts? Do you think it's weird that somebody was just trying to holler at you through Instacart?
No, because if Lorena said it's not weird, it's not weird. That's her story.
No, I'm talking about for you. I'm talking about for you,
Oh,
not
for me?
for Lorena. For you, yes.
No, it wouldn't have been weird for me.
Wow. Okay.
It wouldn't, because I could easily tell them no and go about my business.
But you also, this man know where you live now.
Yep, and you didn't give him your number.
He still don't got her number. I don't know why y'all keep bringing that up. He don't have her number.
Oh, that's
Why
why
not?
I
Yes.
get you from.
That's why I said no. That's why I said no. I could say no and go about my business.
Oh, I'm getting
Hold on.
confused. I thought.
Can we
that's
stop the
what
fear mongering real quick? Because first
No,
and foremost, when you close an order on Uber, DoorDash, or Lyft, you literally close that whole thing. You cannot go back and then just pour that random address. It gives a roundabout cross street.
Oh, so are you saying Lorena is lying? Is that what you're trying to say, Shadow?
No, he's saying that. Hold on. He said what
Nigga,
he
what
said.
did I just,
like,
wait, who just said? Who said that?
Hold on. You don't even gotta defend
I'll be
that.
honest.
I don't. Yeah, don't even defend that. So Lorena. So after, was your cart closed?
Yes.
So how was he able to get back in the app after a closeout session to be able to text message you?
To message. So with Instacart, you can go back to the prior order. Like before you accept the next order, you can go back to your previous order and message a person from one of those previous orders. Like the one directly before. So one batch can have up to like 3 orders on the batch. So he would have had to have at least 3 orders. He went and delivered all 3 orders. Before he accepted his next order, he went back, found my letter, and messaged me on my letter.
That's and so and
So
Keon,
to confirm, he reached out to you through the customer messaging system, right?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
He couldn't do his job because you are not allowed to do that. That is why it's not weird to me. I get it. It's not weird. He wanted to holler. He wanted to shoot his shot. I get it. But it's for me, it's just like a little dramatic. And that's why I say like the approachable thing, it's,
Was it any flirting in person?
No.
Okay, none at all. Yeah, so
hold on, y'all, please. Keon, you still don't find that weird at all, Keon?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
I don't know what's going on with the Terrestrial. Y'all gotta let me do my thing. Okay, good, because y'all just want to just talk. I don't know what's going on today. Anthony Spencer. Is everyone in the Black community, we work as whole? Is everyone in the Black community, we work as a whole? Okay, shout out to that. I got it now. Also, shout out to, hey, thank you so much. He said, thanks for everything. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, my brother. No doubt. I mean, hey, if y'all don't think that's weird, hey.
I think you still ask Kills or PhD, but I don't know if they're still there. Them kids see what they think.
Okay, you clearly you want God, Eater man.
He been acting
ahead,
brand
Eater
new
man.
ever since.
I'm just doing a little cleaning, but I'm listening. Go ahead, Eater man. You got it, brother.
No, I just want to know, do you think it was weird that he messaged him through the app? Heard through the app?
Brother, me watching like all of these Going Postal. Call me weird, right? I watch Going Postal on Netflix. I watch we all used to watch Unsolved Mystery and America Most Wanted. Now I'm telling my age, like, yeah, I think it's weird. sending her a whole paragraph. But she did say on the flip side of that coin, if you do an Instacart, you should have posted me in person. That's how we used to do things. Way before social media, we used to interact with each other. I don't cut nobody off. I was on mute for a very long time. Now somebody want to be like, yeah, I think it's freaking weird. Okay, I think it's weird. Shoot your shot right there. Damn,
right.
it's not hard.
All right. Go ahead, 651 minute. Do you think it's weird? Yes or no?
Yes.
Go ahead and
Yes, it's
explain.
weird. He should have shot her. He should have shot his shot face to face. And it goes back to what you guys were saying. Jesus Christ. It goes back to what you guys were saying that men don't.
Somebody got an echo? I think it might be you.
I gotta change my stance. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I gotta change my stance on this. I got it. Nah, I'm actually not. You know what, Kills? You kind of right. Yeah, it is weird. It's
He was
crazy
supposed to shoot his shot face to face. That's it. He was
it's
supposed
crazy
to shoot his shot face to face. He's not supposed to
normal.
use another app. He wasn't supposed to use another app, especially if you didn't give him that app to use.
Yo, do you know
Unless
how
it was
many?
like social media.
I don't want to.
It would even be. It would even
Do
be
you know how many
weird
women
if he
going?
used your
Hold on,
information to
brother.
find your social media and inbox you.
Guess if I finish up, Kel's gonna go right after you, then Lorena. Go ahead.
It would have been even weird if he would have took your information, found your social media, and inbox you. It would have been weird. He would, if he wanted to talk to you, he should have shot his shot while you at work. And again, the worst thing you could have said was no. That's it. Leave it alone.
Okay, go ahead, Lorena, and then we got Kills.
Oh, okay.
I agree. It is weird. I can admit and change my stance on this one. Yeah. Of all the men in here, I'm saying that it is weird. Y'all need to like notify your fellow like kings and mates. I need y'all to let them know that there's a lot of things that they be doing and that is super weird to females. Just saying.
All right, go ahead, Kills. You're on mute, Kills.
You know, do you know how many women and children go missing this off of an encounter such as that? He didn't have the ability to holler at you in your face. I'm not gonna put this on, it is what it is with me, right? Then had the nerve to holler at you online. Not saying that he's this though, but who knows? Meet you at a secret location, get up with that person. You know how many cases there is of people actually getting missing, children and women getting missing off of scenarios like that. So I think you guys are big bullet though. I don't think that you see the whole totality of what could have happened in that scenario. I'm not saying it would have happened, knock on wood, you guys the bullet, but yo, you gotta be more careful, man. For real. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. How could I have been more careful? What part was it within my realm of control?
Yeah, she didn't do nothing. She ordered
Nah, no, yo. But I'm saying though that she's dodged a bullet because there's so many cases of women like this. Like, okay, he said some nice words to me, so let me get up with him or whatever. I'm just glad that you didn't respond to him because you never know what could have happened. Case scenario. You know what I'm saying?
Reaching, brother.
When it comes to social media.
Oh,
I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the broader. I'm looking at the broader perspective. I'm looking at it broader, bro. That is who I am,
you're
bro.
fear mongering, bro. Here's what
All
really
right,
happened.
cool.
Let's
Let
stop.
it be.
Let's
Let
stop
it be
the.
what it be.
Let's stop
We
the
seen
shenanigans.
many cases
Hold on,
bro.
let him get his thought out so you can understand what his point is. Go ahead, Shadow.
So here's what actually went down. Yeah, dude was probably a little weird because he was probably not very brave. So he sees this chick. Raina says she's like that. Again, I'm gonna take her word on that. So maybe he got a little nervous meeting. He thought about it, finishing his route. Then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna send my thank yous because she knows you can send your thank yous to all your tips at the same time. Did he remember seeing her say, oh yeah, let me try to viz a little bit? When she didn't respond, he was like, well, moving on to my next day. That's the totality of what happened. To do the whole, oh yeah, she could have got kidnapped thing. That's crazy, bro. Like, yeah, that's fear mongering at its peak.
It sounded like he was an awkward dude that feels uncomfortable talking to women. And that's what's going on. That's what it sounds like. He's uncomfortable.
And if she's a pretty woman, it's worse.
It's worse regardless. She could be, if a dude approach a woman and if he's uncomfortable, he's just gonna be uncomfortable. It doesn't matter how she looks. If he's uncomfortable talking to women, it's not natural for him. All he had to do was, if he found her attractive, he dropped the stuff up. He seen it and say, hey, what? He shot his shot that time. She said, no, that's it, leave. Not secretly hit her up on Instacart. You don't even know this woman like that. You should have just hollered at her when you see the face to face. Keep it moving.
Hey, I think it's.
I'm gonna say this: it was harassment. I'll say that confidently. What he did is he reached out without permission, and again, she could have, if she really felt really effed up about it, she could resolve that. But apparently, she just. Huh?
Yeah. I can agree with that. I 100% agree that yes, that is harassment. I did feel that underlayer of harassment, which is why I am so with Sharon when he says that most women do, like most men are like they're y'all give us something to fear, and that's really what I was hoping somebody got to with this whole situation, is how this actually defends when he's constantly saying that y'all don't realize how much forms of this women go through, and we don't report it, we don't speak on it, and it can be something just as simple as having an Instacart delivery and not knowing when I might feel or receive that message. And people say it doesn't happen enough, so it doesn't really matter. You're one of like how many women? But then when he asked, how many of y'all would do something if it was your wife? It got to get personal. And that's where I have an issue with a lot of the ways that some of y'all think on here, because it has to get personal in order for it to matter. And that's what I don't think is cool.
But Vanna, I told you to do the same thing I would have told my wife to do. If my wife told me, hey, a DoorDash person ended up leaving a message for her, and I'm not even going to have the conversation. I'm going to report it and move on. I was like, yeah, we're going to get him fired today. Guess what I'm telling you to do? Get him fired, because he went out of line and he harassed you. But again, that's because he did something that's strictly against Instacart's policies. We know this because a girl just got a prison sentence for doing the same thing with DoorDash.
Hold on, real quick. I'm if you could, like 10 seconds, what happened? If y'all can brief me on, like, what did the guy do at the DoorDasher or the Instacart guy?
Instacart guy. Oh wait, Raina, it's Raina.
I have a response for Shadow, and I don't want to lose it. Can I respond? Can I respond to Shadow real quick?
Yeah.
So Shadow, well, I'm happy that he muted me, because allowing you to finish that actually, then this goes back to what Kills was saying, where I have to be aware. Yes, reporting him, could I done that? Yes, but then the possible repercussions. I do know, as a person who used to do Instacart, I don't use the Instacart maps. I will copy the address from the Instacart and I put it in my Waze, because Waze tells me where the cops are, etc. So I have access to people's address. So I know, because if I never make myself smarter than anybody else. So if there's a possibility that I would do this, I don't put it past anybody else. So he could have had my address. So for me to be nasty to him, to report him, it wasn't worth that possible repercussion because I have gone through that before. I'm not doing that. I want to put myself at risk with that. You have a wife. If I had a partner or like my husband was here or something like that, if I had a husband, etc., then, oh, yeah, of course, pouring away. But I don't, yeah.
Savannah, I understand why you did it. So I'm gonna go ahead and say I understand that. As when I do Uber, same thing. I'll actually switch to Waze so I can make sure, cops, traffic, etc. It's better than the in-app map applications. But what I'm saying is, in that case, like if you felt like he harassed you, it's not just an issue if he just did it to you. Because then if he's just doing this to any pretty woman that he does it to, because keep in mind, it's usually the same person doing the scope of the people.
I agree. Yep.
But if he's violating policy, then he needs to be removed because he's not doing his job properly. And he went out of his way to attack you or to harass you. You are a direct customer, and above all else, customer service is first. I understand where you're like,
okay, so I'm confused. You said it wasn't weird. Is it weird now?
Very weird.
Again, I'm not going to say it's weird because a lot of interaction now is through messaging and online forums. But it is harassment.
I'm confused again. So
it can't be harassing and not be weird.
Hold on. I need to understand.
It definitely can.
If you let me, is harassment weird?
Yes.
Harassment is weird, but it's also dangerous.
So why?
It's a difference in the scale.
So why are we not having a clear, concise understand that what he did was weird?
Here's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because a lot of, especially nowadays, in the last 5-10 years, a lot of the dating is through that media app. So all he did was he shot his shot to somebody through a way that was essentially untraceable. You know what? I actually changed. Yeah, when I realized it, because he even did it in a way that kept him out of trouble. Yeah, nah.
What did he do?
Yo, I don't understand I don't understand. I'm really
look.
don't understand.
I just agree with you.
If it's weird to harass somebody, how is it not weird to harass somebody?
It is.
Can I say something real quick? And I'm gonna drop off because I gotta do something. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
And this is why I say sometimes we try to be too deep in shallow waters. At the end of the day, to me, what I think what happened is she gave him a big tip. He said thank you. He said thank you and probably tried to be a little flirtatious. She said thank you, and it was over and done with at the end of the day. She also said approach her in person. It wasn't weird to her. She liked it. She had no issue. Then now all of a sudden it's a switch. She liked the compliment. She got it. She liked it. Whatever it was, she liked it. It is what it is. She liked the compliment she got. He liked the tip that he got. That's all said and done. If it was really that much of an issue, report him, go about your business. That's it. It's really not that complicated. The reason why I said that it's not weird is because if he being a little flirtatious, okay, yeah, that's cool, that's fine. Move on, go about my business. Now, if you want to get froggy, so to speak, because you got my address, now I got something for you for real. That's just me.
But the thing is, love, when we tell them like that, that's fine that you're ready to get into action. I think a lot of people are afraid to call a thing, and that is a very dangerous thing as well. Because if he did it to Lorena, that ain't the only woman he did it to, and that's the problem that it turns into. People always pass off the weirdness to somebody else to correct, and then by the time it goes to the next person, it can escalate into a whole nother thing. We literally had somebody in our space got stalked by somebody because everybody kept passing up. Oh, he's just, maybe he like you, and then it turned into a whole stalker. So I'm saying we got to be careful. That's why I think we got to.
nip things in the bud. That's what grandma used to say. My grandma told me shit don't change until you get up and watch your ass, knuckle. Boy, I was like, all right, grandma, shit. So you understand? So I think we gotta get people to understand that we gotta nip things in the bud and don't let things move on to the next person. That's all. And so for everybody that hates smart, so you can understand what the conversation at hand. Lorena, she had an Instacart. The man delivered her Instacart delivery. She said thank you, gave him a tip, and he went back after he went to his next delivery. He wound up jumped back into the Instacart and found a way to converse with her and left her a whole paragraph saying, and kind of in a flirtatious way. And I considered it weird.
Oh, okay. What did he say?
That's crazy to me, right there, man.
Well, there's some things
It don't matter what he said. It was weird.
So I don't agree with that fully yet, right? I think that so for some people this could have been like a beautiful love story, right? And I think that's the problem. The problem is it's like when guys say, "Oh, if the man was attractive, that would have been fine." I think reasonably, if it's either it can never happen or it's either allowed or it's not allowed, right? And I think when we kind of play that teeter, oh, was he extremely attractive thing? I think that's the problem, right? Which if women are going to be like, yo, I don't care who you are, I don't want to be approached by men at this day and age, right? Cool. But typically women want to be approached by men who are attractive, and they kind of like go back and forth. And it's reasonable to understand how some people get confused with that. Like, for example, right? When I used to work at a phone store, it was this lady that was flirting with me, and it's the only time I ever did this. And I had got her number. I'm like, yo, I'm like, am I tripping or were you just flirting with me? Yeah, she was flirting with me, and we ended up having a relationship, right? That's the only time I ever did that. But
hold on, did what? Hold on. What you did what?
I was in a phone store. She came and did
This
something on her.
dude would get ladies hurt.
Hold on, girls. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
hold on. You saying that y'all was
Yeah.
face to face when you asked her this?
Yeah, I worked at a phone. No. I worked at a phone store. She came in. She did some stuff. I felt like she was flirting with me. So when she left, like I took her number and I sent her a message. I'm like, yo, am I tripping or like were you flirting with me? And yes, she was. Right?
Hold on, Mott. You stole the girl's number?
Yeah, I guess if you want to say it that way.
That's weird. That's weird.
I don't think so.
It's weird.
But let's have this conversation. I think it's a great conversation.
That's weird.
I think it's a great conversation. And this is the problem,
the weirdos
right?
we dealing with in this space, man.
Yo, hold on, Kels, cut that out.
Hold on, let him finish his out of the that was out of line, sir.
But this is why I disagree with you, right? It's because we gotta have it one way or the other. It's either always weird or sometimes or it's always not weird, right? Because at the end of the day,
all right, so
at the end of the day, like men, right?
Oh, go ahead. I would say that scenario right there, Mont, you was being weird.
I don't.
Absolutely.
Okay, and it's fair to have that. It's fair to have that opinion, right? But
you're all backing it up, though. You only have that opinion, though, of the driver being not weird because you do the same thing.
Hold on.
Right.
I never said that.
Hold on. Let him
These niggas is weird.
Hold on, y'all. Let him finish this.
Y'all talking to me. Yo, we trying to have a conversation and y'all keep cutting me off.
We trying to converse, y'all. Come on. Go ahead,
I'm not saying it's weird because it's not weird because I did it before. I was asking you questions to get like what did he say? Because in principle, I don't think that a man seeing a woman that he wants to pursue and maybe going through unorthodox ways to get in touch with her is always weird, right? Because some women would be extremely flattered by that, especially if they had an attraction to him also, right? Now it's harassment. Harassment is literally has a definition. It doesn't mean getting in touch with somebody. It means it's like it's repeated. It's not, you're not listening to what the person is telling you and stuff like that. That's harassment. But I do think definitionally we are using harassment wrong, regardless. Now, as far as it being weird, cool, y'all can have that conversation. But I think if, like, for example, certain girls, you might like when they go through those things where they block their boyfriend and stuff like that, they want you to find any type of way to get in touch with them still, and that's going to tell them how much you care about them. did you cash at me a message, or did you Venmo, and like they want you to go through all these types of ways to get in touch with them because that shows them how much you like them. That's just an example. But why do y'all actually think the practice is weird to go through an unorthodox way to get in touch with a woman that you thought was attractive?
To be fair, he's not wrong.
Because you had the opportunity to do it to my face. What is making it weird is that you are not confident enough to approach me to my face and give me what I deserve as this beautiful queen in the place that I am. Like, I'm so confused. You're wanting somebody to accept less? Like, I'm hearing it's contradicting me in my head because I'm like, do you think a little of yourself?
So here's what
Wait, Vanna, would you have given him a shot if he did it to your face?
Yes,
here's where the logic gets
you're
muddy.
supposed to do it to the face. Not
Wait, hold on. No. That's not what I'm asking.
Hold on,
I'm
y'all.
asking.
Hold on, y'all. Please let them finish up their conversation, and then
I
Shadow
think
want to
I
jump
think
in.
here
If I want to jump in.
I think here's where the logic gets muddy, right? Because now you're saying the issue is that you weren't confident enough to speak to me in person, right? Now you're talking about that's your actual issue, is that I deserve more because I'm a queen and all this other type of stuff, versus like, yo, I just think it's weird when people do this, whether you had an opportunity to talk to me or not. I just think it's weird for you to hit me up on your job ad, right? So like, I think we should we want the logic to make sense.
It's
That's what I'm
my
saying.
story. So if I think it's weird, then I think it's weird. You're telling me, as a person who has lived in this experience, that my feelings as the person in this experience is wrong. And I'm trying to tell you,
I never said that. I
you
never said
are,
that.
you saying that though. You're
No,
saying it's not weird for a man to do what I am saying he did that felt weird to me. It is
yeah.
weird.
So
I'm not
hold on.
wrong
So those are
for
two different
feeling
things.
weird.
So if I say something creeped me out, and if I say something made me feel weird, that's a different thing than saying a practice in general is weird, right? So these are different things. You can always tell me how you feel. You can be like, yo, this made me feel this way. But when you start to get in a territory where we're speaking matter of factly about things, that's a little bit different. So I'm not discounting your experience, but it's it's what you chose to say, if that makes sense. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense because the only reason why you are entertaining, you know it's weird. I know you know it's weird, but the reason why that you're entertaining the fact or the opinion that it's not weird is because you have done an action yourself that is similar to the same action that was done to me. So you can't deem it weird because then you would have to deem yourself as weird. And who wants to do that? But deeming yourself weird in the past, you can learn to be better. You can grow into a better person. So acknowledge that, hey, yes, I did weird behavior in my past. Forgive yourself for it, and then move forward knowing that you will not reenact those same behaviors. And that's okay. But don't sit there and say, oh no, what happened to me wasn't weird when it indeed was weird and you know it was.
Yeah. So can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we got you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Right now you're projecting. Yeah, I can hear y'all. I'm sorry. Right now, what I think you're doing is like you're attempting to disqualify me from the conversation, which is I think you're doing that because I don't think you have a strong argument to continue the conversation with me, right? This has nothing to do with me. I was just giving an example, but we're talking about should this be a rule or not? That's what we're talking about. So when you do that, you're letting me know that you don't want to go forward in a good faith conversation because you've already discounted me because I've done it one time in my life, right? Now, on these panels, I think that I've done a good job of showing people that I can have a conversation and think of different perspectives outside of myself. So I'd like to have the conversation, and I like you to have the conversation openly. Like, I don't want you to be like, oh, you've done it before, so I'm not going to listen to you. Is that fair?
Not at all, because you asked at the beginning of that rant, you said you brought up your example to see if it was equal. I said, yes, it's equal.
I never asked you that question. I never asked you if anything was equal.
You said it. You said you gave your example because you were asking us if it was equal. You literally just said that.
You literally just put half of everything you said. You just put in my mouth. I never asked anybody about their opinion on if that's equal or not. Does anybody remember me asking the panel, are these two things the same?
No.
I never did. Lorena, you're literally having your own conversation right now. You're hearing what you want to hear.
But it is fair. It is fair for her to have that. It is fair for her to have that conclusion, because the story seemed like it was a comparison, and you saying that, hey, I once did it, and I also got a relationship out of it. The girl didn't seem it as weird, like y'all are seeing it, because she found me attractive. That's why she looks at it as a comparison to one. Not because you actually said it, but because
Okay. I was giving an example of how if somebody else did that, besides me, that woman may have found that to be weird and like, yo, I'm calling your job, right? And I'm getting you fired. Versus it being somebody who she was attracted to and that she actually was flirting with, where it was like it's okay now. So what I was using that example was to be like, yo, we either can, it all got to be weird or none of it can be weird.
No, so but the problem
It is all weird.
It is all weird. Yeah.
Hold on. So the problem is, like, it was weird. It's just that she liked your weirdness because she was weird too. She didn't find it strange that you stole her number, called it, she answered it. Said, oh, I'm the cable guy. I just want to come and put some cables up. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, yeah, you can charge me up anytime. Bring me an extra cable. That is, it's just because she was able to do the weirdness with you doesn't make it any less weird, is what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon. That's exactly what I was trying to say verbatim. Like, exactly what I was trying to say.
That's not what you. Verbatim means that's what you said, right? It doesn't mean that's what you were trying to say.
Oh my God, bro.
Verbatim. He said verbatim what I was trying to say. Obviously, I didn't successfully say it verbatim because I said try. Come on.
All right. But this is a good conversation, and
Just
if we can actually hash. Go ahead, Lorraine. I'm sorry.
Said at the beginning of this whole thing, I do not care about how a person looks. So that is why your example actually to me made no sense, but I forget you came on after, so you weren't aware of the fact that I said this at the beginning. A person look wouldn't matter. So I'm not one of the females that you were trying to pin this example on, which is why I was feeling the way that I was feeling when you were saying, because I was trying to say nicely, you're a weird guy and she's a weird girl, obviously. But I didn't know. I'm trying to watch how I talk to people. I'm learning. Okay. So I know how to say it as nice as Sharon did it. So thank you, Sharon, for getting it out there. But I got what you was putting down, but I don't think you were picking up what I was saying.
All right, and so all right, so that's good. So I'm gonna bring in Detroit Coalition, so because he has something to say, and Shadow have something to say as well. So it's what we can have it full circle. Everybody can get their voice in. So Detroit, then Shadow.
What's up, Sharon? Good afternoon, everybody. It's weird who the young man was talking, but he just came in kind of at the back end. My bad, bro. How you doing? The harassment part was brought up by Josh, and it was just like, if that happened to my wife, I would consider it to be harassment. The weird part started with the guy. Okay. It didn't start with her reaction to it. It started with the guy. He's in the service field. So anybody who's in the service field just knows, I used to work in cable. While you were talking about laying out cable, in that field or whatever, you're not out here to shoot your shot. Plenty of guys have, and plenty of young ladies were receptive to it. But there's plenty of them who weren't, and there's plenty of cases that I've heard of, like guys getting fired left and right. What'd he do? Oh, he was hanging around her house like, after, just, stalking, you know what I'm saying? And anything that even would come close to you seeming like that, why would you even want to do it? That endearing thing that you think is like, it's all in your head. Like, there's nothing about that that's fly. So, the fly thing would have been, if you really was going to shoot your shot, you was right there in front of her. She said that already. She got a man. So that's the point there too, is that she got a man. She wasn't considering nobody anyway. But if he was going to say anything, you shoot your shot then. But these men be in their head, and these fantasy worlds about, like, just understand what I was thinking at the time. When a young lady is needed to understand who's on their property, who's in a, who just came to their house, who knows their address, who, who, knows their schedule and stuff because of what you delivered you delivered food to me at a certain time. So you must be at home around this time. But if you, the guy, and you just want to be kind of, in your fantasy world, everything, just see me for me. This is what I was thinking. This is my intentions. Your intentions don't match up to the safety of the more vulnerable person in the situation. It doesn't.
Okay. Shadow? Damn, he did. You gotta unmute yourself, Shadow. And then Mont, you better
Okay. All right. So again, I hate you, Detroit, but he's right. Everything he said, I agree with. At the end of the day, first of all, I forgot who Raina was, and one of the things she said is she didn't have a dude to deal with, and I was like, well, which killed my initial point. I was like, well, if he would have tried to approach you in person, would you have been more receptive? Like, hey, I know he's at work, but you know what? At least he's flirting with me in public. Let me be a little more receptive. Or you would have still denied him. It sounds, and I think this is what Mott was pitching. It sounds like you just wanted to reject him in person, because it looks like the man moved on. We don't know what happened afterwards. I don't know if he's come back to you. I don't know if you had him arrested. Like, we don't know none of that. But it seems like you seem more upset that he didn't do it in person, not the fact that he did it through Instacart. So I guess I'm not sure what you're upset about now. Like,
that was me?
You're very, hold on, because she's very specific about, I know what my value is as this beautiful Black woman. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But if you didn't like it, you wouldn't have liked it regardless of how he did it. So why are you emphasizing that? Does that make sense?
That's for me?
No. I hate you.
First, I was not in a partnership at that time. That's one. Although I really don't think it matters, because what we're saying, like, y'all like to go off when I go off the topics because somebody else come in with something else, and I've already like addressed why I went off the topic during that part, because once again, I said Mont came in not knowing the beginning of the conversation, in which I said, if a man is bold enough to approach, it takes a certain type of man to approach me in the nicest way. It takes a certain type of man to approach me, not just any
Cap. I'm sorry.
Say what you like, that's fine. But in person, face to face, it takes a certain type of man to approach any woman face to face, because it takes confidence. Like, it period. That's just in general. It's like knowledge. So for a man to come and approach me face to face, I'm going to entertain. You took a lot of confidence. It's not easy. Therefore, I'm going to entertain. If I am single, I'm not single now. So I'm not going to be in places where your approach is not going to be weird without my partner. I don't do that. If I'm going to be out in public, any public setting I'm in, my partner is either with me or I'm with a group of girls, and I'm not going to be in no bar by myself where I'm looking approachable. I don't do that. There's just certain things I don't do because of me.
All right. And make sure y'all support the show. Hit the like, hit the share. I appreciate that. Mont wanted to address it. Shadow, do you want to respond, or that's okay for Mont to address it?
Just real quick. Do you still use Uber, Lyft, or do you still use Instacart?
Who, me?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I only do Instacart where it's the grocery store shops it, and I go to the grocery store and I pick it up. Once again, I do not put my
right. That's not the same thing. I get it. Now, okay, so I get
Thank
you. Legit. All right.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mont, and then we can welcome in KT to go.
Yeah. I respect everybody's opinion, right? I still do disagree. I think that men should exercise discernment with everything that they do. And if the thing that's holding you back between you and who you think might be your wife is just the way that you get in contact with her, I completely disagree with you guys. Like, if you gotta go and you just seen a woman and you gotta go and talk to her coworker, like, yo, I just saw this most beautiful woman, like, what's her name, like, and you just gotta figure out a way to get in touch with her. Yeah, like, I just think use discernment, and if you're serious about that woman, do it. We can disagree, but that's my perspective, right? Yeah. But I would still love to have the conversation and just hashing out the logic behind it and stuff like that. And I don't mind if people think that I'm weird. I don't mind that either.
Yeah, it's okay to be
Harassment.
weird sometimes.
Yeah, like weird.
Yeah.
That's
And her ass was weird too. Y'all both with some weird asses.
I'm not mad. Yeah, I'm not
Hey,
mad at
Sharon,
that.
real quick question. I had a chick, her mom gave me her number because I was at an AutoZone helping out with somebody else's car. It never made sense to me, but in my opinion, based on this story, that would have been weird. And to me, it wasn't. I was like, all right, well, that's kind of cool. Because she had her mom give me her number. Like, do you see why that wouldn't seem weird? Because I was like, that's interesting. And I dated her for like a year and a half.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't even understand how that is even a part of this conversation. That don't have nothing to do with this type of a conversation.
I got
somebody finding a different way to get your number. If a girl like me and she see me and she worked at the goddamn telecom, and then she said, "God damn, Sharon is so goddamn handsome." I'm afraid to say something, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm the one that started up his goddamn. Let me see. Hold on. I got his number. Hey, I'm gonna come and drop this thing off on your face, boy. What you want to do? I will find her weird. Welcome to the show. KT to go. Somebody that do not care. He will answer that strange phone number and let that girl sit on his face. Welcome to the show. KT to go.
Results may vary. I ain't gonna lie. I've been listening for a minute. I don't really know what the hell going on, but I really wanted to come up because, like, have y'all talked about the main topic of the show yet?
Yeah, we you can answer it. We can bring it back to that if you like. Are straight black men a cancer to black culture? Think about your answer. Let me read the super chat real quick. The verbal assassin, F around and find out what the find out. You are not weird, Mont. That is exactly how a man pursues a woman he really wants. Y'all are crazy.
Nah, for sure. You gotta apply pressure. I can't agree with that standpoint a little bit though. You definitely gotta apply pressure.
I think Venus trolling. I don't know, man. I think Venus trolling.
That was verbal.
I mean, verbal. I'm sorry. I think verbal trolling. I think.
Nah, you know, verbal kinky ass. She like that. Verbal like that. You know what I'm saying? She like, we gonna fight. He chasing me. Hey, nah, but look. In terms of
tomorrow, why don't you play the plumber and come back over? You know?
Yeah, nah, for sure. As long as she can break out her chains and whip, she with it. But listen to me. I do not think black men are a cancer to our society. I think we're probably one of the I don't know what's the correct word, but like one of the people who we're an important part of our culture in terms of portrayals and things of that nature. Because even in terms of how we look at the badness in our community now will primarily go to a male, right? But I think also at times when we seen good in our community, we will also go to the men, like in terms of how they were dressing, the way they would do their hairstyles, even though I know that's also a female thing. I'm just saying in terms of clean cut and things of that nature. We talked about it one time. What was that? The dandyism, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I think if anything, we kind of lost today. I think that's just more people than anything. Like we just in a attention driven world and people trying to make it and they see a way to make it is by acting crazy a lot. So I think that's kind of throwing us off. But I don't think we a cancer. I think we just honestly we need to get it together.
Okay. Also, before we finish up and we can get back to weird ass Mont and weird ass verbal assassin. Before we get back to their asses, one of the things that they were saying, KT, is that Black men have this collective thought process of a lot of degenerate things that have been passed on through within our culture. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, as we all know, I'm an advocate for some degeneracy. Just it's a time and place for everything. But outside of that, I'd say like, nah, that's humans. I don't think it got like. Now I'm not gonna sit there and say there aren't things that men have done that's.
So before you move it forward, so you're saying you do agree that Black men do have this unspoken collective thought pattern.
Of what, like degeneracy in general?
No, like they have a thought pattern on how they look at things, the way how they approach a girl, the way how they older men tell younger boys to go ahead and get that vagina, go ahead and get this money, young man. You know, like a common unspoken way how Black men talk to young Black men.
The only unspoken, but it's spoken. The only thing I could think of is like how to carry yourself as a Black person. I ain't gonna lie and say I've heard like listen, the people who told me get some pussy was my homeboys more than my elders. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and that's part of the thing that like it's not just the elders, it's just a collective as Black men. We have
that's people. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, let's be very frank. Like I was saying yesterday.
No, that's fine. That's fine that
things,
it can
right?
explain to other people. But you know, go.
No, I was just saying some things are societal, right? Like Black men, white men, Asian men. At a certain age, if you ain't getting no cheek, you know what I'm saying? People clown on you. It is what, like, I ain't saying that's okay at all, but I'm just saying that is like a societal norm type thing. So I don't want to say it's like just the act of like purely on the act of degeneracy, more or less just on the act of false masculinity. Like a lot of times we think a main part of being masculine is going through as many women as possible. You know what I'm saying? But
okay, so that's so you kind of on the same list. So, but you just don't really think that even that part, you still don't believe it's a cancer. All right, the verbal assassin F around the phone with the $2. Apply pressure all day long. Welcome to the show, the verbal assassin. Please explain to us what is going. Detroit wants to know what's going on.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? So listen, maybe I didn't hear the whole thing because y'all are calling Mont weird or whatever. I was in and out, but I thought I heard Mont saying something to the effect of he had a brief conversation with a woman and he didn't really know her, but he felt like there was chemistry. And then he found a way to get her number, or he saw her again and asked her if there was chemistry? Because I don't see anything. If that's what happened, what's wrong with that?
I got you.
Can I explain?
I'm gonna explain the story to you, Verb, and you tell me if it's weird. You came up to the store, Verb. You like, God damn, that man look fine as hell. You like, because you from Cali, right? So he's a fine, right? That's how y'all say it out there,
right? Fine, fine.
You fine, right? And then so we talking blah blah blah. I work.
Hey, Verbal, buckle up.
I work at the Sprint store. So you're like, all right, cool. So we do our thing. You say, hey, you say a little flirtatious things, back and forth, boom. You go home. I look inside the computer. I pull up all your information, pull up your phone number, and then I call your phone.
say, hey, the way how your eyes was looking, girl, like I thought that, you know what I'm saying, that,
Okay. All right. Okay. I've heard enough.
what happened? I just thought
Okay.
that, maybe that, we have more than a phone connection, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So Mont was working in the store and
Uh-huh.
he went into the system to call his customer.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, that would be a little
No,
creepy. That would be a little bit creepy, but
Oh, you
I'm
said that. Hold
thinking,
on, hold on. Let me read this. Hold on. I just apply pressure all day long. I think that's what I think that's what it's saying, Mark. I don't know.
You heard her. She caps
okay,
locked that
so
hashtag.
okay, so I'm thinking that that's that is a little bit stalkerish, Mont. Sorry. Okay, that is a little stalkerish. It would have been better for you to just wait for her to come back into the store again and then you just ask her directly. Okay. I thought that was kind of how it went. But no, yeah, but did it work out for you? Because I didn't hear that part.
Oh yeah, he worked her out. He got her full, like, it was around the time when you could you get free call into 9. She had unlimited phones and texts.
Calling tonight. Well, then it worked out for him, Maybe he wasn't creepy in the way he said it, but it would be a little bit off-putting because it's like, this is a little strange. But I'm still with apply pressure because, women say that we want men to pursue, right? And to take the lead in that. So, I mean, the way they pursue is the way they pursue, right? You can't be, you have to, there's a line, but if you, let's say you meet a woman through a friend or something like that, right? You don't know her. Let's say you're in the car, she's in the car with your friend and you're on speakerphone with your friend and then you hear the woman who's the passenger speak and then you like her voice and you start trying to saying like, hey, what's your name, stuff like that, right? And then that's it. You have a little friendly banter and then that's it. And then later on you go to your friend and you're like, hey, like what's going on with her, what, give me her deets or whatever. And then you ask about, can you give me her number? I want to talk to her. I want to get to know her. Is that creepy? Or is that pursuit?
No,
that is
pursuit.
That's pursuit.
Okay, wait a second.
Okay, there you go. Okay, good. Because that happened to me and I liked it. I liked it a lot. Okay. And he got the number.
Verbal, let me ask you this though.
But did he get
Let me ask you this, Verbal.
Verbal?
Hold on.
He's still in training. He's a puppy. He's a little younger than the Verb. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah.
Did you give the permission to give your number to him?
Oh yeah, because my friend called me first. She was like, I'm not just gonna be giving you that lady's number. So she called me first and I was like, okay, whatever. But I was just like, this little boy, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna talk to him a little bit just for fun and I'm gonna get him on up out the way. But yeah, he kinda stuck to you, yeah. He kinda stuck to you, girl.
Nah,
see, y'all don't hear what I'm hearing. Verbal's smiling while she's telling this story. Look, y'all don't get it. She's like,
I know,
in the back of everybody's mind.
We all like some
saying,
degeneracy. We gotta quit playing out here. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. We grown folks, all right? You can't.
Let's be real.
Right now.
We got to give Verbal the real story here, so she can really have an opinion on it too. Okay. So
you see what it says? Don't be a poop butt. I can't stand a scary ass man. What you scared for? If you like her, you like her, so step to her. Like, what is this
situation
shit?
to do was scary. Whoa. This dude, I would say, in this situation to do was scary. But let me give you the real. Can I, Sharon? You mind if I give her? So imagine it's Instacart, right? You get an Instacart. You get an Instacart delivered to your house. This is the real story, okay? You get an Instacart delivered to your house. Okay, the guy sees you, is enamored with you, but don't holler at you, right? Leaves. You leave a tip. You leave a healthy tip too. Okay. Dude hollers back at you through the app and like shoots his shot through the app. And I think the response back that she gave him was just like a thank you. Nothing more than that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that weird? How he shot his shot?
Yeah, don't be. Yeah, you're just my delivery person. I don't want to. I tell them to leave my stuff at the door anyway. So, like, what are you doing? Absolutely not. Don't do
See,
that.
I thought you were the one who said that. I was like,
All
yeah,
right.
this is a bad question for Bird.
I
She's
think we
quick to
got
tell
back
people,
to.
leave it at the door.
So I think we got back to the full circle now. Verb is back on the side that we thought she'd be on, but she just a
Oh,
little
I had gone.
crazy.
I came back. I came back from the light. I was going to the light.
Like I said,
I was
you were
walking
only
past the
trolling.
light.
Look, I was in here vouching for you, Verbal. Like she was only trolling. She had to be
No,
just
I was
trolling,
not.
y'all.
No, I was
She
not
not
trolling
trolling.
because
She
no,
wanted
wasn't
that
trolling on
pressure
that.
on her.
On that
Yeah, she
instance.
wanted that
no.
She
pressure
ain't know
on
the
her.
situation though. She ain't know the whole
Yeah, I
situation.
didn't.
That's the difference though, Detroit. You
Yeah, I
didn't
didn't
mess
know the
around.
Right.
whole full.
Wait, hold on.
But
Okay,
y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop tapping men on the hand because they want to pursue a woman. Like that's weird. That's what's
Hey,
Oh
weird.
Verbal.
yeah, for sure.
Let me
Yeah,
read this
Verbal.
super chat
Can
real
I
quick.
wait? Hold on.
Shout out
Okay.
to Corinne Mackey with the 199 hearts, and let me put my damn crown on. Thank you so much, Miss Corinne Mackey. I appreciate that. Let me also welcome into the show. Let me see what this guy got to say. Aunt T, good day to you, sir. What's your thoughts?
What up? Nah, real quick, because I saw the title. I've been kind of like off and on listening in the clouds, but I wanted to even go back to what Verbal just said. Like she don't like a scary ass dude, and that's cool. But I think that's a big problem, as far as the effeminization of men. So even when I see the title, I've noticed that even kind of going on social media. Like a lot of people are even pushing for the covert effeminization of just men as a whole, especially black men. And I don't know if that puts certain people, it makes them feel empowered or larger to effeminize, men and have them kind of acting like women or whatever. Because I've seen, even in your title, bro, I've seen it in multiple other titles, articles saying that straight black men are a cancer to the culture. It's like, yo, in that case, I'm fine. I'm fine with not being part of your damn culture if I'm a cancer to it just because I'm a straight damn man that
Okay,
acts like
nobody
one.
asked you, Auntie. Okay, nobody asked you.
So I'm gonna ask you, because Bert, we known each other for years. I know you pop a lot of
Yeah.
noise, but I don't think you respect the effeminized man or even advocate for the
I can't
effeminization.
even deal with it. Nah, get the hell away from me. There can only be one woman in my relationship, Annie.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and I'm enough. I'm enough. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
all of
that's the
that.
point that I'm making. I'm like, even though I know a lot of these women, they talk a lot of noise. Most of them, they don't want no dude that acts like a chick, bro. They're like, yo, if it's gonna be one, like for real, I'm not in a lesbian relationship. They don't like that. So the effeminization of men is not good for men, of course, as a whole, and it's definitely not good for women. Like it's not good for the culture at all. So I'm always
Oh,
gonna push back on
real
it.
quick, Auntie. Maya Reed just said in the chat what I told you, you guys, you and Keon over there on Bob's channel the other day, that you and Keon sound alike. Maya Reed just said that you guys have the same, like, you guys have the same tonality to your voice. I told you. I know. I be knowing what I'm talking about.
It happens.
I'm just saying. I just wanted him to know that I was right. That's
Oh,
all.
my bad.
It's important. It's
Yeah, you
important
gotta
to
let
me.
him
It's
know.
important to me.
let me let Shadow get a chance because I know he had a thought before Auntie. I just want to make sure all voices got heard first. Go ahead, Shadow.
Verbal, simple. And I think this is a good thing for young men here in the future. What is your advice to young men actually pursuing a woman from a woman's point of view?
Wait. What'd you say? You said, what is my advice to young men pursuing what? A
Man,
woman
don't
what?
ask Verbal. She
Hey,
about to tap
Shut
in
up,
and lick my
KT.
doggy
shut up.
ball,
Hold up.
fam.
Hey, I got a book. Hey,
Shut up,
look,
KT.
that would have been, look, I mean, sometimes you need a dog. Never mind. Anyway, so Verbal, what is your advice to young men trying to pursue a woman while not trying to be creepy at all? Like how to reach that fine line. How would you train them?
Let's see. For one thing, if you're actually pursuing a woman, you need to be consistent. Okay, consistent and direct, and actually listen to what she says and note how she responds to you. When a woman is actually interested in a man, it's really not very difficult for you to see that, but she's gonna respond. She's gonna respond. She might not be um she might not love bomb you. If she's healthy, she won't be love bombing you. And she's not the kind of woman that is really the kind that y'all say you like, a high value, quote unquote, high value one, is not going to chase you because she understands that that's your position, that your position is to pursue, right? So she's going to actually allow your pursuit. So that means when you call her, she answers. If you text her, she texts you back. You know, she actually is willing to have conversation with you. If she's not, if she's ignoring your calls, if she's not answering your phone, you know, she's brushing you off, then stop pursuing her. I mean, it's really not that difficult.
So you're
If she
saying that
if
there
she
are clear
responding,
signs?
I'm proud
yes,
of you.
if she is responding to your pursuit in any way, if she is responding, then that's the green light, okay, to continue to pursue and do it in a way, you know, that act normal. Don't act thirsty.
But
Don't
if
act
there are
weird.
clear signs of rejection, accept the rejection and move on.
Yes, move the hell on because because you know men play a lot of games, but women play games too, especially women who are not confident in who they are and don't really know what it is they actually want. Um, you know, they might have also, you know, low self-esteem, stuff like that. So that's gonna make for a very breadcrumby, up and down, roller coaster, chaotic, confusing pursuit. And you shouldn't be confused. Like women should not be confused by a man's pursuit because it will be clear and direct if he's serious. And a man shouldn't be confused as to whether a woman actually wants you to pursue her because that will be clear and it will be obvious because she's literally responding to you. I mean, if she's willing to talk to you and you know you've made it clear that you're actually pursuing her romantically and she's still engaging with you, then yeah, pursue her, but don't expect her pursuit to look like yours too. That's another thing because y'all be wanting to be chased and pursued and taken out on dates and stuff like
That's a
that.
fact.
And certain types of women who understand how this should go aren't going to be doing that. They're not going to do it. And so a lot of men, because they think that this is the way the pursuit should look the same, they will get discouraged and think that she doesn't really like him because she should be, you know, opening car doors for him too. But that's not how an actual, you know, mature woman would actually behave. A woman who
Also,
is self-assured, she's not going to be doing all of that. She's going to allow you the space to show her and prove to her what you're about and what you're interested in, and it's your job to show her.
So
and
take
also,
the
if I
time
can
to get to know
interject
the
real
woman you're
quick
pursuing.
for ladies,
KT
if a
nigga.
dude want, let me say this real quick.
When I left, the conversation was about men. How are we on women now?
Oh, you know, they
No,
flipped it on over here.
No, we're
That's
still talking about.
crazy that
PhD.
they can
No, we're
never
still
talk
talking about
about
men.
men and keep it to men. That somehow a
Hey,
woman always got to enter into the conversation.
Oh, what was
hey,
y'all
Mon,
talking
I can
about?
ask you a
Because
question real quick.
We're
no, we
not
was talking
talking
I
about how
about
ain't
do
been
a
on
men.
man.
here.
We was talking about how do a man correctly approach a woman.
Right.
Or did
I
the
look.
did the
I don't think.
conversation change?
And
What
verbal
happened?
is
I don't
doing
know.
the
I
majority
wasn't.
of the
I
talking.
I don't think
Hey,
most of
Mon, can
these
I ask
men
a
should be
question real
giving
quick?
advice about how to get women because y'all don't get none for the most part. I ain't saying all y'all. A lot of
Hey,
these niggas
I
don't
agree,
get no
Mon.
women.
KT, he talking about you,
Hey, Mon, I agree with
KT.
you.
He
Oh,
talking
you
about
ain't
you,
talking about
KT.
KT. Nobody talking about KT.
KT
That's
for sure.
cap.
Hey, Mon, can I ask you a question real quick? So,
Yeah, for
with the
sure.
girl from Instacart, like, did it work out? Are y'all together to this day or married?
Oh, you talking about the girl from my old job? I
Yeah.
was in a phone store.
Oh,
No,
Foster.
no,
Okay, okay.
we had a she was a lot older than me. She was about she might have been 10 years older than me. I was like 24, she was like 32, 33. And we had a relationship, not like a boyfriend girlfriend, but we had a physical relationship, and she was a lot older than me. It wasn't, supposed to be nothing that was too, you know.
Monte
So,
said
were
it was a
Well,
you?
bop.
What you said?
well,
Wait, so,
he
Monte
couldn't
said it
know.
was a bop.
We said was it a
Listen,
bop?
he was a whole bop girl, and he could not handle that old thing. He couldn't handle that old. She put it on him. He said, "This
See,
is enough. I can't take it."
but believe it or not, right? After we was like kind of dealing, she started to. I thought it was going to be like, oh, you're an older woman, you just kind of you want to get physical with me, but she started to really like me, and I was confused about it. I was confused.
Boy, shut
wait,
your
so you
ass up.
weren't?
So
Wait, so
Like
at
she
the
anyway,
had two
time,
Now
kids, like they
Monte
was.
just out here lying.
so
wait, so at
so
the time, once you,
wait,
I'm a
cool.
bad
One thing
verbal.
I just need to tell Sharon. So PhD is here, so I'm gonna be quiet. But when she leave, I'll be talking again.
Hey, you can talk now. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
No, I gotta go back in the office, so I just said that as a segue. But I'm gonna sit up here.
Mom,
Nah,
how old are you now?
I'm 33.
Oh, okay.
Now, real quick, if I can jump in, because even in these spaces, a lot of people, especially a lot of dudes, they'll take what the verbal assassin just said, and they'll see it as men do all the work and women just say, yeah, do more. That's it. But there's still like there's some reciprocation there that you got to notice that lets you do a little bit more. So if you're doing the right things, or you're doing those things to pursue, unquote, she's going to reciprocate and do other things back. She's going to look out, she's going to check on you, she's going to make sure that you ate the right foods, whatever might come by, make sure your place has the woman's touch, tell you smell good, all of that stuff, might even help you pick out some cologne, whatever the case may be. There's going to be some kind of reciprocation there, and that's something that a lot of people leave out in these conversations. I think that's something that a lot of people miss, you know and especially, like, it's easy for Verbal to say that because she grew up in a different day and age, like myself, like Sharon, and maybe a couple of other people on the panel. So we understand that. But now people speak a whole different language. It's just text
Oh,
message, and like three letters, three letters, and a couple of emojis. So people don't really understand those signs because they speak a totally different language. So I think even when Josh asked the question, weren't you talking about younger people, not
I
necessarily
was.
older people? So I
And
can
that's why
understand where, yeah, the
and
social
that's why I'm
awkwardness can
asking.
come in there,
I
and
don't I
signals
don't
can get
agree.
Exactly.
changed.
I agree with verbal assassin though. I do. I think that a lot of the men, like, because men these days, right? I think it's a man's job that if you're going to pursue a woman and say, "Hey, I'm interested in you. Can I take you out?" It's not her job yet to show you that. It's your job to show you why she should like you. That's what I think, right?
Exactly,
It's
and why you should reciprocate. It takes a little time before the woman gets to that point to reciprocate, and that
yeah.
doesn't matter the age. It's older or younger. We're the ones who need to teach them. So let me just say this: my
Let
daughters
me
don't just be sitting around being doing text. They know they're supposed to get a phone call. They're supposed to be taken out. They're supposed to be persist. They know that, and
let me ask you a question,
they
bro.
are Gen Z.
Hey, Diva. I'm working in the Sprint store. I'm working at the local Sprint. You know what I'm saying? I got you know what I mean? I'm looking fly in my black and yellow. You feel me? I got the Sprint sign right there. I'm nice and sharp, right, Diva? So you coming there, you trying to get the new iPhone 17. Your credit ain't that good. I'll hook you up. Hey, I got you. So now you got the new iPhone 17, right, Diva? Now you did a little
Yes.
smile and a giggle, and then you walked up out the store. And I was like,
I wonder if I missed my opportunity. And then, 10 hours later, I look into the computer. I make sure the manager left. I look up your name. I say, oh, PhD, but her number is 347-210-72. So I call you up. I'm like, hey, you remember that dude that in that black and gold that got you that iPhone 17 approved? Yeah, that's me. So I'm just trying to see if we can have more than a phone connection, but can we have a love connection? Do you think that's okay, Diva?
It depends. If he calling and giving me some way that he could also zero out my bill in perpetuity, then yes. Go ahead and make that phone call. But if you ain't got nothing to give me, do not call me, bruh. Do not use my number if you don't have something. If you can't come bearing gifts.
Goddamn, Mont. So I guess you was halfway right, Mont. Goddamn.
That's Montavious. Hey,
Diva gonna
Montavious.
prove.
Hold on. Montavious. Okay, was they being funny or was they being for real when they said you had 3 baby mamas?
Oh no, I do.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Continue.
I mean, Diva, he was pursuing. He was pursuing. I mean, girl, he was
His name is
pursuing like a mofo.
Montavious.
What's wrong with
Hey,
His name
having
is
what should
three
I
baby
say?
Montavious.
mamas?
He's starting to
What are
make
you
Hey,
more
talking about?
and
This is
more
crazy.
sense. I'm feeling a little bit more
The
spot
list don't
on.
miss. The list don't miss.
The list don't miss.
That's crazy.
Nah, Diva would have
Hey,
been gone
Sharon.
though in that phone store though. She done went.
Uh-huh. What he just
Look, you
hit me
heard
with
it. She
the
talking about
when he shut up, I be quiet, but when he leave, I be talking again. He just hit me with the Debo.
And that's why I was asking, because there's a lot of situations where a lot of young dudes don't know what go signs are. And that's why I wanted the advice verbal, because I'm like, look, what does it look like when a woman says, you know what, it's okay for you to treat me? So I appreciate it.
but I do have a question for Shadow, because I heard you earlier saying, and you say this all the time, and it's just at this point, you really sound ridiculous, right? Because you really have no evidence for this wild claim. But you say that the majority of Black men are good, right? Is that your claim?
Yes.
Okay. So if the majority of Black men are good, right? There's a few things. One is, why is it that so many women are running into the bad ones if the majority of them are good? They should be running into the majority of them, of the good ones. They should be running into them more than the bad ones, yet it's the opposite, right? That's number one. The other thing is, if the majority of Black men are so good, then why does our community look the way that it looks? Why are we having the problems that we're having as, amongst Black men, especially in particular right now for this conversation in regards to dealing with Black women? Why are we having so many major problems if the majority of Black men are so good and so fantastic? And that would mean that it's just a minority, the small minority are bad. But the majority of so called good men are allowing the small minority to mess it up for everyone. What makes them so good? Even if that was true, which is absolutely not, but even if it was true, what do you what how do you define good? What does good mean? Because just because someone is not slapping somebody between the washing machine and the dryer doesn't make them a good man.
Okay, no, I agree with that. So here's the thing, and I guess I want to articulate this properly. I believe because most men, and I don't just believe Black men, period, I believe most men in general have the betterment of the people around them at heart. I believe a lot of good people can also make bad decisions, but that doesn't necessarily change the fact that they are inherently good people and they will do good in most situations. I do believe, and maybe it's just anecdotally, but most of the black men I've ever known are generally good men.
Okay,
So I don't have a lot of experience with negative bad men.
Okay, but you do understand that that is a very small modicum of people that you are talking about in your own circle, which doesn't bear out the statistics. It doesn't bear out what too many women of all different races, let's just take race off of it, are talking about. They're experiencing the same things over and over again with men over and over and over again. So if there's a plethora of good men, women should be meeting them more than they're meeting the bad ones. That's just math. And just because someone is good, and let me just say something: the absence of wickedness does not equal goodness. What you're talking about is the absence of in all out wickedness or evilness, right?
That we know, because they could be doing it and we just don't know.
Absolutely, because most of this stuff is behind closed doors. So your homeboys that you talk to aren't telling you that they slapping their chick between the washing machine and the damn dryer. Y'all don't know what they doing inside the house, but then women do. And you know what happens when women tell you guys? Hold on. Do you know what happens when women tell you guys, which women get up here and tell you all the time, what is actually happening to them behind closed doors? Y'all say, no, it's not happening. That's what y'all do. So if you're so good, why can't you listen to women who tell you this is actually happening to them?
Verbal, you know, part of the issue, I think men assume that men who don't get women are all good, right? For whatever reason, I don't know, like when they talk about good men, women are ignoring all the good men, right? You think that just because that guy don't have tattoos or he don't get women, that makes him a good guy. I think we need a better, we need a better measuring stick to really determine the good guys, because we just blanking in all the men who don't get women and throwing them into that category of he wouldn't hurt a fly and he would be faithful to you and he would want a family with you and all this other type of stuff, right? So I think we do need like a little bit more of a, like, what is a good man to you?
Right. We have to clarify that. We have to, you know.
Can I follow up on that real quick?
If you
on what Josh said, I mean, look, I would say this much, right? I don't believe that a majority of neither men nor women, but people in general. So if you want to keep it on men, I don't think they're good. I think a majority of men have good intentions, but that doesn't make them good people. You know, a lot of people have good intentions, but they still do bad things. People react emotionally. People act without thinking, thinking things through. People do things that they regret and apologize for, later on. That's one, what I'm saying? That's one thing. So I don't think most people are good. I think people just have good intentions. And even if people have good intentions and some of them are good, a lot of them aren't good for the other person. That's why things don't work out and people are running into relationships that aren't working. Now, as far as why a majority of women aren't running into these good dudes, I mean, Diva just mentioned old boy up here with 3 baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty tough for a majority of good dudes that have no kids and are single. It's tough for them to even get with an available woman when she's willing to be baby mama number 4 and dealing with married dudes that are in relationships.
But why don't the good men check on for having 3 baby mamas?
Hold on. If you a good dude, why you not gonna be with my baby mom? You a good dude.
If you a good dude, why ain't you still with your baby mama?
No, I'm the bad guy.
Like, come on.
You the good dude, KT.
Well,
I mean, I'm
and no disrespect to you, because I get it. Relationship, a lot of times they don't work, but when you wonder why a lot of people just don't bump into these good people that are so available and all of that other stuff, a lot of times they're invisible. And I would say the same things for a lot of dudes. There are a lot of good women out there, but yet you hear a bunch of dudes complaining about Instagram thoughts that don't want them anyway. You know what I'm saying? And got a full rotation of dudes just hitting the Cash App and all of that other stuff. But that's all they want to talk about. So a lot of times the good people are just invisible to other people. Like I say, people got good intentions, but that don't make them good.
I would also say it's weak.
Why do
I'd like to be a situation.
Why do we have to?
Go ahead, Diva, if you're there. Supporting the channel, 651 Mint with the 10 bars. Thank you so much. Also, we got Big Bad Bull with the 5 bar. Because you foolish hyenas mostly desire and choose the same pool of cheating ass bad black boys, because black men don't cheat, that who's y'all attracted to the most. Duh.
Well, nah, he went a little bit crazy, but I say I was already gonna say.
But is he wrong?
I think it's because
Yes.
he went too
Yes.
far with it. He went too far with it, but he I was gonna say right before that, like Verbal said, you don't want no bitch ass nigga, and let's be very honest, a lot of niggas is bitches. So you know what I'm saying?
And that's a fact.
And that's what makes them not a good man.
No, it's not what not makes them. Nobody's talking about what makes them a good man. I'm talking about like even in the pursuit of people. Like, let's be real. How y'all be saying a lot of dudes want sluts. They want nasty hoes.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
that's a fact. And the good women are invisible to them.
Yeah, they're not invisible. They just not a. I would say like
That's my homegirl
thing, I guess.
That's my homie. Like I fuck with her, but I won't. But she's not gonna try to fuck with. That's how it ends up being seen. Like I've been both sides. When I was a good dude, I was invisible. When I became bad, I got more people that I didn't want to deal with. But it's because I was more willing to take the chances when I became badder. Because at that point, the risk didn't matter. I think a lot of women like the risk versus reward thing. And if a guy's willing to take the risk to be with her, then she'll give him a shot. Most good dudes ain't trying to take the risk because they're scared.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
That's crazy.
I'm a little bit confused. So are y'all debating what a good dude is according to a woman who is seeking a good dude?
No, we're not saying about what because I guess everybody will have their own definition is what's good for them, right? We could say somebody good because they don't commit crimes. Y'all just saying y'all not accepting that, right? And I can kind of agree. We don't know what people do behind closed doors, but that now means it's a basis of you, because anyone would say, well, shit, you're not committing crimes, you're a pretty good person. Even if the law was preventing you from doing that, the fact that you're adhering to them instead of going against them, most people typically see that as good people.
But why don't the good dudes ever check dudes like Mont or ever check the criminals and shit like that? Like it seems like, yeah, man, it seems like the good dudes just let the shit slide, and that's why our community is the way it is.
They too busy being good. You know what I'm saying? They too busy being good and handling their own households to worry about somebody else's bad decisions.
Like after Mont's first baby mama, if the good dude should have checked Mont after the first baby mama, so that he wouldn't have had a second or a third.
Nah, that's crazy work.
I'm pretty sure Mont would tell you he ain't letting no dude check him.
Right, because the good dude ain't gonna
Three or four dudes. If 3 or 4 good dudes got together, I mean, it's gonna be very hard for him not to allow those dudes to check him.
Man, hold on. Even checking him, and then what's the end result of that? What's the end result of that? Let's say, okay,
is he gonna think twice about
they done? I'm just saying they done had a baby. The relationship didn't work out. What is some dude gonna say to him? The relationship just didn't work out.
There's one thing he can do.
Move on.
I mean, they can get physical with a few good dudes. If the good dudes who got the jobs that's his boss can fire him, you know. I mean, there's a bunch of like stuff that he can do. But he'll think,
what's the result?
But he'll think twice.
He'll think twice before back to a woman that he wasn't compatible with, and it didn't work out.
That or he'll think twice.
The rest of his life unhappy,
or he'll think twice.
Because she's with an unhappy dude. Like I'm just saying, like, what would be? How you going to check somebody about the relationship they had that just didn't work?
That's what I'm saying. That is not
check them and tell them to go back to it.
What if they left me?
Go back or think twice.
Think twice, it's over.
Hey, man,
like you can't put the face back in the tube, it'd be over.
Nah. When he's in them cheeks, he will think twice about, unloading at her.
Done, Kulu. The nut is done. Like I don't know what y'all.
Now
That's
it's
not
done.
realistic.
Now it's done.
That's not realistic. I
But
don't
if dudes
get
would
what
have
you're
checked them,
saying because that's nobody gonna check you. Like, bro, I got 3 baby mamas. I
see,
beat up
and that's
half
the
my baby
problem,
mama's
KT.
boyfriends afterwards.
That's the problem. Dudes didn't check you after the first.
You can't. I ain't
That's what I'm
Yes, they
saying.
can. Bro, KT.
You and 4
If
good
4 good,
niggas versus me and 15 really bad niggas. I ain't doing
hold on,
nothing.
KT. Hold on, KT. If 4 dudes just caught you outside of a store, you ain't gonna have your dudes with you. So them good, like them 4 good dudes.
Y'all not
Hold on.
gonna kill me.
Bro, they
I'ma
better
come back
defeat
and
me.
kill
See,
y'all.
and that's the problem.
Thank
That's the
you.
problem. See, straight men are a cancer
It's
to our
because
community,
he's a
bro.
bad guy.
No, not because the good dudes don't
Bro,
check
you
the
can't.
bad dudes,
You
and
just
they
had
don't
good
join
dudes
law
come try to
enforcement or
whoop
other
me
positions
and
to help
got
check
mad
them.
because I was trying to body slam him.
Nah, hold on. I
That's
figured out the
crazy,
Nobody's
solution.
bro.
mad.
No,
That's not
Kulu got
crazy.
the
That's what we're
solution.
supposed to do.
Kulu, you got the solution, right? And maybe
Sure,
this was
yeah.
my problem, right? I didn't know that I could have all of them at the same time like you, right? So if I knew that, maybe we wouldn't be in this. We should all be poly. That's what we should do, and that'll solve our
I'm
issue.
not saying that. No, I'm not
Ain't
preaching that to
you
everybody because it's
poly?
not for everybody.
Ain't you poly?
But I'm not. Yes, but that's not for everybody though.
So
You
if
know what
I
I
bring
mean?
them all in one house, we good though, right?
I mean, if it works out and that's what they want, yeah, for sure.
So
You know,
you
like
should
that's your
be
lifestyle.
convincing more women to be poly, right?
No. Bro, it's harder than it seems, you know, and not every guy can do it. My solution is the good men should have either shamed you, checked you, whooped you, you know, use their power in society, you know what I mean, to punish you for having more than one baby mama.
How you gonna punish
When the
him? He
last time
still
you
got
whooped a
work
baby
to do,
girl?
dog. He got more than one baby mama, which means he got more than one
Hey,
baby, bro. He's got to take care of his
But
kids.
yeah, but he's creating the same problem that we're trying to fight against, right? For example, all those dudes, and I'm not speaking about Mont, but all the dudes who created 4 or 5 different broken homes, those children have a higher percentage of being a statistic in jail, robbing somebody from our own community. If we would have checked them after the first, maybe those kids wouldn't have been born, or maybe he would have been with the woman and married her, and we would have fixed the problem that we're suffering from today. So it's good men's
but
fault,
Kulu,
like for
what's
not
the
checking
difference
these
between
dudes.
a good man and a bad man? Kulu, what's the difference
Choices,
between a good man and a bad man? No,
choices,
the
and understanding.
willingness to be bad. The willingness to be bad.
It's choices.
A good
I can
man
choose
knows.
to go.
Hold on. A good man knows that something's wrong and chooses to go against it. A bad man doesn't care. So you're saying we should go check him, and this guy who already makes poor choices is gonna be like, you know what, sir? You made a very good idea. I'm gonna go ahead and never make another baby mama again. Or he's gonna
Josh,
keep
you're telling
them
me
out.
an ass whooping don't change.
Be
Hold
like,
on,
nigga, sit down.
Josh. You're saying that. Josh, you're saying that an ass whooping don't
Bro,
change.
you really saying
Don't change a
somebody
man's
should have
mind.
whooped it? You saying
Hell
somebody should
no,
have
it
whooped
won't
his
change my
ass?
Poor
mind.
dude's not.
Maybe.
Yeah, nah.
Guess
Beyond
what?
it.
People been in fights and they ain't won them all, Kulu. That's what I'm saying. That's even no
No,
offense
that's
to
what I'm
you.
saying. If
Just
3
saying
or
that's listen. This is wild nigga mentality to think because you beat somebody up. Cause like I said, you can beat me up. Y'all can jump me. I'm gonna come back and shoot y'all niggas. I don't care.
KT,
And if I see
they're
y'all
good
one-on-one, I
dudes.
beat y'all ass one-on-one.
KT, they're good dudes. You're not gonna find them.
Bro,
They gonna
Well, nah,
blend back into
He's in the
society.
house. I'm definitely
No,
gonna find
No,
them.
no,
You are
Kulu,
not.
I'm
KT,
It's
going
not
to
hard to
find
find
them
you
me.
are
because they're good dudes.
Hulu.
KT,
You
they're
are
hiding in plain
legit
sight.
Kulu,
well, I don't know
They're
about
hiding in
pow
plain
pow.
sight.
I'm
I don't know
going to
about pow
find
pow.
them
out of
because
I don't
sphincter
know
they're
about
right
good.
pow
now,
powing
bro.
somebody, but I would definitely still, if I feel like I'm right, I'm still gonna talk. If anything, I'm gonna talk more shit because you beat me
You ain't
up.
had
What
a
is
you
you
ain't
talking about?
yo
Now
you ain't
I'm
had a good
mad.
ass whooping then. Hey man, you ain't never had a good
Bro,
ass whooping
you
then.
talking
Because an
about
ass
You
whooping
had
whooping
no,
don't
yeah, because
change
you
your
you
talking
had a
mind.
good
about
ass
whooping
whooping. Yes,
somebody's
sir.
ass over a
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
you had
chick
a
gotten
you
good
fights
not
my
ass
even
entire
whooping by
with.
life.
another man,
And it
huh?
changed my
You
mind.
got
Yeah.
your ass
Hell
beat real
yeah.
good, huh?
Hell
Yeah,
yeah. Hell
yeah, I
yeah,
bet.
bro. I've been
Yeah, I
in
wish I
multiple
would.
fights.
Kulu, how
Yeah, I
many
And
wish
baby
I
and
would.
daddy?
I thought one way, hold on, I thought one way, and then I got my ass whooped, and I thought a different way. Because I knew shit,
That's
man, acting
soft.
that way gonna get me
So
beat
you
up
really didn't
again.
believe in what
That's
so you
smart.
really didn't believe in what you
That's
was talking
smart.
about.
That mean you
That's
soft then.
crazy, bro.
After an ass whooping and you're healing
So
up from a
somebody whoop
black
you into
eye and bruised
submission.
lips, you got time to think, and you're like, damn, I could have done shit different. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
And that's
Kulu,
how you
that means
change
you
your
didn't
mind.
stand on what you believe.
Got time to
Wait,
think
Kulu,
No, it's
about
that
it.
means
You
you
not.
didn't
don't.
It's
stand on
You
what
hold
you
don't
on,
think
believe.
about it.
hold
That's
exactly what that
No,
means.
hold on. It's intelligent when new information is received, whether it's factual
Your ass
information,
being
reading a
beat is
book,
new information.
or an ass whooping. Yes, as new information can change your mind, can change your perspective.
They was
Yes,
talking to you while they whooped you. They was talking to
yes,
you while they whooped
yeah,
bro.
yes, bro. Like you, hold on.
So cooler,
If I steal something, hold
Cooler,
on,
let me ask you a
Josh.
question then. No, you got a point.
Yeah.
No,
If
he
I
doesn't.
steal something,
He doesn't
hold
have
on,
a point.
hold on.
No,
If I steal something and 3 guys beat me up and tell me not to steal because it's wrong while they're beating me up, guess what? I'm not gonna steal no more
He
because I'm gonna be
doesn't
afraid of
have
the
a
ass
point
whooping.
because check this out, Josh. He doesn't have a point. I'm gonna tell
What
you
he's saying
exactly
is,
why.
no.
Unless you hungry still.
Give me one
Let
second.
me finish, Josh,
Hey,
real quick. Because here's why he doesn't have a point. And you are not whooping no man's ass because multiple chicks decided to let him hit it raw, okay, and have his baby. That's not going to happen. He ain't doing that. So for him to even say that is crazy. He ain't gonna band with 3 or 4 of his homies and go check some dude about that. He ain't gonna do it
This
on his
nigga
own.
got
He ain't
some
gonna do it with
pussy
his
without
homies,
me.
and ain't nobody else gonna do that neither.
Hey, hold up.
So
No,
come
it's a
on.
step further. So, Kulu, here's what you're saying. You believe in poly. I believe in monogamy. So if me and you scrapped and I body slammed you and you're like, shit, that hurt. You're going to be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be poly anymore.
No, you're right, Josh. I'm not gonna be like that
That's what
because
I'm
poly's
saying.
not wrong. Hold on. But if I'm beating one of those women, But if I'm beating one of those women that have to be, I happen to be your sister or your cousin, and you whoop my ass, I might think twice about hitting her again,
Hey,
right?
that's
So that shit could change my mind.
Now you're talking about beating up on
that's what I'm
women.
saying.
That's different. No. You were
But that's
talking
what we're
about
talking
dudes with
about.
multiple baby
That's what we're
mamas, and now
talking.
you're talking
But
about dudes
Kulu,
that
if you're
that
right,
are
let's say
beating up
you're
on
It's
his
all
right.
sister.
underneath.
Come on, bro. That's
Let's say if
different.
you feel, let's say
Not
you
under
feel
the
like
same
you're right
umbrella.
about let's say you feel like you're right
Exactly.
about a certain
That's
scenario,
not
It's
under the
not.
same
and then
umbrella,
they
bro.
still want to whoop you
That's
because they
not the
disagree
same
with
at
you.
all, bro.
It's the same
Not the
umbrella.
same.
Whether it's, I mean, it
It's
is the
not
same.
under the
You're not
same umbrella.
understanding. Kulu, hold on. Here's what I'm saying. If I believe you being poly is wrong, and as I'm beating your ass, I'm like, bro, you need to stop doing that and just shaming these women and let them have one person at a time. And you can't stop me. I'm beating you because I disagree with what you're thinking. Even if you think you're right, I'm gonna beat facts into you. I know I'm not gonna lose. So what you're gonna do? Get up, man. This black eye hurts. Let me change my idea of poly. No, you know why you're gonna stand on it? Because you believe it. You
Oh no,
believe
but
in
you're
what
wrong
you.
though. If
Hold
those
on, but
women
here's the
choose to be
difference.
with me
You make
without no manipulation or abuse, who are you to say it's wrong? That's the
because
problem,
it's
right?
my. But who
Hold
are
on,
you
me
to
still,
say? Hold up. Who are you to say that each of those women who loved that man gave him a baby by choice?
bro.
Hold up. No.
Weren't you the hold on?
I'm making.
Weren't you the one
Hold up.
complaining about single moms and all this stuff? Now when I come up
But
with a solution,
I
now
don't.
you
Hold up.
defending
I
creating
don't
single
agree
moms and baby moms.
because your solution doesn't work. You're
It
saying that if
does.
you just whooped it, bro. I
Yes,
I
and
fight for fun. Kulu,
Josh,
I
listen to
fight
this,
for
right?
fun. I enjoy
Josh,
violence. No, Kulu, I'm telling you what you're saying doesn't make sense to people who are listening. Because I actually enjoy violence. You fight me. If you beat me, I'm gonna fight you again. If you beat me the second time, I'm gonna kill you. End of story. I'm not giving you a third time. But the
see,
reason I
and this is
say that
why,
is
Josh, and this is what's up, Shrum, man. This is why we got, man. This is why we're cancers, bro. Like straight men are
Hold the thought.
cancers.
Y'all don't know how to just have a conversation while pulling guns and goddamn deleting people. God damn it. I be trying to let y'all be having it, but y'all be just taking it too goddamn far. Kim West, Kim East with the $5. Don't cut off our water in 7 minutes. I don't know what's wrong with them, Detroit. Kim East, I can tell when Sharon trying to cancel Christmas on us. I ain't trying to do nothing. They trying to do it, goddamn. Shit. I was just trying to have a normal conversation. Anyway, I don't know what the hell deep at. We'll see y'all later, goddamn it. And make sure y'all all go subscribe to everybody's channel, goddamn it. Shit.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me.
you ain't shit. Oh, I know Sharon's there. You ain't shit, Sharon.